Coventry for day 2 of the IPA UK Championships. Over 270 players are here over the 3 days of competition to take home the various titles on offer this weekend. And what a fantastic day we brought yesterday, and today we're in store for more of the same. Tonight, by about 10 o'clock tonight, one player will take home this fantastic trophy and the title of the IPA UK Professional Champion. Now, if you were with us yesterday, you would have seen some absolutely incredible pool taking place. Started off yesterday with Simon Ward and Craig Brown in that absolutely perfect match. 14 frames, not a mistake, in sight. Simon Ward coming on top, out on top, 8 frames to 6. And the day just continued, and we just saw a fantastic pull from all the players. And Marc Pickworth, we were absolutely treated yesterday to some fantastic pull.
Yeah, we was. I mean, started off in an absolute fantastic match. Simon Ward, as you can just see on the table now, produced some brilliant stuff, and produced some of his best stuff, and continued on from where he left off on the World Championships. Obviously, he got beat to who we're going to be watching very, very soon, but again, put in a great performance. One of our new professionals here, John Herridge, another great performance against Tom. I really thought this was going to go down to the wire, but Tom just produced the goods at the end just to get over the line, and then we saw Tom later on in the night beat Craig Marsh quite easily.
Yeah, it was. There was some incredible pull, and as you say, Marc Farnsworth against Simon Ward. I mean, a last 32 match, and it just shows how these draws now are going to be developing over the coming years. Now that we've changed the ranking system, and we're going to see a lot more big matchups earlier on in the competition.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting times for us, and I mean, obviously the players, they seem to be, taking it with both hands, and they just can't wait to play in these big matches and to play in them either in the prelim round or the last 32 rounds. That's going to be the norm now. So here we go.
Yeah, and as we said, Marc Farnsworth, he came out on top against Simon Ward with some inspired players, some incredible shot making as well, and what a match we've got to kick things off today. Last 16, Marc Farnsworth against Marc Boyle, England v Scotland. These two have got history.
Oh, they certainly have got a lot of history, and I'm sure they'll be having a lot more history, in the coming years. But they've had some fantastic matches here at the IPA. They've had some fantastic matches in money matches as well. That'll no doubt continue, but it's all down to this now. I've never seen. I always say this about Marc Farnsworth. I've never seen somebody so focused. He was down early this morning, at like 7 o'clock this morning, on the practice tables. This means he wants to really get back into this, try and pick up some more titles, even the other amount that he's won. And then you've got Marc Boyle. He's just Mr. Calm, casual, great guy on, off the table, above it, below it, whichever one you want to call it. But this is going to be a fantastic matchup.
It is an absolutely mouth-watering clash to get things underway here in Coventry, and we'll just have a quick look at how the draw is panning out as we reach the climax of this event. So as you can see, Marc Farnsworth, Marc Boyle at the top there. Winner of that will play either Dan Davey or Paul Harkness, and obviously Gareth Hibbott already got through in a quick-fire match against Andy Crosdale, and the winner of that will be playing the returning Liam Dunster, who seems to be pretty comfortable, 5-2 against Jason Rimington. And we'll be looking at Liam Roberts, Dean Shields after this match as we start the bottom section of the last 16. So it's all shaping up very nicely, and right at the bottom there, Marc, world champ Clint Jansen lurking.
Yeah, lurking. I mean, we mentioned about those some players we've not seen too much yet, or not even spoken about, and Clint was one of them players that we mentioned, and there he is at the bottom. Had pretty much of a quiet round. Didn't kick off till about 10:30 last night. Got through quite nicely, but yeah, he's lurking around, and could he make the final once again? Remember, he won the one back in Gosforth. Is there a chance of him going back-to-back professional one? I won't back against him.
Okay, it's time. It's time to get the two players to do battle on the table. It's a race to 8 frames. Let's get over to the commentary box with Andy Richardson.
Thanks very much, Kevin. Good afternoon, everyone. What a match this is looking like. Marc Boyle, Marc Farnsworth, worthy of any final. And I'm joined this afternoon in the commentary box by Gareth Robinson, a fellow top North East player, along with Marc Farnsworth. And we were just chatting before Kevin handed over, and you were saying that he's not been practicing much recently, Marc.
No, he hasn't. I think he needed a bit of a spell. I haven't myself, to be honest. Put a couple of weeks in there before the event, but I've been out since January, really. Sometimes it's good for the mind, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. I agree with that. But he's certainly found form this weekend so far. Been breaking really well. Obviously, that's key.
Yeah, I think if you break well, you automatically start playing well, don't you? Because you're not having to work as hard.
Yeah, get into a rhythm. And once again, well, he hit him well. Ball down, but it's a bit of a mess.
I think yellows are the balls, aren't they?
Yeah, Marc just checking whether that yellow passes the red.
I think the one on the rail can float down the back of the red and just push the red out to nudge the one in over the bag, give him plenty of room there. If he wants to, he can even play the 3-ball plant so that he pushes the one down on the rail lower to the pocket as well.
Yeah, he's got options. And he'd have complete control even if the ball wasn't to drop.
As long as he puts the yellow first, but is he going to play the plant first?
I'm sure if he thinks the yellow passes the red, he'd be taking it, but if not, 3-ball plant, but you need that yellow to drop.
Yeah, you want this one in first so you get the suit, don't you?
That's the thing.
Yeah, now we'll play it.
So yeah, 3-ball plant. If he does elect to play it, he's just wanting to nudge the red away. Ideal scenario. Well, he played it at pace there and it didn't drop. And I didn't at first sight there, didn't think he'd be playing it as hard as that.
No, you wanted the red to stay in behind the yellow even if it didn't go, didn't you?
That was the thing, it was a little bit of security.
I think the pace of the shot actually stopped it going in because it bounced off the red off the cushion and came away, didn't it? Whereas less pace, the slide would have slid down the back.
Yeah, I agree. Can't have been quite how we perceived it when we first looked at it, or I'm sure he would have played it a lot slower. But I'm sure that, well, Marc Boyle won't have expected to be back at the table, I don't think, in this frame.
No, I think one good positional shot here and these are gone, aren't they?
They are.
Is he going to check it now and play for the bottom one, or does he take the one in the middle next? Yeah, good shot.
Played it well. Played it well. Wanted to take this ball out as early as possible. The only real problem he had. There is the red towards the right of the table near the middle pocket. I think that passes to middle, probably, but if not, the corner's not an issue. Just for a second there, thought I was going to hang.
Does he play the one to the right centre instead? Can he punch across and play to the bottom pocket or not?
I'm not sure of the angle. From the overhead there, it looks very straight to me, but we shall soon find out. Yeah, I think he is playing that, isn't he?
Yeah. Shot. I like that because then he hasn't got to find the gap into the. You know, you're going to be running away from the black, or you could end up behind the black or the yellow. Just there's no risk this way, is there?
That's it. Play the percentages.
Yeah.
So got to be said, perfect start this for Marc Boyle. Against the break. Didn't expect a shot, I'm sure, after the break. And he's taken these well.
I think Farnsworth just played that shot down the rail too hard, didn't he? I don't say the need to hit it that hard, to be fair.
No, neither did I, but obviously he saw something we didn't. And it was that second red in this clearance here from Marc Boyle when he checked off the side rail, leaving him on the ball low, that opened up this opportunity. And it's clinical so far.
Yeah.
There you see it. So, first blood, Marc Boyle. Always want to get the first frame on the board.
Not just that, it gives Marc a sort of a free break now, doesn't it? Because he's coming to the table now as he's thinking I could be 1-0 down off the chance Marc's missed there. So his arm's a bit looser on this break, isn't it?
It's a bit looser on this break. He's also got that sort of adrenaline running. Marc will be thinking, we think Marc Farnsworth will be sat there thinking, should I have hit it that hard? Did I need to play it that way? Was it an error? Was I playing the percentages? But he's too experienced. I mean, they're both very focused in this match, I'm sure.
I think he played the right shot.
Yeah, it was the pace.
Because he caught the red on the way in, it ricocheted off the rail and came away, hasn't it? Where less pace, it wouldn't have bounced. It would have just slid down the back. He didn't want to move the red far away. I don't think he didn't need to, you know.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised they hit it so hard, as we keep saying. But here we go. Well, you know, I am a massive fan of Marc Boyle's break. I do not understand how he gets so much power through that ball without being airborne when he comes second ball down. But let's see how he goes here.
When he's breaking well, it's without a doubt for me the best break in the world at the minute.
I absolutely agree.
Oh.
And there we are. Just cursed him. But once again, he struck them so well, didn't he?
Yeah, there's so much power and control. I mean, he's been kicked in off there, but when you're breaking from the front, I think you've just got a lot more pockets for the white, haven't you?
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, he's been very unfortunate there to have the ball kicked in. But one of the problems when you have a break as effective as this is if you do scratch at any point, you often leave a good table for your opponent. I don't think this will take long.
He's got a shot to play on the positional shot next, because I think he'd like to get rid of the yellow on the balk line next. He's going to play it to the middle, isn't he? He's going to drop this one to the other corner and then the one on the balk line to the right centre, maybe.
He's just taking his time, and I don't blame him. Well, it looks like he's drawing this, does he?
No, he's going to drop this and then play left centre next. Sorry, is it right centre?
He doesn't want to land too low, does he? If that's the case.
Yeah, he'd like to be. Is he screwing into the red? Or does he just drop it? I like that, but he's low, isn't he?
He's too low, I think. He's too low for perfect anyway.
He's going to have to screw one off the rail, I think.
Yeah, and that's dangerous into these middle pockets. So he needs to time this well. All about the execution, not power. That's a great shot. Struck that really well.
Yep, shot.
Now you see it. That break. Super powerful break as always, and very unfortunate to be kicked in off. But Marc Farnsworth made short work of the balls remaining. And it's parity, one apiece.
2 breaks, two reverse clearance. Oh no, 2 visits, one each.
Yeah, great standard though. And as we mentioned earlier, this could be a final of any event. Huge history on the IPA tour, these two playing each other, and some massive money matches.
Just been in the sauna for a sauna and a swimming. I've been talking to Marc Marc Boyle, obviously, in the pool there. He says he hasn't been playing much for the last 3 months. I know he's been going through a bit of a bad spell, hasn't he, with his Laura's headstone and stuff I've seen posted. So obviously, I think he's took a little bit of time out just to get his head round it, and said he's back playing again now. But I don't think he's played much before the event, either of them, to be fair.
And look at the standard they still produce.
Once a machine, always a machine.
Yeah.
You never forget how to ride a bike.
No. Now you see, I don't think he struck those balls with the authority he has been doing. Although on the replay there, he did give them something, didn't he?
Yeah, I think just the white came in a little bit high, which made the bottom end a little bit of a cluster.
Yeah, congested. So he did make a red actually, didn't he?
Yes, I think.
I didn't see it go in. I must be honest. Apologies.
I think he's got a shot here where the red nearest the bottom left-hand bag, if he can get low on it and play the split into the red and the yellow, the yellow goes up and kicks the red out as well.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
So he wants to hit it. He wants to be really low on it so that he's playing it thin, and the red woody cannons will go to the right. He needs that to run. Yeah, he's all right there. Does he take the pocket or does he go? He's taking the bag, isn't he?
Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
So first defensive shot we've seen so far in this match.
It's the right shot though, isn't it? From where he was, I don't think he needed to. No, he was relying on too much luck, wasn't he? Not as easy as it looks, this with a slide on the table. He's got it. It's a foul because
Yeah,
he's
cushion first.
Mm-hmm. It's the way the tables are sliding, they're not as easy as they look at them, even though it's one cushion.
No, that's the TV lights for you. It's rapid cloth as well. Plays totally different, as we've said many times, to your local club table or pub table. But these guys are used to playing in these conditions, so it won't take them long to get used to it.
Does it pot? Yeah, it must do.
Right, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Little technical manoeuvre. So, no clusters to navigate. All balls in open play.
I think this is just where the top 8 or 10 players just seem to, you know, it's very, very rare you see these missed where, you know, once you get outside of the top 16 maybe, and you're sort of always hoping for a mistake, and when you're playing players like this you just know they're gone, don't you? These are gone.
Yeah. No unforced errors.
You may as well rack these now.
It's mental fortitude, I think, as much as anything else. The levels of, you know, playing levels here with these top guys, they're all very, very similar. But it's the mental edge for me. All capable on the day, but it's consistency, as you were saying, and they just never seem to make those errors, do they? Very, very, very rare.
I always believe now in these short races, if you win every frame, what you should win, you're always going to be there or thereabouts at the end of the match, unless somebody absolutely breaks brilliant and you break power. You know, you're going to get opportunities. If you take them, you're going to be there or thereabouts at the end.
Yeah, but it's so difficult to do that, isn't it, Gav? You know, to go flawlessly through every opportunity without any mistakes. Very difficult under these circumstances. It's a packed house here in Coventry. Fantastic arena they're playing in. And there you see, Black down for a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, I think Marc was trying to go there in that frame, and I think the cannon on the yellow stopped him. I think he tried to miss that and get low on the red so he could play the cannon. When he fudged the pocket, I think he wanted to go, but he didn't get the right positioning shot, so rather than break down later on in the frame, I think he was just asking the question, wasn't he? I think he played the right shot, to be fair. If he hits the one out the snooker, he's got the frame favourite, isn't he?
Yeah, I agree. It was the yellow, wasn't it? Just dropped low for him, and it sort of blocked the path for him.
Yeah.
So once again, Marc Boyle to break. The famous break from the side. It's some weapon, is this? Really is. There we go. Always, unless he's struggling, he sometimes breaks from the head ball, but it's very rare, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I was cut breaking a lot before I put my cue down in January, and when I came back I had to get off the cut break because I didn't feel like I was cueing good, and I think you've got to cue so good with a cut. If you're cueing good, you hit it good. If you're struggling with your cueing, it's a hard break to master. You know, you feel like you're going to jump off the table, or you're not getting any power in. You're more slapping it. Where Marc, he cues it right down through the ball, doesn't he? He's playing that like a power shot, isn't he? It's not a pop break. He actually powers it, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's a very unforgiving break from the side. You've a lot more margin for error hitting the head ball. If you don't hit it sweet, you know, you can bring it back straight to the side. Really, you've got quite a lot of room for error. But when you break from the side, you've got to hit the ball absolutely plumb. And with the pace he strikes it, it's so difficult to do. Well, that's obvious because I agree with you. He has the best break in the world when he's breaking well.
No doubt about it. He's got one little bit of work to do here with yellow closest to the one he's going to play now. Does he check back into the black, stun into the black maybe? Yeah, that's alright. Yeah. These are looking tasty now.
Yeah, they are. And as you say there, he could have checked into the black, but these guys...
I didn't realise how less angle he had, just the camera angle caught us out there.
They never want to. They don't want to nudge anything if they don't have to.
Oh.
Play the path of the ball, natural path if possible.
Down to the one on the bottom rail next. One in the middle. One to the yellow pocket. ABC's there now, these are gone.
Yeah, and he's left a great angle, hasn't he, for this ball on the bottom.
Yeah, you're just going to drop this now, drop the one to the centre, and then you're straight on the one to the top left pocket. Just punch the white, black in the top right. Gone.
Making it look easy, as all the top boys do.
Even...
So, we've had an online poll, and the results are in, and 70% of the audience, or the people that voted, believe that Marc Boyle will win this match. Which is a bit of a surprise to me, I must say, because I think it's a very even fixture is this. And as soon as I've said it, look where he's landed.
He's actually alright because he can play the black to the centre if he wants, can he? Or does he punch in and back out? But
punching it in and out, I believe, but yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, 70% in favour of Marc Boyle. But I think this will run close.
Yeah, the problem for Farnsworth here, he hasn't done a lot wrong. The frame when he got out the snooker, I think he played the right shot. The first frame was the mistake, wasn't it? Because he reverse cleared the next one with the in-off, so to be fair, he could have been 2-0, couldn't he, without that mistake in the first one?
Yeah, it was that where he played the 3-ball plant, wasn't it? And he hit it where we both thought maybe he hit it too hard, but he knows what he was doing. I'm sure there was a reason.
Very small margins at this level, isn't it? I mean,
always
2-0 up with if the plan goes and you're 2-0 up, and instead he's 3-1 down and not really done much wrong, to to be honest.
No, but he could do with another one on the board here. 3-1 behind against a player of this calibre. And it is Marc Farnsworth to break. And he has been breaking well. I don't know if you've seen much of his games this weekend so far, but he has been breaking really well.
I'm looking at Marc's cue in his hand, and I'm sure he's got his he's down the middle cue back in his hand, has he? Is he using his own cue? No, no.
Well, he's staying at the side, and this has been working for him in previous matches. So he's going to stick with it for the time being. But he is hitting them well, isn't he? Well,
I didn't like the quick break with the fat cue. If you watch Boyle's, see how Marc's got his break cue in his hand again. It's now his playing cue, and it's actually a lot fatter than the one Boyle's using. If you look.
Yeah, I mean, I never used to use a break cue. I'd always prefer to break with my own cue, if I'm honest. I know people say for the tip and everything, but I think the feel, it's a big thing when you're breaking. But yeah, he didn't look comfortable. I think you spotted something there. You thought probably we were going to break from the head. Maybe changed his mind. He wasn't.
Just noticed when he's been going from the side, he's been using his own stick, and there he changed it to the fat cue. I don't think you can actually get any power in the shot with a fat cue, because as I said, it's a cueing shot, isn't it? From the side, you've got a cue through the white, and with that fat tip, I don't like it. My preference. I'm not saying he can't do it. Just when I try and do it myself, I feel like I'm always going to jump off with a fat tip.
Yeah, maybe he picked the other cue up thinking I'll break from centre, and then he sort of second guessed himself and thought, no, I'll stay where I was, and who knows.
When I play him in practice, Marc, when he goes to the cut break, he always uses his own cue. That's why I thought when I called that there, he was going to go down the middle with a break cue.
It may well have been his intention, but he changed his mind.
I think these look easy, but he's got to play a good little positioning shot. I think just the transfer back from the one at the bottom, by the look of it, back to the one over the middle. It's going to be, I think, is it?
Yeah, last ball to black is going to have to be. He's going to have to be in good position, definitely. There's a bit of traffic here, isn't there?
I think he's going to play the one in the middle now and drop down onto the bottom rail. No, he's going to leave the one in the middle, isn't he? Must be thinner than he looks on it. Yeah, that's it. Now he's going to play that shot, maybe.
He could play to middle, couldn't he? Come down right to the bottom, play low.
Yeah, that's the shot I was talking about, the shot before, but
yeah, I think he's got to play it this way. The other way is dangerous. See what he thinks.
You really want to find the bottom rail here, don't you?
Definitely. Low. Doesn't want to be straight.
He's okay still, he's just not going to get as close, is he? He's going to just punch it up and take his medicine, screw up, I think. He's alright, actually. He's got
he's studying it up, he's got
yeah.
that, yeah. With a smaller cue ball as well, he doesn't need much of an angle, does it?
No. It looked like he was pretty straight on that, didn't it?
He did, yeah. Certainly from where we were sitting. It made it easy.
Faultless from Marc Boyle so far. One kicked in off, he hasn't made a mistake, I don't believe, has he? No?
No, not that I can think of. And this is clinical. Won the lead. Won the lead with the break. It has to be said as well.
Without sticking up for Farnsworth, I think he hasn't done a lot wrong. I just think that the first frame, and then obviously the second frame, when he took the pocket, he had to get out the snooker, didn't he? I called it before he played the shot. It's not easy when them rails are sliding, is it?
No, not at all.
You're guessing a little, aren't you? If you play that on a table where it's not sliding, he hits that probably 100 out of 100.
Yeah, I think the break where he went airborne.
Yeah.
That was maybe when I was telling everybody how well he's breaking.
Yeah. I just don't like look at Marc Boyle's cue to cut break.
Yeah.
There's no way you can generate that power with a Because you've got to be so accurate, and you can't be as accurate with a fat tippet throws.
That's a great example of how good this break is. He didn't even hit those balls that hard. He timed them so well.
Because the tip helped him get through the white, so he's not having to. He can't throw it. You see, the fat tip throws the cue ball. It's an absolute monster break, that. Monster. These are gone.
Yeah, it's lethal. Lethal.
Rack them now. He'll punch the yellow. Then the plant next, I think. Does he play the plant or punch this and then play the plant? To the bottom right. Yeah. Faultless pull from Marc Boyle, to be fair, and he breaks so good as long as he maps his finish as good. When he's breaking like this, he like there's no traffic, is there? Look, as long as
the break, it's a massive advantage.
If he just keeps hold of the cue ball, which he does, he's got a good cue ball, Marc Boyle, as well. So
he didn't mind either way there. If it dropped, it was okay. Staying up, it's not the end of the world. It's okay.
It'll be back to where he is, will he? Or does he cannon the back of the red?
Or stay low on this yellow. The same thing.
Yeah.
Making it look easy, as I keep saying, but that break gives him the opportunity every time. Rarely, well, certainly in this match, has he had any clusters or anything to navigate, bust out.
Just the in-off in the second frame, but he got kicked in, didn't he? It wasn't direct, so it wasn't like he played a bad shot. I mean, it got kicked 3 times before it went in the middle, didn't it?
Yeah. And he makes it look easy. I can assure you it's not as easy as all that.
There's nobody in the world for me in any organisation or anything got a break as good as that. Like even the different types of pole and styles, you know, it's so consistent, that break when he's breaking well, that it's just unplayable when he's hitting them that clean. You just that opportunity after opportunity, and he's such a good player hand on table that I think he got a little bit of a heavy contact. I think it was a little bit heavy contact that as well, to be fair, but yeah, he's a machine hand on table without the break. So
exactly.
So with that break, it's just there were dot to dot again, weren't they? Obviously, he spent hours and hours and hours mastering that break. That's not something you can do, you know. Some people might be practicing routines and stuff, but you can practice them all you want. If you come across somebody who's got a break like that, you know, it's unplayable, isn't it, that break, when he's hitting it so clean?
Yeah. He's by a mile the best I've ever seen. Certainly breaking from the side, as I keep saying.
Dunster breaks from the side a lot now, but he just doesn't generate anywhere. He tries to make the same 1 or 2 balls on the break, where Boyle hits it, and he's trying to make every ball. He wants to pot them all.
There we have a result. Top left of your screen. Dan Davey, 8-3 victor. So, matches on the outer tables. The arena's full.
Farnsworth using the fat stick again. Good split. Good hit.
Just crept past the black there. The 8 ball.
He didn't get the white back into the pack off the second hit, which just meant he didn't get them open as much as he would want to. He'll take it, don't get me wrong, but you see, when Boyle hit them the time before, the white was straight back through the middle of the pack off the side cushion, and they explode twice, didn't they?
Yeah, that's the way to play the cut break, though, isn't it? That's the idea.
Yeah.
And you are more unfortunate if you scratch at any point when you break like that. But yeah, he hit those, and he didn't go back into the pack, did he? It slid down table off the side.
He'll take it.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to take it, isn't he? 5-1 behind.
Just when you look at them, they look easy, but they're clustered down there, so you've just got to be cute with your white here, and And make sure he wants the one back to the right centre next, doesn't he?
Of course he does, yeah.
The low one.
Yeah.
And
Doesn't want too much of an angle though. I think he's okay there.
Yeah, he's...
Maybe a little bit straighter would have been plumb. Yeah, and then he wants the ball just above the red to the left.
Yeah, he would have liked to have been straight,
Yeah,
wouldn't he?
Of course he would, yeah.
He's okay, yeah, though. I think he can...
Well, it was the wrong angle he had there.
Of course, he's potted the ball thin. The white's obviously travelled. I don't think he's on the... Is he on the one to the centre or not?
I think possibly he is, and if he does elect to play ball to centre, he can use the yellow nearest the left middle as a
but he's got
slight block, but
he's got to punch
tricky.
a little. Yeah.
Just a little bit, yeah. You don't want to kill that yellow, does he? That's the problem. Well, he's missed the pot. You cannot afford to miss the pot. Yeah, he just ran out of position there.
Yeah, when he needed to be more straighter on the one to the centre, didn't he? Just to make it, they were unmissable then, weren't they?
Yeah. If he was straight to middle, obviously it was all over. Just drifted slightly offline, and he was chasing, trying to run into the yellow. And even if he had made that yellow in the middle, look at the leave, he still was chasing again, wasn't he? So
I just didn't like the shot once that wasn't the bad shot. I mean, he should have made the pot there, but the one before when he potted the yellow to the centre, he just potted it too thin, didn't he? Which meant the white ran too much.
yeah, it needed to be straight, definitely.
Oh,
Doesn't want a kick there. Oh no, he didn't want that. Not as planned, but has he got a plant?
he's got a plant under double, hasn't he? Let's play the plant now.
Play the plant there all day, I think.
It's just off angle, harder than it looks on camera, but I think he'll make it. Yeah.
Still got a little bit of work. Ball on the side rail, and they've got a ball back up table.
He would have liked to have been on the side rail one now, wouldn't he? I think.
Yeah, definitely.
And that was one of his bad ones out the way.
Yeah, these three at the bottom of screen. Pretty straightforward. It's just those last couple of shots.
Still don't think we've had a mistake from Marc Boyle yet. So if he runs these out, he's faultless still, isn't he? He's got to go up table now, hasn't he? I think he's going to have to leave this one on the side rail to his last ball, isn't he? I think he would like to just punch up through the gap in between the black and the yellow and land on the balk line would be nice.
If the yellow wasn't there, he could elect to play stood onto side rail, couldn't he? But
is he going to screw this side of the black?
just be careful. Got to be.
Yeah, this side of the black. I thought he was playing that. Yeah, absolutely perfect.
That was a fantastic shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just thought the way he was digging down, he was trying to get that side of it. I like that shot because it makes the transition back to the one on the side real easy, you know. He's played this in such a way, it's all about the pot, isn't it? He's got nothing to do with the white. You don't have to worry about the white at all. First mistake. I think he played the one down the rail too well, just to, you know, with the table sliding, it's actually slid. If he'd have just played it at less pace, he didn't need to go off the other side cushion, and he would have just been a lot closer to the black, wouldn't he? But there was never a certainty that black, was it? It wasn't easy, that.
By no means, but he did miss it by some margin.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a nervy one, that. It was. I think it is the first error.
Yeah. Marc will be licking his lips at these, I think, and thing with this frame here, it's one of them frames with it just keeps him in the match, doesn't it? You know, 6-1 against Boyle, who's breaking like that, you just really don't have a way back unless he gets a couple of kicked in off, so you always feel like he's going to get an opportunity off the break, don't you, to shut the match out. So I think that was a really, really big frame for Farnsworth. They're all big frames, but if you ask me, if he lost that one, he was about done.
Yeah.
The way Boyle's breaking.
Yeah, 6-1, 5-2. Huge difference.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's a mistake that's got him there as well, you know, psychologically.
Sometimes the pool gods just they pick up on them little mistakes, don't they? And
yeah, that was the first edgy shot we've seen Marc Boyle play in this match.
It was by no means easy. I wouldn't.
No, absolutely not. But he did seem to.
Yeah.
He pulled it, didn't he?
I think he was frustrated with the shot before that you know, with the table sliding, he tried to come straight back across in a straight line off the one on the rail shot. Because the table's sliding, he's ended up going down table an extra foot or two than he wanted there with a slide.
The lead. Marc Boyle to break.
Monster again. He just caught lower on the pack, but he still got it back into the pack, didn't he?
Well, look at the balls. There is one ball at the top of the. Well, you could argue there are two balls in the top half. Everything else has gone up table. Look at the movement on the pack there.
Monster. He's got work with red and the black. I think he's going to elect. He would like to go yellows, obviously, but can he nick this in the middle and go now into the black or not, or is he too thin? I think he might be a little bit thin looking at that.
Yeah, maybe a tad thin.
Yeah. He would like to get it early.
Yeah, I think the problem there is he's knocked everything up table, unfortunately. One of the few balls that have remained up top is the white ball, so he hasn't got a lot to go at here, really.
Push the yellow down over the pocket. No. If he was thicker, he could have just nudged the yellow down to give him his ball to go into the black. I'm just looking how he's going to get into it now. He'll be going early, I think. In the next shot or two, he'll want to get into that.
Yeah, he won't want to leave it. So the winner of this match plays Dan Davey in the quarter-final. That should be some match. It's a tough one for Dan, great player though he is. I mean, look at the opponents he's facing.
Yeah, I think Boyle has got a shot on where if he drops this to the left centre now, and then he's leaving his cell half ball on the one into the top right pocket. Yeah, I like this. And then he's always got two options. If he hits the red full or the black now, he's going to go off the left hand side rail through the gap, yeah? Try and kick the black and the red.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. He has yellow over the centre, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's why he's elected to leave that, but I think he would have just liked to have a little bit more angle.
So you punch it, so it's right hand side off the side rail, are you saying? No, he's not doing that.
I think he wanted to play that shot, but he ended up going through too far, didn't he? Because I seen him lining it up as well.
Well, this is getting tougher.
I don't like leaving it the last shot.
I don't like leaving it last shot either.
He definitely played.
To leave an angle, to stun it, to spin across and fly into them.
I think he wanted to play it naturally, so if he had more angle, he was just automatically running off the side rail into them, where he had to punch it with side the way he left it. I don't think he liked it. So, I mean, if he's accurate here and he hits the red, black on the way in, and red, he's always going to have a shot. If he doesn't, he's going to need a little bit of luck.
Yeah, I mean, he's trusting. He is trusting to luck here, no matter how well he hits this ball.
Not if he hits the red, he's not. If he just glances the black on the way in and he's...
If he screws into it.
Like that, yeah.
What a shot that is.
Yeah, as called that, you see. He was
what a shot that is.
He was always going to have a shot.
Well called.
Brilliant shot, that. Superb from Marc Boyle, that. I mean, it's easy picking them out when you're sat here, but the angle he had, as long as he just glanced the black on the way in, he was always going to be on it, you know what I mean? Brilliant. Let me take another look at that. World class shot, that. World class from Marc Boyle, that.
Yeah, probably the best shot he's played in this match so far.
Hit the black on the way in. Class.
Yeah, absolutely perfect.
If you hit the black full, you needed a bit of run. If you hit the red full, you still needed a bit of run because you weren't guaranteed the white to stay there. I just love the way he flicked. He actually played to hit the black there, you know. There's no doubt about that. He's played that shot.
Great shot. Floated it, didn't he? He had to be so precise.
Brilliant.
So 6-2. It is Marc Farnsworth to break. Sticking with the side break.
That's a better hit from Marc.
Yeah, much better.
Dry.
Dry.
Just don't. The power isn't as you know, like even though he hit that one a lot cleaner, you can. It's more of a punch watch than the way Boyle hits it, where he drills it, doesn't he, Boyle?
Yeah, there is much more power involved in the break from the side from Marc Boyle than anybody else I've seen, to be honest. It's just so controlled.
Has Boyle got a 3-ball planned here? Yellow onto red onto yellow.
It looks like it's on. Oh, it is. As you can see there, I think it is.
Just needs to be careful that he doesn't push the other yellow below the 2 into bad position here. He's going to slide this one off the side of it, but he just doesn't want to catch the bottom yellow with it. Like that. He's alright, isn't he?
Yeah. So it's just that yellow that he's nudged there, bottom of table.
I think it goes to the bottom
right.
right.
It does go bottom right, that's what I was about to say.
Yeah. Does he kick the one on the side rail next or not? It's self-preference here, but I think if he just flicks this in and uses the one on the nice. That's a brilliant shot again. Just needs to be careful leaving that. You don't want to leave that ball below the red to get on the black, because you're going to need a really good angle to get out, aren't you? He's going to play it now in the gap, isn't he? He's going to float the one down the rail now, and then does he come back over and play the one in the same bag, or does he drop down through the gap?
I think he plays the one in the same bag, does he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Needs to run a little.
Is he short?
He looks a little short.
He can reroute, can't he, back to the top now, but
yeah, he can go top if he needs to, but I think
he's going to slide off the red and just push the yellow a little, isn't he? Yeah, shot.
That was a delightful shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, I love the way he floats them. Take your medicine time, Marc Boyle, because he's not going to do a lot with this, Mark. He'll believe in his cellar and is he just going to play into the red and leave the young or is he screwing off it? He's screwing off it, isn't he? Is he? Yeah, great shot. Brilliant shot again.
This has been some finish.
You don't see many people cue a rail shot like Mark cues that with a loop, do you? Do you notice that?
Yeah.
It's like a 9-ball shot, that, isn't it?
It is. That was a fantastic clearance. Found himself in trouble there, but managed to reroute, just changed his pattern slightly. And that 5th yellow that he played when he spun to get position, what a great shot that was.
You just don't see a way back with that break, do you now? Because is it Boyle to break? Yes, it is, isn't it?
It is, I believe.
He's just sort of got, well, what I was 7-2. So his next 2 breaks are sort of free breaks, aren't they, where he can have a. I know you just want to get out the door, but you know he's a lot looser on this than he's going to be at 7-6, isn't he? You know he's going to hit this with some venom here, I think. I know he hits them all with venom, but when he's loose on it and he's not under as much pressure, you know, it just becomes even bigger, the break, doesn't it? Monster. Absolute monster again.
Yeah, the movement on the pack there. He just puts his hand up.
Yeah, because he got a nice little flick on that last yellow. I don't think he had a shot of that yellow drop there, did he? No, the last yellow watch rolling. It's given me starter ball, isn't it?
But he hit them so well, you feel he deserves something.
He always hits it well.
He does.
You may as well put a robot on the side of the table then, just let him keep hitting it, because he just hits it the same every time, doesn't he? When I'm playing him, I just keep hoping he's going to hit a bad one, and he just never does he?
Perpetual hope. Yeah, it is phenomenal, the consistency. And that's so difficult to play against, even if you're flying, isn't it?
You've got to break so good to beat him, to get him. You know, when he's under pressure, that break's still good, but it obviously, he doesn't want to be jumping off the table and stuff, so it doesn't matter who you are, your break's not as good if you're frame on frame and you're under pressure, you know, you're going to, that's not the best of shots. First mistake, really, positioning wise, he's made in the match, isn't it?
Yeah, that was poor. It was a poor one, and that is a very rare sight. Marc Boyle at the table.
Tried to float around the back, didn't he?
He did. So he's got a ball to middle.
He's got a big pocket as well, I think, has he?
If he elects to use it. No. Played the full face of the pocket.
He's going to drop down the back of the red here. And then can he play the one back to... He's looking at it in the same middle, isn't he? I think he's going to play same middle here.
He is. He's going to spin it.
Yeah.
Bottom. So side, bottom.
Yeah.
Back out. He's a little bit twixt in between there.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of work here, and they're there, but he's got to just find the shot. Does he nudge the yellow on the side rail? Does he push it down or not? Or is he going to dink in behind it? I think he might better nip it.
Drawing straight across. Yeah.
He's tried
to.
Yeah, he's trying to nudge that, hasn't he?
Yeah, it was tough, wasn't it, that? But he has got a great touch. as we saw in the frame where he floated across and just nudged the black and red.
He's on it, isn't he?
Yeah, but this is harder than it looks on screen. And I think this passes to corner.
Yeah. The middle's hampering him a little bit, isn't it? I think can he jab it back before the middle bag, or does he play the black in the centre? Nah, he can get back in before the middle, can he? Superb from Marc Boyle this match, to be fair, isn't it?
Fantastic, yeah.
I don't think Farnsworth's done a lot wrong. He missed that chance with the yellows, didn't he? Apart from that, he hasn't.
Pull of the highest order.
Brilliant.
And there we are. The black down, and what a victory. I mean, a couple of minor mistakes there, Gavin, but seriously, what a standard that was. Yeah,
it's small margins, isn't it? I mean, 8-2 looks like Marc's been played off the table, but he hasn't really done a lot wrong, has he?
No, but that break, as we keep saying, it gives you more opportunity, doesn't it? I think the massive difference.
I think the first frame was a big stamp of authority with the mistake with the plant. It weren't easy, but if he gets them, he's freewheeling it a couple, isn't he? Then he was out the blocks early. Where, as I said to you, when Marc hit his second and third, fourth break, he's a lot looser on them.
And we'll hand you over to Kevin in the studio.
Thanks, Andy. Everywhere I look around the room, there's pictures of Marc Boyle in the arena. There's one behind me here, but he's here in real life. Marc, great to see you. Great performance.
Yeah, played brilliant. 2 mistakes. Missed that easy, well, not an easy black, but one you expect to get. But can't complain. Played brilliant otherwise. Yeah,
always extra spice when you're playing, Marc. Lots of history on the challenge matches and in IPA events as well. You know, you both love these. These are sort of matches that you play for.
Yeah, you can't ask for a better game. You know, you know what you're going to get with Marc, so you need to play your best game, or otherwise that score could have been the other way about. And plus, obviously, down to the breaks, I was hitting the break brilliant. You know, where Marc he lost the white once and he wasn't getting the splits. You know, so. No, I think at the end of the day, the breaks decide these type of games.
It was great rivalry between you two, but all great respect as well. You both, fully appreciative of just the talents of each other.
Oh, my total respect for Marc. He's one of the best players to play this game. You know, his record speaks for itself within the IPA, any other tours he's played in, money matches. He's one of the all-time greats. You know, so you're only going to. It's only going to bring out the best in you when you play these types of players, you know.
Here down in Coventry, after a great event in Gosforth, fantastic atmosphere. Playing in the arena, how was it? You could feel the electricity around the room.
Yeah, there's a brilliant crowd in here. There's about easy 50 people standing there now, and the table's playing brilliant. The table's playing beautiful, so you can't complain. If you can't get up for playing in that environment, there's no point in playing.
Coming down to the event, what were your expectations? You've been putting the hours in. I suspect you've been quite busy, but what's been your preparation like for this week?
I took basically since the last tour, I never picked up my cue because I've got the pool hut out the back in my old house, and I moved house, so I had to take that down. So I've not been able to practice because I can go up to players. Santa's club to practice, but then I'm leaving the wee man in the house at night, so I can't do that to him. So for 2 months, never picked up my cue because obviously about the house move, and then started playing last week and played every night this week, and I played Barry Lynn the other night, but he sharpened me up, so he did, and that's really it. So about a week's preparation, but to play like that's unreal. For the preparation I put in, because I'm one of the players, I don't feel confident unless I put the work in. So sometimes this weekend I'm winging it, So preparation's been terrible, but my pool hut's starting to get built on Monday. So fingers crossed, come after the summer, I can get back to normal again.
I think there's a lot of players who like to wing it as good as you've just done there, Marc. Don't want to look too far ahead in the event, but obviously great to have Liam back and a potential semi-final all-Scottish battle, you and Liam. If that does happen, that's great to have Liam back and to have those matches again.
Yeah, it's only good for the tour to have Liam back, because he's, if not the best player in the world now, well, or when he left here, he was the best player in the world. It's too far ahead. I'm just taking a shot at a time these days, but if I was to play Liam in the semis, it would be brilliant, because he's in the same ilk as Marc. It's a case of you only get up for these games, and if you're on the stream table, even better.
And if you were to lift the trophy tonight, it's quite a big one, so I hope you've got some additional luggage. What would that mean to you to lift another title with with this field?
Oh, I mean everything. Today up in Scotland's called Trophy Day today, for some reason. So if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But if it was to happen, it'd be brilliant. It'd be. I'm not even thinking like that, to be honest. A shot at a time. That's miles down the road. Yeah, absolute miles down the road. But just a short frame at a time, and then just go for there.
Marc, great to see you. Well played, great performance. Hopefully we'll see you later on in the rest of the event. Well done. Marc Boyle, Mr. Magic, marches with a scoreline says convincing, and it pretty was convincing. Didn't really see the best of Marc Farnsworth there.
No, we didn't, but you got, obviously Marc Boyle, Marc dominated that match, and the way that he set off that break of his is such a weapon. And he continues to break like this. You don't see anybody else winning it, do you? You really don't. I mean, there is a potential of him possibly. There's still a few matches that, respect to the other players that they've still got to play yet. Obviously, Dan Davey, Marc Boyle's got him next. We've got Liam Dunster. He's going to be in that top half along with Gareth, Hibbott, and that. They've all got tough matches now in the quarterfinals. Is there going to be a potential of an all-Scottish affair in the semi-finals? That could well be.
Yeah, absolutely. It is simmering up very nicely. Gaz Hibbott and Liam Dunster, they will be the next match on the stream after this last 16 match that we're going to see. So let's just preview that one first. So Dean Shields, the guy that we've been talking about for a long time, knocking on the door, regular in the quarters, semis, not quite got over the line yet, against one of the new kids on the block, Ed Sheeran lookalike. He's got everything going. He's got all the pull talent. Liam Roberts, what can we expect in this one?
Well, Liam Roberts, he finished the #1 amateur player on the 2022 season. That's an achievement in itself. Won one or two tournaments as well. But he's up against Dean Shields, as you said, knocking on the door, and I'm not sure why the door's not opened yet, but he's been very, very close. He's made a couple of finals now, and it's just about now, can he really take it on to that next level? I know he's got a tough match against him, Liam. I don't think he's got a great record. I think they played in the Worlds, I'm sure they did, these two. I think they did. I can't remember. I'll have to look back on my records for that. But Liam had the edge over him, and it was just about, I don't know what it was, Dean Shields put too much pressure on himself, and I think it's just about how he finds that balance. Because Liam is free-rolling, really. The pressure is off him. Dean Shields is the one that's really got to make his mark now. He's moving up into the top 5 of the rankings, and it's all about now, can he move on to this match?
Okay, well, the players are just about to get the action underway, so let's get over to the commentary box and Andy Richardson.
Thanks, Kevin. So, Liam Roberts, Dean Shields. Well, what a match we've just had. What a standard. Let's see if it can continue. Dean Shields, as both Kevin and Marc have alluded to, no stranger to the latter stages of these IPA events these days. Getting stronger. Surely it's only a matter of time before he starts to bring home the silverware. But this is a tough match. Liam Roberts, very impressive. It's Dean Shields who's broken this match. Good break. Elected to take yellows. Black is on the cushion, but it doubles. There are no clusters, so no traffic to navigate. Just which way decides to go. Looks like he'll be doubling the black into the opposite middle, I would think, as it stands at the moment. So he's just taking his time. It's always a little bit edgy, first frame. Such an important frame. They're all important, obviously. So very deliberate at the table. Dean Shields at the moment. Mapping his route. And there you see. Ball to corner. Yellow to the middle. And I'm sure he'll be leaving the double into the same pocket. Yeah, there you see. Just looking where he wants to be with that cue ball. So steady away. Taking his time. Well, he's overrun that ball. Just overrun slightly. But first frame on this TV table. Like lightning. So do take some getting used to. And there, just trying to push through to make the angle. Run inside, but he's hit the red. He still has a shot at this. More difficult than it would have been if he'd moved further down table. But I think they'll still be looking at the double into the middle. Could go corner if he chooses, but yeah, and he struck it well. So, first blood, first frame, Dean Shields. Sorry everyone, we're back. As we can see, Liam Roberts in a bit of trouble here. Dean got complete control of the table. No need to rush things. And I'm joined in commentary now by Marc Pickworth. How are we doing, Marc?
Now then, Andy, sorry to disrupt your afternoon of commentary. You know, obviously we had a bit of disruption there, didn't we?
We did. Well, great attempt. Nearly not quite.
Yeah, the hardest snooker to get out there, but well, I didn't think it was, but I think he had to play it with a bit of pace to try and, I don't know, navigate a bit of an angle that probably wasn't there.
Yeah, and it's obviously only a couple of visits to the table, hasn't had much table time. Just takes a little bit of time, doesn't it, to get used to the pace. So used his free shot there to open up that red. And this is what you want. Your opponent's yellows effectively dead up table or bottom of table, top of screen, and the frame at your mercy.
Yeah, and these are the chances you want, don't they? Just to settle it all down, like you said, and to take a 2-0 lead. It's a good start for Dean Shields.
Yeah, dream start. He knows he's got a tough opponent here in Liam Roberts. Played before, as was mentioned earlier. He knows how good his opponent is. He'll be desperate to stamp his authority. On paper, you would think that Dean Shields is favourite, but it's small margins at this level. And he just keeps getting stronger every event, Dean. As you were saying, Marc, earlier, latter stages of most of the tournaments recently, he's up there or abouts in the weekends. Yeah, you were saying they both played in the World Championships, and it was Liam Roberts who came out the victor, 3-1. So, quite a convincing victory on paper. I don't know if you were aware of the match. Did you see anything of it, Marc? Or
yeah, I think I commentated. That's why I mentioned it in the studio to Kevin there. I do remember Liam winning. But I do thought that Dean put a bit more extra pressure on himself, and that was the reason. And obviously Liam was a bit free rolling, just, you know, not.
I remember the match as it happens. Yeah, I do remember it. Yeah. So the expectation maybe that he was supposed to win, and it put pressure on him. And Liam, as an amateur at the time, coming through, like you say, he feels like he's free rolling. It's a free hit, but you still got to play well, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean Liam wasn't professional at the time.
He was amateur, that's what I was saying, yeah.
Yeah, so he's obviously just accepted his pro status, but that didn't start until the first tour. And then he's obviously got a very good result on Dean. You know, there was a lot of expectations on Dean. There was a lot of people thought that he could go on to lift a world title or get very deep in the tournament, and unfortunately fell at the first hurdle to Liam Roberts. So he'll be wanting some revenge in this one.
Well, he's got a good start if that's the case. 2-0. So previous match, both players were breaking from the side. And here we see Dean Shields breaking from the head ball. Close to that middle, very close.
Generates a lot of power, and you've got to say he's a bit unfortunate to be landing the cue ball there.
Yeah, it's an awful leave. Don't know if you can see the ball, red into middle, but fraught with danger even if you can. That cue ball will be tracking towards the other top corner on your screen, so not really any control. And to be honest with you, I mean, reds, look at them.
The yellows aren't much better.
No, it's not a good table, so can't blame him.
And this is what probably Liam Roberts wants, you know, just to slow the match down. Don't want the match to get too far away from him. So he'll be thinking, oh, this could settle me down a little bit now. A few tactical shots. But they also could look at it. We don't want to get tied down into any tactical battles. You know, it can disrupt a couple of players here and there. Sometimes you do need a B game. So I see there's another poll going, Andy. I know you had a poll in the first match there to see who would win the first one. So who is going to be going to the quarterfinals? Is it going to be Liam Roberts or is it going to be Dean Shields? That is all on the chat now, so get your votes in. Let's see what you think, and we'll have a chat about it as this match progresses.
So he's taking the long plant. I think it's a great choice there. That red that's to the left of your screen as you look top, well, left-hand side of bottom of the screen now, right-hand side, in fact. I was looking at the wrong camera, apologies. It does go. He's tried to land on it now.
Yeah, it weren't easy, that. I was a bit disappointed where he's, you know, the way that he's executed that shot, but it was far from easy. Can now Liam just tie it up some more? You know, you can't see him even trying to pot a ball here, can you? It's just no benefit. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he has seen this long plant. Good effort. Anything doing that, he's put another yellow towards that red. It's covering the pocket in the top right hand corner. Kiristine is. The containing shot. Just getting a bit of control of another pocket.
Yeah, also developed that ball that was on the rail. So he's put a bit of pressure on yellows here. There is the skill shot available should he choose at some point. And he may well choose to do so here. Still has work though. Bottom of your screen now. The two yellows. The red blocking the pocket, so there we are. First part of the puzzle successfully executed. Just what does he do with the two yellows that are tied up at the other end of the table? And there you see, top of your screen, another result in. Ross Fernie, 8-1 victor. Convincing scoreline.
Yeah, Ross Fernie going under the radar. We've not really spoke a lot about him, the number 3 seed. He's safely into the quarterfinals. He's won 3 of these professional events, so don't be surprised if he's at the last stages.
So Liam there, just trying to run down table and kick the red in. Good effort. But he's drifted back up table now. Would have loved to have been able to see the yellow to the left of the black. And he's trying to contain again, but
Sure, that's gone to plan.
not particularly. But there will be work to do, even if this red does drop onto red. Look where the other red is, on the cushion. It's going to take a good shot to get up there. Get back onto the black.
What Dean needs to be careful there is he doesn't tie the red that he's going to make contact with now.
Yeah, red, if you go cushion first, red. Well, he'll take that.
Especially to get the distance. That's what he's played. Try and get the distance between the cue ball and the yellow ball.
And also, if it drops, he played position onto the ball into the middle. So a very clever shot he played there. Cushion first, red. Runs off the side rail and up table. 2 in 1 shot. In or over.
Now, are we going to see Dean try and take these out? There's no natural pot here, is there? I don't think it. Does it push it in? Does it miss it? It's hard to see. I mean, if he hits that red that he's closest to, thin, and got cannons into the yellow, I mean, I don't think it drops.
I have a feeling he could make the ball drop. It's just that the difficulty is second to last red to the red that he's just hit now would have been very difficult. He didn't feel he needed to take the risk of getting position. The only thing here is, and it is very close, is again skill shot potential. Doesn't have an easy angle here. He can pop this yellow into the corner. There's no obvious way of being able to disturb those reds over the corner. So he may just try and cover.
Well, that's cover indeed.
Cover he has.
Is Dean gonna, he had a chance there to try and go for it. And when he was 2-0 up, it surprised me that he didn't. I think he can just see enough of this red. Just to push the yellow out. Has that gone wrong, or can he thin clip this? I don't think he needs to anyway, because he's going to have a shot on the top off the table. He's got a good chance now. Just make sure this pot, he's going to have it. It's okay.
Yeah, I thought he'd covered those 2 reds with the yellows. Had a first look.
Must have been millimetres, it weren't a lot, was it?
So he just wants to drag this in. Yeah, played that well. So, cagey frame. But once again, it's Dean Shields who takes it. 3-0.
3 frames to 0 already. I mean, yeah, I didn't like Liam Roberts playing the tactical frame there. Really wanted to be winning that one. But we've seen in these race to 8s, it's not all about, having a good start. You've still got to go on and get them final frames.
Yeah, he did get bogged down there, but he did try and attack, didn't he? He played that ball into corner and tried to kick the ball over his opponent's ball, other end of the table, just missed it, and then from then onwards, really, he was just trying to defend. So Dean Shields using his experience, taking as little risk as possible.
Yeah, not the start that Liam wanted, but there's only one way of getting back at him. He needs to get some frames on the board. Looks like it's going to be Liam to break, I think. It must be.
Yeah, could do with a quick break and run. Get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I don't don't think he wants any more tactical frames. So lost Fernie. He's the next player into the quarter-finals. He'll play the winner of this match. Whoever that is going to be. Is it going to be Dean Shields, who's looking in, you know, like the favourite at the moment, 3-0 ahead? Or is it going to be Liam Roberts? Tom Boyle, he's just started his last 16 match against Daniel Wiley. He's leading 1-0 at the moment. Scott Anderson, Clint Ianson's not underway yet, but it is scheduled for 3 o'clock. That'll be on one of the outer tables as well. I think we've already mentioned that the next match after this one will be Gareth Hibbott, Liam Dunster. It's not confirmed yet, but I'll keep you up to date on that. It's not confirmed on my... no. Yeah, we'll chase that up for you, but that seems the obvious choice. I think we mentioned it in the studio, actually. We'll be coming up next. When it's 100% confirmed, we'll let you know. Dry break from Liam Roberts. That's not what he wanted. Didn't really get the power, and it's like it slid.
Yeah, only one yellow tied up here.
It's quite a biggish target over there, isn't it? There's balls around it to get it out. I don't think he's got the angle he wants yet. Do you feel like he's going to take it with the one that goes into the bottom left?
If he had an angle, I'm sure he'd like to take it into corner, spin over, kick at it. So it'd be unfortunate not to land on one of those three near the middle. He hasn't quite got that angle yet, so he's got an opportunity here if he chooses. Needs to play with some pace. Doesn't want to get stuck behind this yellow. He's going to be hoping he gets position. If he does hit it, that's a great shot. The double kiss, it helped him big time there, but it was a good shot. Very unfortunate where he's landed with the cue ball. He was trusting to luck. He could have easily been hampered in the corner of the table, but once he double kissed that ball out, you felt, yeah, he's a little bit unlucky there to land behind the yellow.
Just about what does he try now? Ideally, he wants the one out the bottom right-hand corner out of the way first, but not sure how much that yellow can see, but there's not a lot of room for even a swerve.
No.
It's a containing shot for me, I think. Just needs to hide this cue ball somewhere. Yeah. And I think that reaction tells you.
Does he kick across off the rail and try and drop the yellow in?
What's
the
next?
Only thing with that exactly is what's next.
Yeah. He ain't got any choice on there, has he?
At least he stays at the table, I presume. That's his thought process.
And he'll have another 30 seconds to decide on what he wants to do.
Needs to hit a cushion. Well,
that shot, he was obviously rushed into playing that. That's what happened.
He was in a tough spot there, wasn't he? So, foul. So he's got a free visit here. That yellow that's near the black corner of the table there, that's causing trouble. The red on the side cushion, if he had to, would go in off the yellow in middle at some point, if he chose to play it that way. But he needs to develop this corner for me. take this yellow out. Or at least move it. Well.
Oh dear.
Maybe a show of nerves there a little bit.
Yeah, just trying to, I don't know, glance it in. I don't know.
Tried to spin it back. I think he tried to sort of drag it and spin it round.
Either way, just make sure that yellow goes, don't you? He's now in all heaps of trouble here. Dean will be thinking, got away with that one. As he left Dean, and he shot into the left centre. There's going to be a containing shot of Dean here.
Could play the edge of the yellow. Just sit by it if he chooses, or he can run up behind the red here. This is a clever shot if he plays it well.
I think he'd like to play it again.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah, if he rested on the bottom of the
Back
bottom
of it,
part of that red, then yeah. Going to put Liam under some pressure. But now he's got a shot. Does that go into the top left-hand corner? It looks tight, actually. Not from the camera angle we're looking at now, but from one of the overheads, it looks tight. Oh, that's probably another containing shot, I think.
Playing safe to run over behind the red on the side cushion. We'll be leaving sight of one yellow. And if this yellow does go past the other yellow into the corner, it's a toughie. But that yellow over the middle pocket, you know, he'd count himself unlucky not to have an attempt at something after this pot if it does go, but it is a tough pot, that. To a blind pocket. So does he screw? He could even screw onto the yellow over the pocket.
Well, he's made a mess of the reds in that corner now. That's gives Liam some seriously to think about.
Yeah, big bonus, wasn't it, that?
I mean, Liam would be happy to see the black that's tied up, but he's obviously not happy that his reds are tied up as well.
Is he looking at the same shot again, same principle to go to the side rail behind the red, or is he attacking? I think he's got to take this on. Yeah, because this red goes in off the yellow if he chooses.
Yeah, I think it does. I think that yellow's just further enough up the table, isn't it, or close enough to the middle pocket for it to drop. I mean,
the thing is, if you punch this and the yellow hits the other two yellows,
yeah, for
depends
me,
what pace.
Drops it in, does it?
Yeah, it depends what pace.
Yeah, he's got to just drop this in. Yeah, it's coming down here. It's not bad.
He could have hit it harder, possibly. May have moved the black. Yeah, that was the thing, but
he's got.
Yeah.
He's still got reds around him, and he to make something happen down
that's
there.
the thing.
Still not over the line yet. Still a little bit of work to do.
No, he's not had it easy to press in this match.
Missed that.
Yeah, it's a couple of bad unforced errors so far. So not settled as yet. Could play yellow along the rail. He could stun out to release that black if he chooses. That's what he's done. But he hasn't freed it up, has he? I don't even know if you can see the yellow.
That's for a total snooker. I don't think it's a total snooker. Or is it? It's got 1 million. It's Macmillan. Get my words out soon. Our senior referee. Let's give the total snooker. So that allows Dean to come off cushion first. He doesn't have to hit a cushion after contact.
Yeah, that makes a big difference, doesn't it, in this situation?
He can, because it means he can hide the cue ball behind him if he can get round there, all the jaws in the way. This is risky. Around the back of the jaws. Oh, it's okay. Where's a cue ball? All right.
Does this pass to middle? I believe it does. It's an awful lie for the cue ball there. Cueing over the corner pocket. The pocket liner making it even more difficult. Not easy, especially when you're struggling.
Yeah, not settled yet. Just wants some easy finishes, doesn't he?
Yeah, he wants a good break, or he needs a good leave with an open table just to get the cue arm going, get a bit of confidence. It's gone straight. Very edgy game, this one, from both players.
It's just like the tactical side of this match has ruffled both players up, hasn't it? So there might be a bit more to play in this one.
Yeah, both players just out of rhythm at the moment. Well, stunned it across, left himself a long black to top pocket, but when you're flowing, you know, you fancy these, don't you? But it's been a bit edgy. I do fancy him for this, though. Fancy him for this. And there we are, 8 in the heart of the pocket.
Another frame goes to Dean Shields, 4 frames to 0. So maybe we can see what the voting was like in the poll. Hopefully we'll get that up to you in a minute, see what the results was. 69% of you said Dean Shields is going to be making it into the quarterfinals and leading 4 frames to 0. Looking pretty much odds on at the moment. Quite a good break, Dean.
Yeah, he puts a lot into it, doesn't he?
Yeah. Bill settles himself and then just executes everything well, timing, everything. Yeah, another good break.
Yeah, and some players elect to draw the ball straight back, don't they? And some players deliberately come back to the side rail. Both work. As long as you're not tracking back to that elusive pocket, it's all good.
Yeah, I mean, he struck them there, you know, made nice contact. It's just amazing how these balls just work themselves out to, you know, tie themselves up sometimes. Beauty of the game, innit?
Yeah.
Gives some challenges out.
Yeah.
Not always easy.
Complete contrast to the previous match where huge breaks, huge splits. You know, he hit those well, didn't he? It wasn't a case of him not breaking well. It's just the layout that he's been left.
Nice opening shot, just to get that yellow away. But he has still got problems at the top half of the table. I think the one that's on the top cushion, I think that does pass top left. It's hard to see from our camera angles. But if he gets that out, does he get on that yellow? I don't think he can play a big pocket off the red or anything like that. I think this might be our answer, is it? Has he got an angle to just drop on it or dislodge it? They don't like canning into balls normally. Just dropping on it. Where's the cue ball? about that one. If he lands on it, how
What does he do with the last yellow? Yeah, I know.
That's the thing. It's like we'll see how it goes after this.
Or did he think maybe he could have played the yellow, maybe just cushion and just nudge the red away? I don't know. Doesn't look like it, does it, from this?
No, it doesn't look like it's possible.
We've got the overhead here in the studio, and it's.
Dean will know what he was intending on doing.
So, Liam, this is what you've been after. Nice, easy table. No clusters. Just get queuing. A bit of confidence. Liam to break next, so if he could take this, break well in the next, could soon get himself back into this match.
Balls you want to get your first frame on the board.
Just wants to make sure he's got an angle on this ball on the rail when he chooses to play onto it. Doesn't want to be straight. Always want that little angle. Oh, he's going to run. He's running through off one cushion. Well, he's mishit that.
Oh, no, Liam Roberts. I don't know what he's done there. I don't know if he's quit out on the shot or just didn't go through it, or.
I mean, he was queuing. He started off queuing as if he was going to top through off the cushion, and then he sort of looked as if he'd hit centre ball. I don't know. I don't know what he did.
Got a bit more stun, so it took the roll out of it. Well, he's now what was looking like an easy first frame for him to get on the board. He's now struggling. Got to hide this cue ball.
May feel he's got to go for it, you know. It's very difficult to get safe, isn't it?
He's got to get it touching. That's a very good shot. Very nice touch. But it should be over. We should be. Scott should be setting them back up. We should be into the next frame. Anything can happen now.
So finally, ball in hand, and it wasn't easy. Made very hard work of this frame as well, but doesn't matter as long as he gets it on the scoreboard. So played that good shot there off two cushions to leave himself behind the red. Finally, he's on the 8 to take his first frame. A frame he had to win, you feel.
Yeah, another scrappy frame there from both these players. Not been too elegant this match so far.
Now there've been some bad splits as well, haven't there?
Yeah, there's been some difficult layouts, definitely. So just as Liam nips out for a comfort break, latest scores. This is Tom Barley playing Daniel Wiley. He's 5-0 ahead against Daniel Wiley, and Tom's at the table again, and he's not wasting any time as he normally does.
Looking like 6.
Yeah, exactly. It's looking exactly like that, Andy. Just running this off and run inside. Can't see any problem here, especially with that yellow on that side cushion. Remember, this is on one of the outer tables. Lots of matches going off. The amateur event that's still being played. I think that's down to the last 64, getting into the last 32s, I think. I'll have a look at that in a minute. Let you know some people that are in that ladies event. Deb Burchell, she's in the final. That final's coming up, scheduled for around 6 o'clock, depending on the way that times and scheduling goes. And we're just waiting to find out who is going to be in the final of that. It's either Jenny Lawson or Ashley Bird. I'll let you know them scores very soon. Just quickly looking at that now. So the ladies event, the elite ladies, it's 3-2 currently to Jenny Lawson against Ashley Bird, who is going to be playing Deb Burchell. A bit more to go in that one. That's a race to 7. Let's have a quick look at the amateur event. As Liam's just quickly run back into the arena. So looking at this now, so yes, we are into the last 32 now. A lot of matches in action so far. Kim Monaghan is leading 4-2 against Wayne Sadler. Rob Wilson, he's beaten Dean Wilson 5 frames to 0. Scott Pope, Jared Conye, 2 frames to 1 to Scott. Dave Pollard, 1 Martin Gerd 0. And the other 3, they've only just started. Connor Treacy, he's one of the local guys around here. He's in the last 32. Some great matches at the bottom half of that as well. We'll keep you right up to date with some of that. There is, I think that's scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, that amateur final. And that'll be when we do start at 12 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That'll be the first match on. That's how it was in the last talk. Pretty sure we'll be doing the same here. But back to this match then, Andy. 4 frames to 1.
Yeah, Dean Shields at the table. So punches a red into the bottom corner.
That's what we want to see, don't we? Positive shots. That's better.
Yeah, and you'll see here he's looking at red off the cushion. Off the 2 balls there, the red and the yellow. Very aggressive, very positive shot. Played that very well. So no clusters that he needs to work out here. Maybe the most difficult thing here is going to be the final red to black. He does have that red up at the top of your screen, just near the baulk line. May go up for it now if he chooses. Just a little bit awkward where he's landed here. The ball that he's worried about is the red next to the black. Yeah, electing to take the ball further away. Punch this in. Tries to stun back up. This needs a good shot. So may elect to play this into the corner. Just draw into the black ball. So it's like a soft screw. That's what he's played. He's played it well. Great shot. Great shot. Yeah, wasn't an easy finish, this. But once again, stamped his authority, increases his lead. And it's this 8-ball for a 5-1 lead. That's more like it, Marc.
Yeah, a bit more positive there, and you don't want to get into these negative frames. It don't do any player any good. Both of these players, it's really not really demonstrating how good these two are at the moment, the way that this match is panned out. 5-1, Dean Shields, probably a fair reflection with the mistakes that Liam's made.
He still took those well. Had some really scrappy frames in this match. Some good breaks with terrible leaves, which often happens. You can hit them well, but it's lap of the gods where they all end up. And as a result, I think there have been quite a few errors from both players. Both struggled to flow at times, but yeah, I'm with you. Dean Shields, 5-1's a fair result, I think, on reflection. That last clearance was a quality clearance. And he's at the table once again. Breaking. Does he draw back to the side cushion again? Well, straight back. Well, he was fortunate there, because that was straight back to the corner pocket.
Yeah, that was tracking right in the corner. It's got saved. First look at these. I mean, the reds are nice apart from that red in the near the black. If that yellow went over that corner, the reds would be over.
Yeah, if he takes the yellow, if he's just looked there to see whether the yellow sneaks past the red, hasn't he?
Comes off the red, maybe.
Yeah. I think yellows are the colour out of the two. There's an argument for both. So he's jacking the cue right up here.
Yellow as it is. Don't think he's on anything too much. Unless does that top one does pass the yellow and the red. It's hard to see.
Yeah, he didn't intend falling behind that yellow. Plant not an option. Too difficult with the red over the corner, so he's taking the long yellow. Yeah, tough pot. Not close, to be honest, that, but looking frustrated somewhat is Dean.
Yeah, it's hard to get momentum going when the balls fall like this. Just like the odd ball that just makes that, that added bit of pressure. Just makes you overthink things sometimes, and just makes you think things differently.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to force the pace of the game, which I totally understand. And there we have confirmation. Top of your screens there. Gareth Hibbott against Liam Dunster. Your next match on, quarter-final. Another match worthy of a world final coming up on the IPA stream. Some of the matches this weekend, Marc, we've had. Phenomenal lineup.
Yeah, they really have. And, the top half of the, no offence to anybody in the bottom half of the draw, it has been heavily stacked indeed. But keeps on producing these matches, we'll keep showing them.
So Marc here. Well, I think he played, did he play ball to middle, do you think there? You can see what he's looking at. He's looking at the red off the yellow, which opens the pocket up for the red next to the black. But he's sort of half and half, isn't he, where he is? He can still play it from there, but he either didn't. He either wanted to come lower or stop shorter, one way or the other. He's in sort of twixt and between in both places.
Yeah, I don't think he's obviously played on the red that he's going for now, otherwise, because he had such a big space to hit it. So now he's playing a containing shot and it's gone wrong.
Well, you say it's gone wrong, but does it still pass? I know the black probably doesn't pass easily, but I think the red does. Can he see an edge of this other red? If it doesn't. Yeah, that red goes next to the black. The cue ball's travelling.
Yeah, it did go, Andy. It's not bad.
Yeah, he killed the pace of that. He played a good little shot there.
He's going to have a shot at this black, you know, whether it's a double or can he drop on it in any way, shape or form. He's got a bit of an angle.
Does he elect to screw behind it? Just float behind it maybe? Oh, he's tried it. That's a good effort. You can see what he was trying to do, trying to kick the 8 out towards the other corner. But unfortunately, get the bacon slicer out.
This is one you just commit to making sure the pot, don't you? Just put all your eggs in it. 5-1 down, you've got nothing to lose, Liam. Great effort, great shot.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Brilliant shot under the circumstances. That was a thin one. Massive pressure.
5-2. Is it going to be the start of a comeback? You feel like he's just picked up the pace a little bit in that, you know, he's been overthinking shots and in them frames, but you know, can he get back into this match? You know, there's a lot of things that's stopping Dean getting some momentum with the way that the balls are breaking out for him, so anything can happen yet.
Yeah, I think that goes in Liam's favour. It's not that he's been blasted off the table up to press. His opponent, I think we both agree, the scores, it's a fair scoreline. But he's not been sort of battered, has he, in this match? It's a case of messy tables. Yes, he's made more errors. But if he can just find some form, both players are fighting here to try and find some rhythm.
Yeah, this is where you need your rhythm from, off the break. He'll love a ball. I haven't seen him pop one yet off his break.
But not the white.
And again, it's dry.
And it's a mess.
It is. It is. Again, it was just, it's like when he made the connection, it just slid. So it's taking all the pace off the ball.
If you watch when he hits the head ball there, he doesn't hit it full ball. No. And that's the problem, he's not getting the full power through the pack.
Yeah, it's like he's getting a top on the ball instead of it being direct in the middle. So he's losing the power. Dean back to the table, but it's, as you said, Andy, it's messy. There's work to do. When things aren't going right for you, or it can be a difficult game mentally, this game. Draining, I think the word is.
I mean, I can see yellows here, potentially. The yellow that's tied with the red near the corner. Could he use the yellow off the bottom cushion? Maybe come underneath those two balls.
Has he seen it though? Has he seen that shot, Andy?
He might not like it, it might not be on, but from where I am, it looks an option. Well, I can see what he's doing here.
Is he just containing shot and just making sure the yellow comes into play?
Does the yellow go? Is he confident?
I don't think he's got an angle on the yellow into the opposite corner to try and make something happen in this corner. I think it's just a containing cover the pocket shot.
I just don't know if this goes, he could just screw out.
But yeah, it did go.
Yeah, that's what he's played.
Pocket. Well, all the things we said, it was a bit of an untidy table. It weren't that untidy. Played on it lovely. Got the perfect angle, and now he's got the perfect chance to go 6-2 ahead. aim to break next? Can he, continue this momentum if he does go on to clear these up? Cue ball's got away from him though. Just never looked comfortable, did he? Just the way this match has gone. Touching ball.
Yeah, he just had a little bit more angle than he wanted there.
Yeah.
Didn't really bite into that cue ball. It just slid behind the yellow. It's just been one of those matches, hasn't it? So a good touch there. And Reds are in trouble. Big target. Don't think there's that much of a difficulty hitting a red. It's hitting it, getting safe.
Yeah, not really getting it safe. He just needs to ideally tie something up, whether it's a cue ball or whether it's the yellow or the black. He just needs something to happen. Can't believe in this same layout and then a chance going to Dean Shields.
He's got to go at least 2 rails down to the corner for me. That's what he's played. He played it well. Oh, good chance of making that ball. He had no choice, did he? Had to come down table. He knew he'd be leaving distance at the very least.
Yeah, that was his biggest percentage of making something happen. As it turned out, I know he's potted a ball, but if he had missed a ball, he'd leave on the table for Dean Shields. You feel you have to try and take these out now. Not easy. One on the side cushion definitely needs developing. Not sure about the one in the top right hand pocket. Does that pass? I think possibly. Wouldn't have all the pocket. Wouldn't be able to play it with too much pace, so I feel like the one on the side cushion that he's queuing over now, that he needs to get that out sooner rather than later. The can on the black, has it helped him a bit? Possibly.
So, does the red pass the yellow into that corner?
It looks like he's leaving an angle on it to get this one out on the cushion, but does that, the red that's next to the black, does that pass to the left centre? I think it does. So if he does make the cannon into the one that's tight on the cushion, you expect him to be on his next ball. Don't want to get, that's okay.
Played it well, good pace.
Choice of both.
Just need to nudge it, didn't he? And if that red does pass the black, he's prime position here. So it didn't.
Played that at a nice pace. It's exactly what he's left himself, isn't he? Or what he meant to. Better from Liam Roberts. But again, poor positional shot from Dean. Whether it was the one that he went close to, the yellow, or the shot before that, it's an error. He's let Liam Roberts back and he's in within 2 frames now, 5 frames to 3. Remember, 70% of you said that Dean Shields is going to make the quarters. Liam Roberts is trying to, have his own say in this matter.
He's back in this match for me. He did look dead and buried at one point. And it's just both players have made unforced errors, we know that. But that was a big one, wasn't it?
I think it's about now. There's the world champion. He's in the house. And he's in the last 16. His match is just starting now against Scott Anderson. We'll keep you up to date with that. I know he gets a lot of following, Clint does. Not too far from his hometown of Nottingham, Coventry. Just a across one of the motorways, about 40 minutes, 50 minutes. It's not far, I know that. Not that I'm from Nottingham, but Clint definitely is. That match just started. The winner of that match with Scott Anderson and Clint Ironsson will be playing Tom Barley. Who's that going to be?
Much better break, much better.
But who's going to be playing Ross Fernie in the next round? Is it going to be Lee Roberts? Is it going to be Dean Shields? It's a better break there from Dean. Lot better break.
Well, it's looking like yellows if you want a colour set at this next visit. Stuck behind the red.
Yeah, he hasn't got any choice, has he? I don't think. But even if he pots his yellow, what's his next yellow after this? You know,
tough. That's what it is. Tough.
Yeah. He's going to have to play a very solid shot here. Good cue in. Nice little kiss. Could have been worse. Could have been better. Yeah, I agree. But it's a chance.
Struck it well. He's got this ball to middle if he chooses, or he can play it long. So he's going long. Didn't know if you could see that for the red.
Just off the far jaw. He'll take that. You feel like if Dean, does want to get into the next round, these are the chances he's got to start taking. Ball's got away from him a little bit. He's not in prime position yet. As you already mentioned, Andy, a lot of unforced errors from both of these, so that they still won't be feeling comfortable about these sort of finishes.
Nothing coming easy at the moment. So yellow to corner. You would feel, well, that dropped. It's okay.
Played that at a nice pace. This is a key shot now, though. Positional and the leaving the angle is key.
Yeah, if he's leaving it to middle, he does not want to be low on that ball into the middle.
Not too low.
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine.
Looks very good. Just draw this back onto the side cushion. It should be a pretty simple black afterwards. And you see it. A lot better from Dean Shields. Good reply.
Great reply. Great break. And a good finish to follow. First shot, good shot. The yellow down the rail, screwed out. Nothing being easy for either player in this match. But he keeps fighting and keeps that lead.
But he's still 2 frames away from getting into the quarter-finals. So Liam will want to try and keep him away from that number 7 frame for a little while, just so we can get a couple back, and you just never know. A couple of frames here. It's not many, is it?
No.
Especially if he gets his break working. It will be an interesting match if it does.
These guys break and clear for fun when they're practicing. It's Liam to break. If he could break and run, his opponent breaks dry. In no time at all, he could be level, couldn't you?
Yeah, it's changing his break up.
Right. So breaking from the side, needs to be much more accurate with his...
Cut break. Not sure about that one. Did generate a lot of power from it.
Yeah.
It's dry again.
And it's messier than ever. There's the table. Yeah, didn't generate a great deal of power. Not always necessary with a cut break. But the likes of Marc Boyle as we know, powerhouses the cup break in. Yellow's the stronger suit. It is a mess though.
Oh, but they are very messy though, these. One shot though can open it all out. Is this the shot? Oh, look where this is heading. Look where this is headed. Bit of good news and bad news, I think. We'll see where he's left the cue ball. Isn't great.
No, but that yellow went up table. It's blocked that pocket. Gives him a free.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, he knew if he blocks the pocket, he's still in a very convincing lead. Tactically, positionally in this frame.
That was a bit of a nothing shot. Really made any difference to the table layout there. So, what can Dean do here? Can he make something happen?
Yes, he can.
It's all on this shot now in the top corner though. Can he, if he does go on to pot the one in the top right hand corner, if he did go that way, it's about hitting that one that's next to it into a potable position. That's what he's looking at. I feel like it's a and a half natural cannon, but can go wrong.
So, black, obviously, hampered by that red. Does go to the middle, left of your screen. Can he? You can see this. Just tried to pinch there, and as a result, didn't drop. The two yellows that are stuck together in this corner pocket here, you do feel that the red could be played off the side cushion if he chose to. He doesn't feel he needs to. All these balls go. Just needs to be very careful with position. Looking at the middle, electing to go up table. He's going to try and get behind these two balls. Right hand cushion. Stuns across. Would like to run a bit further, but I think he's okay.
Yeah, you feel like that's not too bad. Yeah, you'd like to have been a couple of inches further up the table, but can he use the yellow? I mean, it's a bit dangerous sometimes, but feel like if you need to, just keeps the control. And he has used the yellow.
So the red touching black. I think it does go into the corner. I think if it does, could well be his last ball. Take this red. Yeah. I think I'd go this way. They play out 2 cushions, red to corner. Bottom and side cushion. And he'd like to be as straight as he can on this last red, because it is quite close to that black, the black 8. He didn't hit that great, but it's, well, this is the thing. Does it still cut from that angle?
No, I think I saw the hand of apology up there. So he hit it, like you said, a bit thick, but he has missed one of them in the opening stages of this match. Very nervy, another very nervy one, that one. Big shot for Liam Roberts, this is. Ooh, that black?
Did he even hit the red?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think it's 1 free shot, 1 visit. I think. We're stretching a bit here, Dean.
I'd have been tempted to kick the red up table. Not that you should need to.
No, you shouldn't need to.
Old habits die hard.
Just getting the red out of the way, yeah, that was a... Yeah, there were a few players that still play that shot, wouldn't they? Sometimes you can overthink it.
Yeah.
Dean, great chance now. Getting to within 1, getting into the quarter-finals. You've got to say it's another chance missed there from Liam Roberts. That's why he left the red there, so he could use it to hold for the black.
Yeah, and Liam had done all the hard work there, hadn't he? Right till the end. And it was just that last shot. Second to last red. On the hill. 7-3 Dean Shields. But this has been hard graft. Hand-to-hand combat. Nothing coming easy for either player.
Frame away now, Dean Shields. Can he go on and just get that front frame that he needs now? As I said, Ross Fernie waiting for the winner of this one. Have we seen what's his last shot? Or is he going to get another chance? Dean Shields to break in frame number 11. Good break, good connection. Has he got a ball? He hasn't. It's dry. And Liam is back to the table again. Surely all the Liam fans are shouting at the telly. Go on, Liam! You can imagine. Just want to make a game of it, and you never know. Just got to keep in there, haven't you? He's got to cut these mistakes out, though, if he wants any chance of winning this match.
He has had his chances, certainly to make it a closer match. But everything looks harder when you're struggling.
Yeah, with the chances he had, he could be 7-3 ahead himself, definitely. But just hasn't taken them. Oh, he's got the angle he wants.
No, didn't want to be straight. He was looking at leaving an angle there to move the red next to the yellow.
Feel like he might have to come back to getting that out on the top cushion. There's no wrong with that. Oh, the longer you leave it, sometimes it can come back to bite you. Oh, he's had no choice. Still needs a good positional shot. Even that. Yeah, I like this, but has he overrun the pace again? He has, hasn't he? So he's had the second attempt at trying to get the angle. Not quite on it again.
No, I think he tried to hit the back of the yellow there. If he catches the back of the yellow, he would have left an angle. But once again, looks like he's straight. And you don't really want to be trying to bust that red out last couple of balls.
Well, this is what you call eggs all in a basket. It's really, how's he going to get round here, leave himself an angle? There's a bit of traffic in the way as well. Can he get going that way round? Can he leave himself the right angle? Got enough pace? Has he left himself the pot? If he has, it's straight. Yeah, that was tricky. I feel like this frame is getting away from him.
Yeah, made multiple attempts to land on this red with an angle.
So Dean, is this your chance now to close this match out? I feel like he's not going to get many more better chances.
Now if he takes this first ball out. Wants to get down onto these two balls close together, other end of the table, which is what he's done straight away. You won't get the balls in a better position than this to win a match at this level. Plays this shot. He can land on any three of these balls, playing it the way he's played it. So, last two yellows, one to either middle, black in the corner for an 8-3 victory. Certainly the stronger of the two players for me, Mark, in this match.
Yeah, he had that very good start, you know, go 2-0 up, and that's been the difference really. And there's, been errors from both players. Liam won't, be a little bit disappointed the way that it's performed on the TV stage. Dean Shields, he'd be delighted into another quarter final, and he's going to be up against Ross Fernie. What a match that's intending to be.
Yeah, just be relieved to get through there, will Dean. Just a few positional errors really, early on.
Yeah, not too much at all. It's Dean Shields, he's into the quarter-finals. That was our chairman, just getting loosened up to interview our winner, Dean Shields, and I'm sure they're going to be ready very, very soon, especially now he's loosened up. Let's get over to Kev Barton, who's talking to our winner, Dean Shields.
Thanks, guys, and I'm delighted to be joined by Dean Shields. Shootout Shields after that performance. Maybe not quite the heights of the shootout, but the win's the win and through to another quarter-final.
Yeah, a win's a win, that's the main thing. Wasn't the best performance, I don't think, but just got to take the positives. I took, I'd say, 75% of the chances that I had, so can't complain.
Was a little bit of the going into the unknown against Liam? He's one of the new pros. Came with a big reputation at the end of last year, #1 ranked amateur. Probably not got off to the fast start he was hoping in the pro ranks this year. So was it a bit of one of those unknown, not really knowing what to expect?
Not really. I think it was because I drew him in the Worlds and he beat me, and I'd never seen him play before, and I was like, oh, happy days, mate. Not that I played like that, but I'm thinking I've got a good draw, and then he was unreal. He played amazing that day. So I was certainly on it. I've actually played him before as well on an international, like to get my second game. So I've played him a couple of times. So it wasn't a case of I didn't know what he was about. He's a very attacking player, which I like playing. So not so much unknown, but still, I just had to focus and take my chances.
So, whilst you said you took 75% of your chances in the match, where would you say your game is at overall? Are you happy where it's at?
Strangely, coming into this tournament is the opposite to how I've always been in the past. It's like I'm in such good form, I feel, and my first round last night was terrible, and I was just scratching my head like, what's going on? I've come into tournaments before thinking, I'll see if I can get a win, and then I've played okay. So I don't know whether I'm putting pressure on myself, thinking that this is your chance. You're playing really well leading up to a tournament, and I say I did want to get a win eventually.
Yeah, that was a tough squeak against Nathan Bridges last night, 8-7. We saw you after the match, and it just shows, if you're not 100% on your game, any player in the rankings can turn you over.
Oh, definitely, and obviously there's different styles of players as well. I think Nathan's one of the old guard where if you make a mistake, he's not going to just try and clear up and win. He's going to torture you for a little bit, and and I was certainly feeling it quite late last night. Thankfully I got over the line there, and just hoping to pick up round by round.
Into another quarter-final. We're not going to ask you the usual question about, what would it mean to win the title, because I know you're going to give you a pretty corporate answer. But I guess, what have you got to do differently to get over the line this time?
It's a golden question, that, to be honest. I think most of the times that I've been to 3 finals now, and 2 of them I don't think I've had much of a chance really, and sometimes just on the day you don't get a chance. So one of them was my first one where I threw it all away. I felt every chance I had I messed up, and I don't know. I think it's just a case of just being consistent. If I can just keep a base level that I'm happy with, and I'm not throwing a bad mistake in, or for me, I've been working a lot on pattern playing and staying focused. When I get to a point where I think, right, I've got the frame here, and not just going on, 2 shots later, oh hang on, I'm out of position. It's staying focused when you think that they're easy. That's where I've struggled before. I've done the hard work. I made the hard ball. Like single ball potting's pretty good. I do the hard shot to get in, and then I might lapse in concentration, thinking, right, it's my break next, or and all of a sudden you've thrown it away. So I think just playing sensible for every shot, giving every shot its credit that it needs.
And overall, enjoying the event, the atmosphere, it's been really electric in the around the arena. There's so many people about, isn't there?
Yeah, it's hectic. Wherever you go, you're struggling to get a bit of space. There's so many players. It's great to see the IPA doing so well.
Dean, well played. Good luck in the quarter-final later on. Shootout Shields takes his place in yet another quarter-final. Marc Pickworth, is it time for Dean Shields to shine?
Well, we're pretty critical of the way that Dean's played in that match. We didn't see the best of Liam Roberts either. It was a tricky one. It was hard to get over the line. The balls, the way that they broke out, it was hard to get momentum. So maybe, I'm going to say no at the moment, but if he starts producing the quality that we know he's got the quality, and he can go deep in this tour, there's no reason. He's still in good spirits. You could saw a little bit of frustration in that match when he was sat down, having a bit of a talk to himself about making the errors here and there. So he needs to try and get that out of his rhythms, and that to try and get himself back into where because when he does focus, he's a very, very, very good player.
I guess it was a bit of a funny match for Dean. It's the last 16, you're not really at the business end yet, and he's playing someone he's probably expected to win against. and he was probably on a bit of a hiding to nothing really with that match, wasn't he? But he's got the result and he's in the quarters, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I said that Liam, he's free rolling again, and Liam's already got the better of him in the World Championships in the first round. But yeah, it was another tricky tie for Dean. He had something to prove, and he stuck in there, had a good start, and got over the line. But it's one of them banana skins matches against Liam Roberts, and but he'll be pleased he's in the quarterfinals, and he's got a tough match next against Fernie, where you think this is where he's going to really step up his game.
Yeah, it certainly has. You can see the draw how on screen there, how it's developing, and at the top of the screen there, Marc Boyle, that 8-2 victory over the pro number 1 Marc Farnsworth. He'll be lining up against Dan Davies shortly on one of the outer tables. But coming up next, it's that second quarter final, Gareth Hibbott and Liam Dunster. We've got the former world champ, or 2 former world champs going head to head. And the winner will play the winner of the Boyle Davy match, and then you can see the bottom half of the draw there, Ross Fernie against Dean Shields. That is a delicious matchup. And Tom Barley, who crushed Dan Wiley 8-1, he will be playing the winner of Clint Iansa's match. He was playing Scott Anderson. They've just got underway, so. Will the world champ be taking his place in the quarters? All that to come. But coming up now, Gareth Hibbott, Liam Dunster. So anyone that's new to the stream, Mark, new to blackball, new to the IPA, and is just tuning in for the first time to watch these two players, can they expect?
Well, Gareth Hibbott, it seems like he's been around a million years, one of our senior players. I'm not going to give his age away here on the stream, but he plays phenomenal talent. Liam Dunster, one of the up-and-coming players. He seems like he's been about for years as well, but he hasn't. He is still at a very young age. Liam Dunster, there's a bit of a difference in contrast to styles. You've got the Hibbott that is very, very attacking style-minded. With Dunster, he's got that methodical way that he goes about it. But what you'll see about Liam Dunster, the way that he goes about his patterns, routines, it is absolutely pinpoint perfection. He just makes the game look so easy. We're in for a mouthful.
It's a classic. It's an IPA classic. It's coming up next. Our referee, Brian Moss, he's just getting the balls ready. So I think it's time to get over to the comms box and Andy Richardson.
Yep, thank you, Kevin. So, third matchup this afternoon on this live stream. And once again, Gareth Hibbott, Liam Dunster. Worthy of a world final, we keep saying it. Some really great matchups so far this weekend here in Coventry on the IPA Tour. And it's Gareth Hibbott who's won the lag and elected to break. So, Gareth, ultra aggressive player. And that's a great break to start with. Fantastic break. He's made 3 balls in the same pocket. So, first 2 matches up. We had fireworks the first match. Hand-to-hand combat the second match. Fighting through it. What's this one going to give us? And I'm joined in comms by Marc Pickworth.
And Andy dashed in here from the studio. And then we are still doing, I've just been informed we're still doing break of the day, and that was a decent break, Andy, was it?
It was a good one.
We'll bring that right up. Any results that will come into the end of the broadcast. We'll let you know who wins that.
Yeah, certainly in line, along with many other breaks today. Marc Boyle, obviously, thunderous, several thunderous breaks in his match. But Smart Rack break of the day. I'm sure there's going to be a contender in this match at some point. And just as I say that, unfortunately, Gareth played a bad one there, loose one. He's just drifted and stuck on the back of the yellow.
Yeah, a little bit careless there. A lot of things at stake here, though. Quarter-final, the professional event. Race to 9 now. It's heating up.
Yeah,
what a shot!
I was about to say to you, if you had to pick somebody to pull you out of the, this would be the man. And what's he done there? Has he fouled it?
Must have fouled.
Well, What a great pot that was.
It was.
That busy admiring the pot, we didn't see that.
Whether he's touched the yellow close to it or one just it was queuing over it. Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Just touched it with his cue.
What a pot that was as well.
Oh, it was made hard by his miscalculation of his positional play. It was an absolute dream start with this dream split. It's now turning into looking like a frame winner for Liam Dunster. Just developing a yellow. Just getting it away from the other one.
First frame of this match. Obviously Gareth had the break. Liam will be absolutely delighted to get an opportunity.
You feel like now the ball that he played at the very start with his free shot, Andy, the one that's on that right hand cushion. It's not quite on the right hand cushion, but the one just above the black on the right hand side of it.
That is the ball of the four.
Yeah, and that was the ball he played first.
Yeah, when he played it, I did think he didn't really promote that yellow well, did he? And it shouldn't be a problem for him. It's not an issue. But it's the one ball that he's had to think about.
I don't think he's absolutely perfect on this one in the corner now to try and stun up through the gap. I think he's having to probably play off, come back across the cushion. It's too much of an angle, unless he can stun this up past it. He's getting away from him. Second time that we've seen Liam on this stream table.
So does he take the ball down the rail to the black pocket? Yeah, I feel he has to. Natural angle out.
Nice shot. Yeah, just trying to keep it as simple as possible. I mean, he's not been in prime position in this opening frame. Especially when he had the one free shot, one visit. Oh, if he gets the job done, takes this early lead, and he'll be breaking in the second frame. And all is good for Liam Dunster. Great start. Couple of balls away yet though.
Punch the yellow into the corner. Back off the side cushion. Out for perfect position. Long straight 8 to open proceedings in this quarter final. There we see it. Stops the white dead. So, great break there from Gareth Hibbott. 3 balls in the same pocket. And for all intents and purposes, looked like a clearance, and he just landed out of position, didn't he? Look at this for a break. So 3 balls all fly in the corner.
That's unbelievable. Yeah, flew in there. Latest score, Clint Ianson Max, Scott Anderson 2, Clint Ianson 2. That's just been playing on with the outer pro tables. First look at the Liam Dunster break coming up. Doesn't get too much power on it. Obviously the cup break, you don't get as much power as Marc Boyle. What you do see, I mean, he seems to like just put a ball off the side ball and pots a ball every time. He's just something that he's worked at.
Yeah, you get the impression that he reads the rack. Yeah. That he's got. He intentionally knows which balls he's targeting. Whereas somebody like Marc Boyle, it's the aggressive control power. He more or less floats them open. But a great break.
Yeah, he's going to have a shot at either colour set here. It's not a bad contact. I mean, if anything, he's a bit more power in it than he normally does. Remember Liam's first match on here beat Corey Reese 8 frames to 5. I really thought that one was going to go right down to the edge. It didn't quite turn out that way for Corey.
No, this is a tester for an opening shot here to take the colour suit that he wants. Looking at this long yellow, but he's looking at trying to top the cue ball through. He'd like to get low underneath the black 8 ball. But this needs to be struck well.
Something like that.
Perfect.
He manages the shot clock so well. He just has his own personal routine. He knows when to get down for the shot. He knows when to execute. Never seemed rushed.
No, shows no emotion. Plenty of top spin. And he's left that yellow there up by the black 8 ball. So position on the 8, you would think, would be no problem. Just the yellow in front of the 2 reds. Just needs to work out when he gets on that.
That's what he's working out now. I think he can draw this back and get somewhere near the middle pocket. That'll be an option. It's just about whether he's got enough room to make sure the cue ball misses the red.
And ideally, he would like to be something like straight on the last yellow.
If anything, they can just stun around the back of the black. He'll be perfect, wouldn't he? It's just about working out now where he needs this cue ball. I don't think we're going to see the cue ball move too much. We'll draw it back 6 inches, but not even that long, 4 inch.
Yeah, just made sure he wasn't under the rail, under the cushion. So there you see, looks like he's going to take this into the corner. This soft screw off the bottom behind the black. That's what he's just lined up. That's what he's playing. Striking low on the cue ball. It's not a lot of pace, but there you see, soft screws it. He's straight on the 8 ball into the corner. Looking ominous already, Liam Dunster.
Yeah, I said in the studio to Kev, his positional play is right up there with the very, very best indeed. Doesn't make the game look too difficult, keeps it as simple as possible. 2-0 ahead. Deservedly 2-0 ahead as well. Punish Gareth for that mistake. A positional mistake from him. 2-0 ahead. There's the world champion, Clint Jansen, 3-2 ahead at the moment. Looking like 4-2 there, Andy. Is at the table.
Just position on the last red.
That's Dan Davey on the table above. He's obviously just started his quarter-final match now. He'll be playing Marc Boyle. So I'll keep you up to date with that one as well. I think that's just started. Gareth Hibbott break. Oh, I was going to say how nothing dropped in the middle, and then all of a sudden this ball's dropping all over. But look at the cluster in that left-hand middle. Yep, that is the other quarter-final started. Marc Boyle and Dan Dave currently 1-0 to Marc Boyle. So they're playing on that next table to Clint Jansen, which is a last 16 match against Scott Anderson.
Yeah, Gareth looking at this plant, yellow onto red. He would be developing the two other reds in the cluster there. Wouldn't be absolutely certain of the path, but you feel that he'd have a good chance of opening those balls up. But that makes a lot of sense. Would have been the most difficult ball probably to land on. Certainly this end of the table.
Ladies Elite semi-final, that's still going on. Ashley Bird 4, Jenny Lawson 5. The winner of that will be playing Deb Burchell. That will be shown live on this TV table. It's scheduled for 6 o'clock. Everything would depend on how the other games go as well. So I'll keep you up to date with that. Just a few more frames. Race to 7, remember them ladies matches. Ladies amateur and the ladies amateur and the men's amateur, that's currently going off on the outer tables as well. Battling away to see who's going to be competing in them finals, which will take part tomorrow. Off the Gareth Hibbott break. It's just about, just needs to make sure it doesn't overhit this or hit it at the wrong angle. But that clock's ticking down. And a nice controlled running bit of side shot there. Just to slow the cue ball down. This could go wrong. Just needs to control it nice, and control it nice he does. He had to hit that red into the far end part of the pocket, just so that red didn't go too far away from that pocket. And now this simple black to get a frame on the board, his first frame on the board. And there you see it, 2 frames to 1 now. Breaking clearance there from Gareth Hibbott, just to reply to the Liam Dunster one.
Yeah, first frame on the board. And he looked in that first frame when he broke as if he was going to clear up there. So it could have been 2-1 in front of this match. But could have been's no good. Liam Dunster. Robotic, sat in that chair.
Yeah, very poker face Liam is. Don't give away. Show a sign of frustration or anything. Clint Jansen did take that frame. 4 frames to 2 ahead now against Scott Anderson. So a little bit of a gap starting to appear there in that match. Marc Boyle, Dan Davey, that's a quarter-final, still 1-0 to Marc Boyle. And this, what you're watching now, is also a quarter-final. Gareth Hibbott, the Godfather, against Liam Dunster, the Duster.
So, Liam to break.
Connection, but it's dry. Chance that Gareth was hoping for. Don't seem to have split too bad here, Andy.
Well, he struck them perfectly. The cue ball came across to the side, straight back out. You can't do more than that. But Gareth really needed this for me. Even at this early stage in the match. You don't want Liam Dunster taking a lead. And the fact that he let that first frame slip to get a chance back at the table for parity and the break, it's massive. Played that well. Can just run through here if he chooses. Take the red just above the baulk line. He has done. He's just nudged that yellow onto the cushion. Just a little bit of added security should things go wrong. Slightly hampered, bridging over the yellow. He would like to leave the red over the corner pocket. The corner pocket, beg my pardon. It's the ball over the middle pocket, same side as the black, would be the ideal final red.
There is a little bit of traffic in the way around it, but surely these are the chances that are bread and butter for Gareth.
I think he takes this to corner. Yeah. He could effectively leave either ball into the middle as his last ball. Doesn't really matter. He'd back himself to get on that 8 ball from either.
Got to be careful. I mean, you'd love this red now to be the last ball into the right centre. Just drop it in. He has got that one over the other side. So, going to take a bit of navigation. As you said, Andy, there is a couple of yellows that could get in the way.
You could top through here if you chose. Top through and out. You could draw the ball. It's all about the line. All about the line, and he almost, just for a second there, thought he was going to stick himself behind the yellow.
Yeah, I think once he drew it back and he did it over the top end, you know, he was always safe, and that is a good clearance off the Liam Dunster break. Well, Liam Dunster break, not the Duster. Liam Dunster break.
Just what he needed. To a pace. And it's Gareth to break.
Yeah, and we know how the Gareth Hibbott break's been working at the moment. It's been pretty much incredible. And if it weren't for that poor positional shot in the opening frame, it would have been perfect so far.
Very high standard, as we would expect from these two great champions. Great to see Liam back, playing at his best.
Back in the IPA Pro ranks, back competing. He's going to have a mammoth task. Gareth Hibbott has nothing gone down there. Didn't get his normal power, I don't think, but the ball split up. That was a fact.
So both players falling foul of the no ball down from the break.
I'm trying to do whatever I can. Just trying to find out. The game is still live, still continuing. Well, I believe it is. I don't think we've stopped for any of that. Oh yeah, the game has stopped. Yeah, 100% it has stopped. Yeah, so we've just obviously stopped the game. We just need to find out what's underlying that problem. But we'll be back right to you very soon. Hopefully you can all hear me loud and clear as well. I know I can hear myself out loud and clear. Well, looks like we're resuming. The guys have got on top of it very quickly. Well done to the high-vis team. Always on the ball, these boys. Live TV, eh? We love it. Hope all of you are enjoying the coverage back at home. Hope all the pictures are coming to across you in great style. The great, I think it's 4K style, I think it's called now, isn't it? Don't want to get too technical. Oh, we're back on. Evenly poised, 2 frames apiece. Just seen this dry break from Gareth Hibbott. That's a very rare one as well, dry break from Gareth.
So there's a red that does look as if it's stuck to that yellow middle of table. Even if that is the case, it wouldn't take much moving. Doesn't appear to pass to either middle. Well, Liam's taking a close look. Well, he must feel it passes. He's had a couple of chances where he could have moved this ball if he needed to. So yeah, must pass. From the overhead here, doesn't look like it does, but it must be close.
Well, that camera angle doesn't really give a lot away, does it? It's, I think it's one of them. Does it come off the near jaw, maybe? Or does it go straight in? It's hard to tell from where we're sat. There's only one person that knows, and that's Liam Dunster, right behind the shot. Went very easy.
Heart of the pocket, as it turns out. And another clinical, very clinical finish here from Liam Dunster. Makes the game look very, very easy. And that's because he's very, very good. Plays perfect patterns. Everything measured. Masters the shot clock. I know you've alluded to that before, Marc. Very, very, very well timed. And everything, the execution.
You see it, regains the lead, 3 frames to 2 now. Off that dry break of Gareth Hibbott, so it will be Liam to break in the 6th frame. Not a lot in this yet. You just feel like if there's a little bit of daylight, then it's all about does he go on and really push on to take this match out? But Gareth's going to have a lot to say about it, especially with that break.
Yeah, you just feel the break in this game more than ever is going to be a deciding factor. Both players flowing, both deadly in open play. So balls down from the break, massive at this level, as we keep telling you. Previous 2 frames, both been dry. Gareth would love that to continue. He'd love this to be dry break number 3 on the bounce. Get himself back to the table. And Liam, the last couple of breaks, he's hit them as well as he can. Second ball down, screws to the side cushion, and effectively he's playing the cue ball back on the same path, back to where the 8 sits now. When he strikes it, see if he does the same thing this time. More or less, it's the same pattern.
He's got a ball. Look at the way that the colour sets have split.
That is a wonderful split. Really is.
For somebody that doesn't get a lot of power into the break, and it's still a very, very exceptional one. Feel like these are just dot to dot.
Probably the most difficult shot is his first, just for control of the cue ball. Can take the ball in front of that corner pocket. If he so chooses, if he wants reds. But he just wants to control that cue ball. Right, we just got a slight issue with the carpet in the arena. Sure we won't be long. Everything runs like clockwork as a rule. Just a couple of issues in this this match. And there you see it, the Liam Dunster break. It's all about the timing when Liam breaks, I feel. He's not looking to hit them any harder than that. He thinks he's found a sweet spot. And there we are. Plays the ball over the corner. Just made sure of the right position. It was just the cue ball there. That was the only thing he had to do. to leave himself in perfect position. Well, looking like 4-2 from where I'm sat. Very rare that you see anybody of Liam's calibre make mistakes in a situation like this. And this is the reward for that break. Fantastic split. There was an argument for either colour set. It was that good a split. Liam continuing to make the game look so easy. Very deliberate. Not a flamboyant player by any stretch. But on the rare occasion that he does run out of position, he's a fantastic shot maker as well. Supreme control of the cue ball. It's this simple red to middle, to 8 to the opposing middle, and it's looking like 4-2 Liam Dunster. Fantastic stand-up once again.
Yep, 4-2 it is. That was a really good break there from Liam. The colour sets fell out. There's the two matches going off. One's the last 16, Clint Ianson, Scott Anderson. 5-4 now to Clint Ianson. The other match just above them is Marc Boyle against Dan Davey. I think that was 1 apiece, I think it was. 2-1 to Marc Boyle now, just been told. Oh, there you see. World champion, Clint Ianson missed that one into the top right hand corner. Bottom right on your screen. Giving a chance to Scott, he's not wasting any time against the world champion. Looks like Scott's going to be levelling up that match at 5 frames each now. Remember, that one is a race to 8. This one is a race to 9, as is the Boyle Davey match as well. 4-2 to Liam Dunster. Gareth Hibbott to break. Has he got a ball? He has got a ball. He's back in business.
Back in business, and look
Needed
at this.
That.
Yeah.
Needed that.
Look at this for a layout. Contender there for the smart rack. Break of the day. Thumped him.
I think he'll be on it all the way because he's got such a thunderous break, hasn't he?
Look at these reds. Look at these reds.
These are dreams. Frame number 7. Hibbott needs to go on and just make sure he clears these up, get within 1. So we do a race to 9 in the quarterfinals, race to 9 in the semi-finals, and then the final, a race to 10. Who is going to be picking up the UK professional title from tonight? Scheduled for 10:15. We'll get it on earlier if we can, if all the matches allow. Or will it be a little bit later on? I think we're in for some late night action, late night drama. Make sure you stick with us all the way through. We're not going anywhere. I don't think we're even going to give any dinner breaks to anyone today. We're going to be ruthless. Yeah, I'm getting some real cruel sounds in my ears now about not giving out any breaks, but we'll try and keep you the coverage as long as we can.
Yes, Marc and Gareth had attempted there to drop down table, and unfortunately just overrun slightly. Left himself far too thin a cut to corner. So he's had to reroute here, and what looked like a simple enough clearance, well, it's got tricky.
What you normally see these top players, Gareth, Liam, when they do go out of position, they do get back into it straight away. So this is imperative that he stays in. He's held it. I think he's okay. It's tight, that is. I tell you what, if he has held that as a positional shot,
I believe he has.
It's a great positional.
That was a very, very, very good shot. Much harder than it looked. Extreme check side. And on these tables, they slide so much, very difficult to execute that properly.
So this black into the right centre. Get within one. It's on its way. It is down 4-3 now to Liam Dunster. Still, obviously, they're one frame behind. Liam Dunster to break next, so he's one off serve, as we always say. So we'll be relying on a Liam Dunster dry break. Stone-faced Liam Dunster is. Not giving anything away to his opponent. Just going about his work here. Referee Darren Maidman just making sure they're all fairly racked together. Marc Boyle's taken the other frame. Oh, so Scott Anderson didn't go level there. Clint Jansen took that frame, 6 frames to 4. What I was thinking it should have been 5-all. He's now 6-4 to Clint Jansen, 2 frames away from getting himself into the quarter-finals, where Tom Barley is awaiting the winner. Back to this match, Liam Dunster to break. 4-3 ahead. And a breaking clearance in the last frame that he broke. Is that going to continue? Struck him well. He's got a ball as well. Now they're coming out. Just a black in it. It's
there's a dodgy yellow on the side as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you even look at reds, the red that's gone near the black as well. There's work to do.
Once again, plenty of movement. The pack there, explosive. So opening ball. Yellow's looking, well, it's awkward. The yellow on the side cushion is definitely an issue. The red behind it stops it being a double. It's probably too near to the pocket anyway to double into the other double, over the middle, should I say.
And the yellows, that's just nicely dropped. Very clever little shot that. Didn't move that over yellow out the way as well. So the yellow that's near the black then, Andy, does that pass into the bottom right hand corner? I think it possibly does.
I think it probably does, but once again, not clear to us.
The obvious problem, the one on the left hand side, just there below the middle pocket. It's going to need a little bit of position, whether you play on it or whether you try and get it out. For me, well, he's going to have to play on it. There's not too many balls around that area to be getting it out.
Yeah, I think he plays on it as well.
Confirmation of the other quarter-final score. Marc Boyle 3, Dan Davey 1.
I think we could just see there when we panned out that I think Dan Davey, that will have been his first frame. He was clearing up as we took a look.
3-2 it is. So all these matches pretty closely contested at the moment. Really no signs of who is going to be getting into the next round just yet. Still one last 16 match being played. Clint Jansen, Scott Anderson. That's currently 6-4 to Clint.
And the last shot previous to the one he's just potted absolute perfect position on the ball down the rail. Not interested in trying to bump it out. Backed himself to get prime position. And that was really the main obstacle in this frame for Liam. And we're presuming the yellow does pass to the same pocket.
Again, he needs to be making sure he gets this in such a way he can leave himself to get on the final black. Oh, he doesn't look too happy with that, I don't think. He got an angle to... Do you feel like he's got to play the cannon and push in the black?
Yeah, he needs to hit the 8, but he doesn't want to push it to the cushion. That's the problem.
Really too thin, otherwise he might not have a shot.
He maybe wants to top this in. Quarter ball on the 8, just to push it past the red, delicately, just like that.
Perfectly executed.
Beautiful. Solid.
Break and run out for Liam Dunster. 5 frames to 3. 4 away from getting into a semi-final.
1 visit pool at the moment.
Just as we switch over to the other camera shot, Scott Anderson, he's pulled a frame back. 7-4 it says up there. Does that mean that's 7-5 now? He must have quickly fired. They've had 2 quick fire frames, haven't they? It is 7-5. Wow, reeling them off. Clint only 1 frame away, and he's breaking. Frame number 13. Marc Boyle. That match is now 3 frames apiece. Levelled it up. Dan Davey as the number 8 seed. But we've just seen how well Marc's played against Marc Farnsworth and the way that he's been breaking off. Earlier against Marc Farnsworth, it was just incredible. Isn't it? It was unstoppable. So we'll have a look at another good breaker. Gareth Hibbott, the godfather. Trailing 5 frames to 3. He needs a ball. He's not going to get one. Has he left anything easy? Reds is probably the easiest pot. When I say easiest, it's still tricky. Red into the left centre maybe.
He deserved a ball there. Just not happening at the moment.
Both colour sets are not easy in this frame, number 9.
Yeah, I feel red's probably the better of the 2. But the opener, far from easy.
Yeah, didn't really have a lot of option there, Liam. Just tried to pretty much handed the table over to Gareth, and well, you've left him, you get him. He's put the cue ball in such a place, he's not leaving him a shot either.
Yeah, it was a clever shot, wasn't it? Push the red onto the side cushion. Gareth has nothing to go at here. Is he looking at a yellow onto yellow off the red into the corner? Adventurous. Very, very tricky first shot. But if he did, he'd open all yellows up. And you see him playing this though, Marc, really? Well, I think he is. Yeah. That's what he tried. Some way off.
Yeah, again, got rushed into the shot, and that's all he had on, really. Still not really opened this frame up. It's not a clear opportunity for Liam here, but you feel that as he's at the table, he's going to get some sort of control of this frame. At the very least, you know, whether he does go on to win it from this opportunity or not, you just feel like he's going to get in control of it.
Does the yellow on the cushion pass the red into the corner? If not, he could play yellow off red if he felt it was necessary.
Not sure about that one. That's a very loose shot for Liam, and that's the first loose shot we've seen from him in this match.
And he can count himself fortunate, really, because the yellow that he's on, as intended, has given him the perfect angle to release the yellow that he just effectively killed.
Just saw the latest score on the top left-hand side of your screen there. Scott Anderson's pulled another one back. So that was off the Clint Jansen break. So looks like Scott Anderson, he'll be breaking in frame 14. Is going to go to a 1 frame decider. Keep you up to date with that one. So, good shot there from Liam. Give himself a bit of work to do there. But he's okay now. Okay, probably a little bit short of pace from being perfect.
The yellow nearest the red, causing him some problems here. So he's elected to go up table.
Played it well.
Fantastic shot.
Back in prime position now.
Yeah, played a loose one earlier in this clearance, but straight away had to reroute, bumped the ball out, and that last shot, classy little number that was. Slow spun it off 2 cushions for absolute prime position on his second to last yellow. Gareth would have had a glimmer of hope there when he blocked that yellow earlier. Just not sure what angle Liam has here. He's obviously not straight, or he would have been down by now. I think he's okay, but that was almost a snooker. It must be close. If it is extremely tight, he could play with a trace of side and just throw this in. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets it in the heart of the pocket. Taking his time though. May just select a little bit of right hand spin. Makes it a bigger pocket. And there we see, heart of the pocket.
And there we have confirmation. The next matchup will be the Ladies Elite Final. I don't think that match is finished yet. Let me have a quick look. Well, that match there, the Scott Anderson, Clinton Ianson, currently 4-3. Dan Davey ahead now. 7-6. Clinton Ianson's ahead. Yeah, we do have the Ladies Elite final. Ashley Bird has beaten Jenny Lawson 7 frames to 6. Gone all the way down to the decider. That'll be the next matchup that's scheduled for 5 o'clock. So that'll be coming up next. Keep you up to date. Well, that's all going to pan out. Back to this match. Liam Dunster 6-3 ahead now.
Another great break. Yellows? You could choose either colour set here.
You could. I mean, obviously the black is covered by that yellow in terms of the centre. But yeah, there is options for both colour sets, definitely. Have a look at that break again. Finally got there for you in the end.
Yeah, once again, struck them perfectly. Screwed off the side, back into the pack. And no real clusters. The only cluster are the same suit, reds. 3 balls over the middle. So yeah, you could go either way here. As you can see, the red does pass the yellow into middle, if you wanted to do it that way. Which would open up the pocket for the black to middle. When Liam is breaking like this, it's just so difficult to see him make an error. Even when he runs slightly out of position, he's so clever at finding something to reroute.
Where he'll be opening up the middle pocket. Got to be careful that yellow that he doesn't just catch the jaw. He wants it to glance past the jaw and just go down towards the side cushion if he is going to be thinking about opening up the pocket. Feel like this is a good opportunity to do that. That's what he wants to do. Yeah, that's why he's played it with a bit of pace. He didn't think he could play it in there with enough angle to glance that yellow down, past that jaw, down the cushion. Still a little bit of work to do, a little navigation work to do.
Yeah, may elect to drop down for the red into the middle where the black goes. It's one of his options. He could draw out if he chooses. Yeah. And yeah, that's what he's done, yeah. So, dropped low. Maybe a touch further than he wanted to, ideally. Would have loved to have been straight. Which would have left him a simple red to drop in the middle. He may well still be able to get that angle.
Been informed. Scott has missed his last yellow, and now Clint's at the table, and he's looking like getting himself into the quarterfinals. Keep you up to date with that. Back to this match though. Well old from Liam Dunster. Looked like he just, glanced a bit out of position. Got himself back. There's confirmation of that result. Clint Jansen 8, Scott Anderson 6. So Clint Jansen into the quarterfinals. He's going to be up against Tom Boyle. At the moment, there is a big lead opening up here on Liam Dunster. 7 frames to 3 now. It's going to be Gareth to break next, but what can he do? Stopping this roller coaster from Liam Dunster happening.
Yeah, Gareth's break let him down a couple of times. He's not done a lot wrong. Well, he's done very little wrong. He's been frozen out effectively. And there we see Dan Davey continuing to try to dodge the commentary box.
Yeah, he is, but he's 4-3 ahead there against Marc Boyle. You know, we saw Marc Boyle in our first stream match today, playing Marc Farnsworth, and it was one-way traffic and a superb performance from Marc Boyle. Masterclass was the word. That's a great break. Is he on a ball? I think he is. I think he's okay.
Yeah, both red and yellow to middle go.
Number 11, and he definitely needs to get this in the front. He don't want to be going 5 frames behind.
So, is he taking reds? Just runs through here for the red next to it. And you can see the pattern here. Red to corner, red to middle. It's all about the second to last red. There we are, just tops it through.
Yeah, needs to keep this simple. He's going to have a bit of traffic to navigate through. Even himself going from top of part of the table back down.
Yeah, drop this in, or screw it back, leave an angle. See what he chooses to do. Yeah, I thought he would. And he's going to be drawing off the side rail, side cushion, and he's heading down to something in line with where the black would be when you rack the balls. That's one of his options. Like to go a little lower than that if he can. But anything but on the cushion is good. That's great.
I think he's just got enough angle just to come up off the side cushion and then play the simple black into the right middle. Oh, he's underdone that though. He's quit on that. Just de-accelerated, hasn't he? Is that just down to a bit of table time? He has been sat down in his chair a while, admiring Liam playing.
Yeah, he did look like he had an angle there. We thought he'd be stunning up off the side.
And frustration is creeping in to the Gareth Hibbott side.
Yeah, screwed back, but obviously not the path that he was looking for.
He's missed a couple of chances in this match. Seems to be the big difference at the moment. Can't afford to be giving Liam Dunster chances like this.
Certainly not with a 7-3 lead in a race to 9. So does he just... Right, there we see. I wondered whether...
I think they both go.
They both go, and he can get prime position on the ball on the rail if he chooses. Several ways he could have gone. But the one thing with Liam is he always goes the easiest. Superb pattern play. So, electing to take the ball on the side cushion. Centre of the pocket. A rare facial expression there from Liam. Could go one of two ways here. Argument for either yellow, but I like this one. Decides to switch round and go. He could have gone either way, definitely.
He always seems to select the correct shot, though. So
Yeah, always takes the easiest of the. He'll always play the right shot.
yeah. Play everything at the right pace, and he always leaves himself the correct angles. Quality. So simple black to go one frame away from getting himself into the semi-finals. And there you see it, 8-3 ahead now. Remember, the winner of this one will play the winner of the Marc Boyle Dan Davey match. It's currently going off on the outside tables. I can tell you that Dan Davey is now leading 5 frames to 3 against Marc Boyle, and he's currently at the table again. Is he going to be taking a 6-3 lead against Marc Boyle? Okay, I'm sure you'll all be delighted to know we're all going to be squeezing in an extra match here. So the next match isn't going to be the Ladies Elite Final, it's going to be another quarter final. It's going to be Ross Fernie against Dean Shields. That is coming up straight after this Liam Dunster Gareth Hibbott match. Liam Dunster 1 frame away, he's breaking next in the 12th frame. Here's confirmation of that Ross Fernie Dean Shields match coming up next. We're coming up to the end of this match as well. Liam Dunster is breaking now. got a ball. He's in control now. These Reds. That little delicate shot there, he just executes every shot perfectly. And that's a shot that could have gone wrong. Again, prime position. See any mistake from here, Andy? Do you?
No.
It's been a masterclass this player again from him, hasn't it?
Yeah, very dominant performance.
I think maybe one unforced error from him. I think that is it. It's been nothing. He has had a couple of dry breaks, but
you can't do anything about the dry breaks if you strike the ball well. And probably one of the errors that he done, maybe the only error he made, he corrected immediately. Punched the ball back out anyway.
Yep.
Gareth hasn't done a great deal wrong in this match. Couple of shots where, uncharacteristically, he's not got out into the position that he required. But really, the scoreline says it all. 9-3. It's been a very dominant performance in this match from Liam Dunster. He's at the top of his game at the moment. So he's not ideal on this last red, but you can't see it being a problem. You really can't. Would he like to play this into the middle if he chooses, or just stuns out and leaves it long? It's a natural angle for the black. Just one good. I say long mid-range pot for a 9-3 victory. He'll take some beating with form like this, that's for sure as well.
Yeah, not been pushed at all. When you play perfect pull, this is what you get. Dominant performance there from the Duster, Liam Dunster, against Gareth Hibbott. A couple of unforced errors there from Gareth, but you can't be too disappointed. Liam's been pretty much dominant throughout.
Yeah, the breaks made a big difference as well, didn't they? Gareth, couple of dry breaks, few dry breaks there where he struck them well.
Boyle looks like he's going to be getting back in this match. Simple black, 5-4 now. Dan Davey leads against Marc Boyle. So that match is eating up as well. Next match coming up on here, Ross Fernie against Dean Shields. Another quarter final that's coming up. Well, let's go and have a listen to what Kevin Barton is asking Liam Dunster.
Thanks, Mark, and I'm here with Liam Dunster. Liam, that was a pretty ruthless performance there.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that you need to play against Gareth. As everyone knows, he's one of the best players in the world. You've got to punish every single mistake that he makes. I think he only messed up two frames, I think. Obviously, the foul, that I didn't even see the foul. Obviously, he must have feathered the ball he was queuing next to when the ref called a foul. And the strange shot he played at the end there when he snookered himself. But other than that, he's not done anything wrong, really. He's broke well and he's played well, and I've done the exact same.
Yeah, you must be pleased with the way you're breaking on that table. I mean, you're giving yourself opportunities pretty much after every break.
Yeah, I mean that's the way it goes sometimes, and then for all I know, next match I could break the exact same for the same place, same power, same everything, and it just nothing comes out. It just on the day, it's just how it is. Yeah.
And still great atmosphere around the building, and great to be playing in that arena with the crowds watching from the side. I think most people are over here rather than from behind the players, but great atmosphere out there.
Why over here? Is there somebody good playing next or something? I don't know. No, it's good to be back. Great arena and great setup. Everything about it is top class.
So semi-final time again. What are your thoughts? The winner of Marc, Boyle, who obviously you know very well, and Dan Davey. They're involved in a pretty close tussle at the moment. Obviously, I know you won't be bothered who you play, but it'd be good to play against Marc, I guess.
Yeah, it'll be good to play against Marc. We've had a fair few good battles over the years, so yeah, it'll be good to play him again.
Okay, well, Liam, we'll probably see you on the stream table later on. Well played, and good luck in the semi-final. Liam Dunster marches on. It's like he's never been away, Marc Pickworth, and pretty ruthless performance there. Never really let Gareth in that match at all.
No, very impressive indeed. It doesn't do a lot on the table, but his pattern play, unbelievable. Positional, unbelievable. Even the way that he's breaking at the moment, it seems to have got a bit more power from somewhere, or he's implementing a bit more power, and it's working for him. The way that the balls are splitting for him, it's making the game look very, very easy.
Yeah, and a word about Gareth, not really much he could do. He just never got any momentum, a few dry breaks, and maybe one error of note, but just one of those matches, I guess.
Yeah, as you said, just one or two unenforced positional errors, and he's basically just sat in his chair and admired how Liam played. You know, Gareth, he'll be back. Obviously, wanted to try and build on tour number one, but again, he's got another quarter-final appearance. You know, he'll be boosting up them ranking points again. Very, very close at the top of them. But Liam Dunster deserves to be in the semi-finals.
Yep, he is in the semi-finals where he will play the winner of Marc Boyle and Dan Davey, who is pretty close. I think Dan was just slightly ahead, but we'll see the outcome of that over the next 15-20 minutes or so. But coming up next, we've got another quarter-final between the number 3 seed, I think, Ross Fernie and Dean Shields. This is another absolute belting match.
Yeah, we've not really spoke a lot about Ross Fernie. He's another one of the players that we've not spoke a lot. You know, he's under the radar at the bottom of the draw. Not really been on this TV table yet, so this is his first match on here. Up against Dean Shields. We've already seen the way that Dean Shields played. It wasn't his best performance against Liam Roberts, but he got over the line and he's in a quarter-final. This is heating up now. This is where the best of the best come up against, and it's basically you've got to perform from now. If you want to be picking up trophies, these are the players you've got to beat, and both of these they want to beat each other. They want to get into the semi-final. They want to have a chance of picking up the trophy.
Yeah, and just a word about Ross Fernie. Probably 6 months ago, had a real purple patch. Won silverware pretty regularly. A little bit quiet recently. Is it time for him now to get back to those levels that he was performing at a few months back?
Yeah, I mean, he's won this event, the pro event, like 3 times now, so he seems to be quite natural in it. He's normally a slow starter, Ross is, but he seems to be getting along nicely. Here he is in another quarter-final. Big match up against Dean Shields. You think in the bottom half of the draw it seems to be a bit easier than what the top half is, you know, but there's a lot of big names that's left the tournament now, so, you know, they can't win it now. Ross Fernie, number 3 seed, he'll be disappointed to lose his number 2 spot to Clint, but he'll be wanting that back, and the only way he's going to do that, he's going to have to beat Clint, who's also in the bottom half of the draw, but he's going to have to beat Dean Shields first, who's one of the most up-and-coming players, and he's getting into that top 5 of the rankings now as well.
Yeah, Dean's been a consistent performer, knocking on the door as we talk regularly about him. Has he got what it takes this week to win these type of matches that he's going to have to win if he wants to lift the title?
Well, like I said, he's got to win these type of matches against these players. If he wants to be picking up silverware, or have any chance of picking up silverware, he's got to be blowing people away like Ross Fernie, and it's not going to be easy. Dean needs to play a lot better than what he did against Liam Roberts. That is a fact, right? He needs to get that match completely out of his end. He's had a bit of a rest that period now. He now gets back onto it, and he needs to take the challenge up against Ross Fernie. This is going to be an absolutely incredible matchup.
Absolutely, and coming up after this match we will have the Elite Ladies Final. That will be between Deb Burchell and Ashley Bird. So well done Ashley in getting to the final, good achievement of her. But Deb, you know, she's made it clear she wants to win the lot this year.
Yes, I mean she's already won the first tour, beat Rihanna. She just beat Rhiannon in the semi-final, 7 frames to 3. Jenny Lawson, and nearly caused not an upset, but it was a very close game. Ashley Bird just edged it by 7 frames to 6. So Ashley's, you know, she's no stranger to getting into an IPA final. So don't be surprised if she can cause an upset. But it's a very interesting matchup. I wouldn't be surprised if Deb goes on to winning every one, because that's her character. She wants to win every final. She's not happy with 2 world titles and you know, like so many like IPA titles. She wants to win more and more. She's got so much hunger for the game. But it's going to be an incredible final against Ashley Bird, let me tell you.
It certainly will be. That is coming up after the current match. So I think the players are in the arena. They're just about ready to go. The referee, who's the referee for this one? It's Rick. Can't quite see. I've got a light shining in my eye, but Rick Lloyd. It looks like Rick Lloyd. He's just fist bumping with both the players. So I think it's time to get over to the commentary box with Andy Richardson.
Thanks, Kevin. So the day continues. Another fantastic lineup. Dean Shields. We've already seen Dean on this table today. Struggled a little, it has to be said, but was the stronger of the two in his match. Deserved the victory. Ross Fernie, yet to play on this TV table. Will that come into play? Plays a lot faster. Cushions slide more. Just having a chat there before the match starts. Yeah, interesting matchup is this. And here we are, about to lag. And I'm joined in the commentary box by our chairman, Kevin Barton. How are we doing, Kevin?
Well, they've had to get the subs in, so here I am to give Pickers a break. He's been a busy boy. So yeah, looking forward to this match. I think this is going to be an absolutely cracking match. 2 fantastic players. They really are fantastic players. Dean Shields, we talk about him every tournament. You know, he's knocking on the door, regular in the quarters, the semis, the final. Just can't get over the line. And Ross Fernie, one of the young brigade, fearless, all-out attacking play. Won several IPA titles. Been a bit quiet last few tournaments, but he looks in the mood to get back in the winner's circle. So I think this is a fascinating match.
Yeah, it is. I agree with you. And I think especially for Dean, as you've been saying regularly in the studio, he's regularly now in quarters and semis of major events. And if you're ever going to start taking home the silverware, these are the kind of matches where you've got to come through. Got to start winning these games at this stage. It's great being consistent, fantastic getting to the latter stages, but if you want to be a champion, these are the matches that you have to win. And it's no easy ask. The level is so high. And Ross Fernie, proven winner.
Yeah, just looking at that live score, latest score, top left corner of your screen, Marc Boyle, who we saw demolish Mark Farnsworth earlier. He's trailing 6-4 to a rejuvenated Dan Davey, who seems to want to do anything apart from do any commentary these days.
Yeah, I've just mentioned that in the previous match. Dodging a shift. We've had to pull the reserves in. Oh, well, there we are. So, opening break, Ross Fernie, and it's a loose one. It's a mistake. Straight into the middle pocket with the cue ball. Unforced error. Here we see the replay.
Yeah, this is one that won't be making the highlights reel for the Smart Rat break of the day. Not the start that the man from Scotland would have been looking at the start of this match.
No, and straight away there, free shot. Frees one of the reds. And the black, yeah, the black's halfway up the cushion, but no obvious traffic here. So a great opportunity to take the opening frame.
and we talk about Dean Shields, you know, if he wants to be lifting the title, these are the sort of frames that he's just got to polish up, no messing, get them in the bag, and get on with it, kind of thing, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely agree. So he can take this red into the corner. The red just below the black. Could well be his ball after that. Just depends how he sees it. And I'm with you, Kevin. These are the kinds of finishes that he needs to start getting every time he goes to the table.
Well, I didn't really see that shot, Andy.
No, I didn't either.
Not sure if... Not sure that would have been my choice. And he's leaving himself a little bit of work to do here. It's, you know, it's probably no problem getting on the red, but he only seems to be top left corner for me after this red into the bottom left. And then he's got to get the right angle to get on the black. Wow, he's slicing.
And that's the problem. Chasing with the cue ball. This is what we were saying. These finishes, he needs to be making them on a regular basis.
Yeah, that was that shot selection was a clear error. That was definitely not the right shot. Just caused himself so many problems later on. This is what he's left with now. He's got to pull out some kind of double into the centre.
Cocked that, yeah. I was looking at that myself. So, first chance was for Dean Shields. Yeah, looking to the heavens. He knows how important, especially the first frame of any match is. But he'll be fully aware of his potential. And he'll know, as well as we do, that he needs to start stamping his authority on this tour if he's going to take home the silverware.
So this is potentially just a free go for Ross. He can go for this red bottom right hand corner, yellow bottom right corner. Keep the white safe if he'd have missed. Gets the pop, and now it's his chance for the counter attack.
Yeah, with the added bonus that only one red left on the table. Nowhere near a pocket, so not under any particular pressure, even if he was to make an error. And he's going straight down for one of the more awkward balls. I like that shot.
Well, that's absolutely perfect. You can just roll this in bottom left, probably the yellow into the right centre, then the yellow in left centre, yellow top right corner. Andy, I think you'd have got these in your prime.
Oh, very possibly. I wouldn't have bet on it, I must be honest, but yeah. You fancy these, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Just as we say that, has he dropped a tad low there?
Yeah,
he's still okay, I think.
Yeah, quite skidded a bit there, but like you say, should be okay. He's a little bit short on that one.
Yeah. No issue though. Just check the cue ball slightly off the bottom cushion. There you see.
It's the first match that Ross has had on this match table. As Dean, he's had a match on it already, so yeah, Ross, it's just going to take a little bit of time, maybe a couple of shots just to get his touch, but no problems there. Absolutely perfect on the black to take the first frame.
Yeah, confident start. Good finish.
Yeah, and took the attacking option there, Andy, didn't he? You know, he could have just played an easy safety shot, but took the attacking option to finish the frame off, and Julie did.
Yeah, aggression's the key. I think Stamp your authority. Ross also will be aware that Dean will be desperate to start winning these latter stage matches, and hitting him with some aggression early on is going to pile the pressure on. Yeah, slightly strange choice of shot for me. I think for you as well, Kevin, in that first frame there from Dean, as we saw the final layout, the last three reds and black.
Yeah, that was a clear error. That was it was never the right shot, and I think that's what I don't know if that was shot clock pressure just made him pick out something that wasn't there. But as you can see there, one of the outer pro tables, Boyle, he's closed it up. I think that's gonna go all the way 5-6 to Dan Davey. Where's the white?
Straight in the corner. Here we see the replay. Strikes from the head ball, but tracks straight back into the corner.
So both players with their opening breaks straighten off.
Yeah, and it's been a rarity on this stream table today, is that? We've had a couple, but most of the in-offs have been unfortunate. They've been kicked in, been well executed breaks that just haven't gone the way of the breaker. But yeah, first two breaks, both direct into pockets, one to centre and one to corner. So they both need to tighten up there.
Yeah, nice little developing shot there from Ross, and he'll be looking to take these reds out. Just the one on the right centre, one lowest right centre that he'll just need to make sure he gets perfect position on. I think he's attacked that straight away, looks pretty good.
Yeah, just run this into the middle. He'll be leaving the red nearest the black now for position on the black, you would think.
Yeah, the poll on the chat. You all think Dean Shields is going to win, although not much in it. 53 to 47 percentages, so it's relatively close. But if he keeps making the errors like he has done in the first two frames, I'm afraid it'll be a tale of ifs and ands.
Yeah, played these well. So he's just going to screw out there to leave. Practically straight red to corner, black to opposite corner. And this is just what he was looking for. Two opportunities, two clearances. Huge pressure already on Dean Shields.
Yep, fast start from the man from Scotland. He'll be certainly feeling the better of the two at the moment, but this is a race to 9 now in the quarters. So still early days, nothing for Dean to worry about, but like you say, Andy, both players need to tighten the break up, and Dean needs to make sure that he gets that huge error in the first frame out of his mindset. Meanwhile, on the outer table, Dan Davies 6-5 up, and he's on his last red. Can he get on the black?
Is it going to the corner? Or is he leaving a double? I think it goes in the corner.
He looks to have played that absolutely perfectly. He's going to have this black, and he will be one frame away from a semi-final appearance. Oh, that's a quarter, so it's a race to 9. Sorry, apologies, he's 2 frames away.
7-5 the lead though. Is there going to be an upset? Once again, caught the jaws of the middle pocket.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy with his breaking. It's a pretty poor effort, to be honest. nothing really. I mean, I know this yellow's bottom right, but over the pocket, but nothing really else threatening a pocket.
Reds aren't looking any good, even if you want to take the first red. Yellow's definitely the better colour, but you need one in to take the yellows. Can't. Does it pass the corner, that, Kevin? Does it? Can you see that ball over the corner? Yellow?
The bottom left, I think it does have a path to it. Yeah, I think he's got a path to that. He's tucking up. No, he's playing the plan.
Playing reds.
Playing the plan.
Yeah. Going to disturb the two others, is he, at the same time? Right.
Well, I'm not quite sure what Dean's thinking at the moment, but there's some very strange shot selections that's going on through his mind. I mean,
I thought he would have had yellows there if it...
It looked on the camera shot that he could get past that. And that's forced another error.
Not the start that Dean was looking for. But going to put it out of his mind. Take a deep breath.
Yeah, I think he does need to regroup a little bit, because that's a couple of shots where it's going to have us all scratching our heads. Is that white going? Oh, that's a little bit careless there from Ross.
Yeah, not as intended. Luckily, there's a reroute. Again, not as intended. He's getting a little messy is this clearance.
Yeah, he didn't hit that one very well at all. Meant to hit those two yellows quite full in the face, but it's a little bit thin. Lucky again that he's got options, but he needs to tighten up on this clearance. Take that. I don't think it's what he planned, but I think he'll take it.
Yeah, I think he planned to be on this ball, obviously, but maybe on the other pocket. I think he's just floated over. He's on it, though. Both yellows close together near the black there, both passing to the corner. Ideally, you'd like to be on one of those two that are close together next. Just need a good cue ball, as always.
Yeah, is he going to try and get loads of right-hand side on this and spin that white off two cushions? Or is he going to dig down? This is...
I think the spin at the table, yeah, it's what you see, but yeah, spins it.
There's a spin. Played it well. Still a little bit of work to do here.
So taking the one over the corner. There's not a great margin for error here. He needs to hit this one well. Much better shot than it looked. Great recovery.
That is the best shot he's played in this match so far. That was timed to perfection. Just stroked it in. And the white did the rest. Beautiful shot there from Ross Fernie.
Yeah, and worrying times these for Dean Shields. Not played his best up to press, but another problem is that Ross Fernie came onto this table cold. Yes, he played on the outside tables, but he could have struggled early on in this match. Different playing conditions. He's in full flow here, and just as I say it, cursed him.
That is super careless. Should have been nowhere near that red. It's come round the back of it. Just got into the white a little bit too much.
Was it squeeze in the middle, off the red? Trick shot.
Don't think he'll be short of pace.
There we go. Oh!
Oh.
I didn't mean the red, I meant the black. Well, nearly called one there.
It was a good attempt, but should never have been in that position.
And that's what he was trying. The red obviously would not have been a problem had he made the black. If the 8 had dropped, would have been a legal shot. So, Ross Fernie, this is a chance you have to take.
Well, again, a little bit of confused thinking there from Dean Shields. Tried to develop both balls in one shot. That's not the shots you want to be playing at this stage. And look where the red's gone. It's just made things a little bit awkward.
Yeah, when you know that you should have opened the table up, it makes it much more difficult. If your opponent had missed and you came to the table at this situation, you'd probably think, great, I've got a great chance here. But you know you should be in a better position. It just puts more pressure on you. I mean, it's as good as he could be, really. He's recovered.
He's speeded up his Dean. I think he's just trying to get himself going in this match. Just trying to get a bit of rhythm, bit of momentum.
Yeah, very much like his previous match. Similar situation. Just struggling a little bit, and you could see him try to fighting to try and get some form. But if he can get to 2-1 behind in this, he should be delighted.
And again, I'm not sure about that shot. I think I'd have been looking to come around the back of the black there. Play it with a little bit more authority, and now what's he going to leave himself? He's going to leave himself a double at best. Is he going to risk digging down on the white ball?
It's too dangerous, surely.
Lots of pressure, shot clock pressure as well of the situation. Well, what does he fancy? Drop in the middle, or is he going for the double?
Do you think he fancies dropping in the middle?
That's what he's going for.
Or is it the cross
No,
double?
the
Cross double. Treble.
Anything?
Quad.
Wow.
What a chance he had there.
What is going through Dean Shields' mind at the moment?
Yeah, the free shot there was the thing, wasn't it? He didn't take advantage of it. Tried to develop 2 balls. Just made a mess of it. So just struggling at the moment. What a great chance that would have been to get back to 2-1.
Well, it wobbles in, but it's Ross Fernie who takes a 3-0 lead, and he shakes his head a little bit. He knows that wasn't his best frame he's ever going to play, but it's on the board. Meanwhile, Dean Shields is just going to be scratching his head. I'm not sure what he's going to be saying to himself, Andy.
No, I don't know. He's really struggling out there. It's the shot selection that's the worry. You know, you can be struggling and find a bit of form, maybe knock a couple of good clearances in, but if you're not looking at the right shots and you're struggling to select the right path, you're under it.
Meanwhile, on the outer table, Marc Boyle just managed to get that last red in, so he's within touching distance of Dan Davey. It looks like it's going 7-6. There it goes, 7-6. Looks like Dan to break. Huge moments in that match. So back to the main arena table. Dean Shields to break. Where's the white? Oh my goodness me, what is going on?
Well, the frustration, clear to see that. The anxiety, you can just see it. Trying so hard. Straight back into the corner once again.
He's normally pretty reliable on the break. He's Dean, he normally brings that white straight back, but There's a few glitches in the armour at the moment.
Look at these yellows. Again, look at both colour sets.
Well, take your pick there. Take your pick. I think I'd have preferred reds personally.
I can see why, yeah, because if you play the plant, there's a chance it can go a little bit smelly, this. But he's fine there. In fact, it's perfect. The most difficult ball. He's got a big pocket now. But again, if you just catch that ball that's in the face of the pocket, you can just leave it awkward. But both colours, I mean, you back yourself to clear both of these.
Ross using his extension. Just to remind you that players are allowed one 30-second extension per frame. Generally, the players will use it after the break if they pot one. Gives them that thinking time, work the patterns out.
So ideally here, you would like to not contact that yellow. Played it well.
It's a touch shot on this yellow top of the black to the right corner.
Do you think it can get to the side cushion and still see that plant?
Yeah, I think there's probably just enough room there, but it's going to be tight.
Yeah, it is a bit short. A little straighter, was simple. So, and again here, wants that bot, and that's the problem.
Yeah, it's gone a little bit wrong. He's still, he's still got a shot, but these plants are a little bit tricky. You can hit them a little bit thick, a bit of pressure. I think he might play the. Well, I thought he might play the yellow top of the black, just in the top left, because I think that gives him a better angle. And the shot clock there caused the problem. Missed the pot by a mile.
Once again, Dean Shields, another opportunity to get himself into this match. Is it destiny? He just seems to keep getting the chances.
Well, it won't be destiny if he keeps breaking like he is.
Needs to take this, sort the break out when he gets an opportunity, and hope that his opponent has a couple of dry breaks.
So it's going to be all about his last positional shot on his last red. He's got into that one a little bit too well.
Yeah, I think he just needs to just slow down a touch. Been trying to fire himself up, get the adrenaline going.
Well, he's got to fully commit to this next positional shot now. Doesn't want to overdo it. He's got a couple of ways he can play it. He can play it with top, or he can punch it. He can screw it back off two cushions. But he's just got to think about, he's got a big, massive area. Just anywhere to the left of the black.
Yeah, if you draw the ball, you're guaranteed a good line, aren't you? You have a larger margin for error, but you need to strike this well. That's what he's played.
Looks good, looks good, looks very good. That is the best shot of the match for Dean Shields. And that has set him up perfectly to get his first frame on the board. You can see he's trying to get himself going. He's trying to increase his speed, his shot clock time.
There it is. First frame on the board. And that second to last red. Good shot.
Both players quickly hurried out of the arena just to go freshen up. Probably just to have a little word with themselves, because even though Ross is 3-1 up, he's still not been perfect. So meanwhile, we've got the world champ Clint Ianson. He's beginning his quarter-final match. And on the other table, Dan Davies still 7-6 ahead of Marc Boyle. It looks like he's on reds.
Yeah, I think so.
Just called a referee over. Must be one of those little jabby ones. Little smile on Dan's face there. These are horrible.
Rather than me.
These are horrible. He doesn't want to play it. Yeah, Tom Barley there and Clint Ianson getting their quarter-final underway. He's just got to play the shot as Dan, and hopefully he doesn't foul. Can he get his cue out of the way in time? Looks okay. He's pleased with it.
It's a great shot if he's not left the yellow. Well,
a lot of appreciation there from Marc. Great camaraderie between the players, Andy. Obviously, you know, everybody wants to win, but you know, great camaraderie, great respect between the players. Really nice to see.
no, it is the utmost respect. All desperate to win, obviously, as we all are. We all love competing. All played in great spirit. And there we see Tom Barley, not messing about.
Yeah, definitely one of the quicker players on the tour. I know he won his, I think it was his last 32 match yesterday, about 40 minutes. And he is definitely, well, we've cursed him again, he's definitely getting closer and closer to a title. Had some good wins recently.
Yeah, he's getting stronger. Self-belief. The technique that he has, he plays so quickly. Probably puts less pressure on himself the speed he plays. The slower players often over-deliberate, thinking, well, you know, should I go for this, should I go for that? He's down and bang.
Well, that's where's the banger. The banger, Tom Barley. Good break there from Ross, but dry, unfortunately. First chance to Dean. First glance, it looks like reds.
Argument for yellows. It's the first yellow, that's all.
Yeah.
First yellow, top screen, left-hand side. He could take that if he chose to. As you say, both go. Is that what he's going for? We'll soon see.
Yeah, the top yellow.
Off the bottom rail, just kick on that. That's okay. I think it maybe just still goes. Needs to make this one count, Dean. Once again, I believe that yellow does pass. So all these balls have got pockets. And Dean, when he's flowing and confident, you were just fancying for these, wasn't you?
Well, the Dean Shields we've seen over the last 6-12 months would be lapping these up 100%. But the Dean Shields we're seeing at the moment, I'm not sure I recognise him.
Yeah, just a little bit of self-doubt crept in. Right.
So it's all about the next couple of positional shots. The red into the top, the yellow into the top right corner. That's definitely going to be his last ball. Probably the one in the centre just before that. So it's all about These two at the bottom end here. Making sure he gets onto that one into the centre pocket. He just literally wants to be right behind it, dropping it in.
Just screw off the side cushion straight out to the blue spot or thereabouts. He wants to keep running. And this is what he keeps doing.
He had another 2 feet of room there he could have got in.
Yeah, out to blue spot or thereabouts. Good square foot he could have landed in.
I think he can just
drop this in from the overhead it looks.
Where's the white? He's just got away.
Yeah, this is tricky. It obviously goes, but you don't want this, do you? Not when it should have been a drop-in.
He's clipped the red. He's clipped the red, and it is another missed opportunity for Dean Shields. So how's Ross gonna? Does that red go past the yellow?
Yeah, it looks tight. We've got the angle overhead, and it still looks tight, doesn't it?
Well, it looks like he's attacking. Could have played a nice safety from that shot, but it looks like he's attacking to me, so I think he thinks that goes.
Yeah, and also with the yellow being over the corner, any sort of one cushion escape, you're going to be close hitting the yellow. And if you were to make the yellow, you'd be on the black. So probably frightened that if he does leave an opportunity to go one cushion, could be lethal. If that red doesn't pass the yellow, and he's intending to go all out attack, what does he intend doing with the yellow over the pocket?
I think we'll know in the next 2 shots. Well, he obviously thinks it goes. It'll be interesting to see what pace he plays this at.
Needs to bring that cue ball out.
Where's the white ball? Where's the white?
Well, count himself extremely fortunate. It didn't go off in the middle there. Just caught the middle jaw. But this is tricky. Unless it passes, does it pass? Oh, of course it does. Well, he's electing to play this ball.
Yeah, played it well. Had to commit to it.
So the red up near the yellow will be the final ball. Take this into the corner, off the side cushion.
Yeah, a little touch of right hand side, just a little shiver, just to make sure that white ball is nowhere near that middle bag.
Perfect.
Yeah, played it well.
Soft screw. There you go. So, nearly scratched in the middle, nearly in and off.
But 4-1 it is to the man from north of the border, Ross Fernie, the number 3 seed. He's just getting a nice little latte there. Meanwhile, Dean Shields can only just think about what's gone on, and I'm not sure he'll be able to explain what's gone on so far. Meanwhile,
so Dan Davey, is he on yellows? Is he on reds?
I think he's on reds. It's that same frame.
It is the same frame, same 2 reds on the side cushion.
Dan Davies played a great shot there. He looks like he's in the box seat in that frame.
Gonna sit behind these 2 reds. Turning the screw.
we saw there in the other table, Tom Barley against world champ Clint Hansen, 1 frame all.
Oh dear.
Wow.
So, been going off the other middle. It's going for the full set.
This is a horror show. That's all it can be described at for Dean Shields on the break. It is an absolute horror show.
Thankfully, he's not left an easy colour set. Oh dear. Look at these.
Well, Ross Fernie, what's your preference today?
He's going reds, I think.
Yeah, pot this yellow and then. I mean, phenomenal break, but absolutely no good if you're firing the white straight in off. Not being kicked in, not unlucky, just very, very poor breaking.
And you do find when you're struggling with the break, you sort of try and give it that extra little bit of something. You tend to hit not quite square on the head ball, or not where you intend, and it's so easy to fire that cue ball into the middle or the corner pocket. And a dream layout. That was the problem. Scratch handing over the table. But Ross Fernie, he'd have had either colour there.
Yeah, always got to find, you've just got to make sure you keep your concentration with these kind of clearances. You know they're absolutely meat and drink, but very easy just to play a slack shot and all of a sudden you've just not got position and it all starts to unravel.
Yeah, I was saying the same thing in the previous match with Liam Dunster. You know, the same level of concentration every shot, no matter how easy. You've got to put the same amount into everything. Check the line and the management of the shot, everything. You've just got to get everything timed well. And it's concentration at this very highest level. That's the difference between the true elite and the great players that are just behind them.
And that is 5-1 to Ross Fernie. Dean Shields has had 3 breaks and he has scratched on 3 occasions. That is not a stat that he will be very happy with. And you can see there, coming up next after this match, it will be the ladies' final between Deb Burchell, who's made no secret she wants to do the clean sweep this year, against Ashley Bird, who's making her first final in the elite section. So well done, Ashley, great achievement. Great battle against Jenny Lawson in the semi-finals. Went to a decider. Unlucky Jenny. She had a good win against Beck Sweeney yesterday evening, so she's starting to fulfill her potential. Something for Jenny to build on there, the coming tournaments.
Frame number 7, Ross referring to break, leading 5 frames to 1. Time running.
Well, has to be said, a comfortable lead considering the way things have gone.
Well, Andy's going to be happy with those.
Yeah, struck them well. Second ball down, straight out to the side cushion, back into the middle of the pack. Red over one middle, red over the other.
Just got to work out his pattern here. This is where the players generally use their extensions, make sure they're clear in the mind how they're going to go about this finish.
So may well play the plan. That's what he's looking at. It's a delicate little shot here with a cue ball, but he needs that to bounce. I don't think it's quite a plant. If they're touching, he can throw that plant into that corner if he needs to. But I don't think they're quite touching. Is there just a little gap there? Kevin, you've got the glasses.
I think I need binoculars to see that one, Andy, but I think it looks like it just goes in off the top rail, off top knuckle.
Yeah, you'd have to kill the pace, I feel to me. Yeah. Played it well. Good cue ball. So red to middle. And then he's got a choice. He could go red to middle again if he chooses. Not sure whether the ball passes to the corner, the red, but he certainly can go middle again if that's what he's fancying. Not quite as intended, not perfect. So bridging over, it's all about this final red. Oh, that's a lovely little shot.
Yeah, judge that cannon superbly. How close does he want to get to this black? He'll just be looking to screw it. The white past that centre pocket, that's his guide.
Yeah, he can get close here, I feel. Just miss the middle. Just float it over.
Well, where's the pace?
Slow down. Slow down. Oh.
That was an edgy one. That was an edgy shot from Ross Fernie. You could see him jab at that. Lots of body movement. He's definitely feeling it out there.
So, have we got a touching ball? Right. Apparently, ref has called touching ball, so
he's going to come and try off 2 cushions to get behind this black. Thought it might have been a bit more adventurous there.
I think two cushions was the right shot. We had a better opportunity to get tucked up behind the black.
Can reveal Dan Davey has pinched that 14th frame. He is 1 frame away from a place in the semi-finals. He leads Marc Boyle 8 frames to 6. Well, where's the white? Oh my goodness me, that is so unlucky. A double kiss.
Yeah. It's hard out there. Just tried to play. His cue there, just threw his cue out. I think he thinks it maybe just sort of rolled over a finger mark maybe or something. Thinks the path of the cue ball maybe deviated. But you take that risk when you play a shot like that. Slow that length of table.
Yeah, I can't believe he didn't go for the pot. Can't believe he didn't go for the pot. So it's another one on the board for Ross Fernie. 6-1 he leads now. There was the black, easy peasy. Used his first shot just to set it up. In it went, no mistake. And the comedy of errors really from Dean Shields just continues.
Bad day at the office. Yeah, I think the white probably did turn slightly, or it maybe, as I say, a finger mark, but he definitely thought that it didn't run true. But I'm with you, Kevin, he could have played an attacking visit there. 6-1. Good break.
See, that's the break we normally associate with Dean Shields. Where has that been in the first part of this match?
Well, I think it's a case of he's so far behind now, he's thinking, right, I'm just going to make this respectable. Maybe taking a little bit of pressure off himself. which often happens. And then when you get close again, things start to turn and you feel the pressure. But at the moment, it's probably free rolling.
Nice little touch there. Just drop this in. The red that's nearest the yellow. On the centre line, on the baulk line. Probably just take that into the right middle, maybe even just off the yellow.
Yeah, off the yellow would be ideal.
So a good opportunity for Dean here. Got to clear his mind, just get the job done in this frame.
Well played. Dean's had his chances in this match. It should be a lot closer than it is, that's for sure. He's going to check this off the bottom cushion. Leaves himself along, just off straight red.
Yeah, wants to make sure he doesn't try and pinch too much of the pocket here to hold the white, which is what he tried to do. Yeah, that's the danger on those shots. And that causes yet another error from Dean Shields. He's probably played more errors in this match than he has all season. That's what happens when pressure comes on hand, isn't it? You hit them too thick, you're just trying to hold that white.
Yeah.
You end up misjudging the angle.
Yeah, you get down to the ball and you're thinking, right, as long as I don't do, as long as I just do, and it's negative thoughts. When you're flowing, you just go through those. He's nearly going off there. But stayed up. This is a toughie.
Well, he has got a shot round the back of the black. Can he pull out something stupendous? He nearly did, but the pull gods are really not shining down on Dean Shields in this quarter-final match.
So often the case when you're struggling, you run out of luck. Good escape. Very unfortunate to go into that corner pocket.
Meanwhile, Marc Boyle has pulled one back against Dan Davey. It is 8-7 to Dan Davey. What a titanic tussle they're having on one of the outer tables. And world champ Clint Jansen, he is 3-2 up on Tom Barley. It is heating up very nicely here in Coventry. And it's now just gone 3-3. Tom Barley, he's not taking a backward step to anyone.
So just needs to be careful with the two yellows near the bottom cushion. No real problem. The lower of the two just wants a good position. Yeah. Could have played it either way. Could have played the other yellow near the black first if he chose. Just screw this out. Leave a slight angle. Plum. It has to be said, Dean Shields has made this easy for Ross Fernie. But you've still got to make them. Just been a struggle for Dean. One of those days.
If he does go on to lose this match, he will be bitterly disappointed. Didn't quite hit his straps in this tournament, but he was feeling very confident coming into it. He's going to be hugely disappointed with what he's served up for us so far.
Yeah, he's a great player, and he'll be back. There's no danger of that. Just a blip, hopefully. Maybe concentration not where it usually is. And once he's made a few errors, it sort of puts pressure on him. So, straight 8 ball. Centre of the pocket.
No problem for Ross Fernie, the Riot. He goes 7-1 ahead. He's just 2 frames away from a place in the semi-finals. Meanwhile, Tom Barley edges ahead against Clint Janssen 4-3. And we can see in the other match between Dan Davey and Marc Boyle. Marc Boyle is at the table. It looks like he's on yellows. Are we going to a deciding frame? It looks like we are. Oh, yeah, look at those yellows. They are absolutely perfect.
Yeah, the yellow must pass the red into the corner, we would think.
Well, Tom Barley, he's at the table. He's on reds. He's got a chance to go 5-3 up.
7 frames to 1. Time running.
We'll keep you updated on those 2 great matches. Better break there from Ross Fernie.
Best break of the match for me, that. Best control cue ball. Control power. So straight back over the centre line there.
Yeah, that's definitely a contender for break of the day, smart rat break of the day. And if you haven't yet tried one of these new smart racks, they are the new gadgets in town, and boy do they do the job. Look at these breaks that these guys are getting.
Yeah, great triangle. Handy if you're going down the club practicing. Just fixes a little strap, fixes to your cue case. When last roll in.
That's a little bit lucky. He didn't play it that way. Didn't play it that way, that is for sure.
He's taking his time, Ross.
Tom Barley, he's storming ahead, 5-3 up against Clint Janssen. Dean Shield said in his hands, can only think of what might have been at the moment.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just having a look at this yellow down near the corner. He'll play it next if he chooses to. Entirely up to him.
Yeah, looks perfect. Just a little stun. Just draw the white back just an inch, 2 inches at most. Maybe 4 then.
Perfect. Perfect. Drops this in the middle. Straight 8 ball to the corner. This will put him on the hill. What a convincing victory this would be.
There he goes, no mistake. 8-1 to Ross Fernie. And meanwhile, we can tell you that Marc Boyle has levelled things up at 8 frames all against Dan Davey. It's a 1-frame shootout. Davey's at the table. I think we'll just stay with this frame. We'll just see the conclusion of it. Looks like it's been an absolutely classic match. I think it was Dan to break. What's he looking at? Is he looking at? Yeah, we'll stay with this frame. We'll see how it develops. Yeah, you won't miss anything on the main table. We'll bring you some the key highlights of any frames that we miss. But we want to bring you some of the best action here. 8 all. It doesn't get much more tense than that. So Dan Davey, he's had his time. He's reviewed the situation. Someone's just banged into the camera, unfortunately, but that'll settle down. Don't be feeling seasick, folks.
So it's not clear. Is this the first shot after the break? Is he electing his colour set, or is he on reds? So I don't think he's on anything at the moment. I think this may be the first shot after the break.
He's going for the double. He knows if he gets this, it's a great chance to win.
That's a great shot.
Goes. That is potentially the hard work now. He's just got to compose himself. It looks like there is possibly one tricky yellow. Yeah, he's looking at that now. Anywhere over that side of the table, and it's an easy pot, but there's a lot of pressure out there. He's tried to move it. He tried to move it.
And he wasn't far off.
And he missed it. So, at least he's still at the table and he's got another shot.
Yeah, I think he may well end up leaving that awkward yellow to his last ball now. Just depends where he lands after this. Can he drop one in the middle? We have the same picture that you do. We have no overhead for that table, so not a great perspective from where we're sitting. But yeah, he tried to move it there, definitely. Here we go.
One free shot, one visit. Time running.
Yeah, played that well. So, Dan, Davey. 4 balls and the black. But he's got that difficult ball hampered by the red in the corner. This is going to come down to some really top class touch play if he's going to run these out. The pressure is immense out there. What a victory this would be for Dan. Great player is Dan, but this would be some scalp at this stage in the tournament. I like the shot he's just played there. Played the yellow, nudges the yellow over to the corner, and he's got the angle to get out again.
Yeah, this is tense stuff. Meanwhile, on the main table, just keep you updated. Ross Fernie had a chance to go for the match. But, didn't get on his third to last red. Dean Shields is at the table, but we'll go back to that if a result's imminent.
Dan Davey here. He's just put his cue where he'd love to be. This has got to be precise. It's like, has he underhit it? Has he underhit it? Has he? Yeah, he has. Yeah, he didn't want to overrun. Very difficult shot under the circumstances.
What can he pull out of the bag here?
So does it cut? Yeah, I think it does cut, and he's looking if it cuts. Bottom cushion, left hand spin. What do you think, Kevin?
Well, yeah, he needs a little bit of luck, there's no doubt about it, but this is when you need it. This is the difference between what might have been and possibly winning the title. Are the gods going to be smiling on him? It's thin. He's
It's
glanced
perfect.
it. Where's the white going?
Snookered. Is it? Or is it? Oh, I think he might be able to. Did he just say sorry?
I think he's got a shot. I think he's got a shot. Meanwhile, Dean Shields has just cleared the frame to pull a frame back against Ross Fernie. He only trails 8 frames to 2. What can Dan Davey? It's hard for us to tell. We're seeing the same pictures you are. Is he snookered? Oh.
Yeah. So he must have called total. Obviously no gap between the two reds.
Yeah.
Would have been nice even if you play cushion first, but...
Well, Dan was world trick shot champion many years ago. Can he pull something out here? You know, I've got a feeling he's going to be really close with this, Andy. I think he's going to be close.
Well, he's got a lot of spin on this ball, which is what he needs.
Well, he's hit it, but he's not at the table, and Marc Boyle is now in control of this frame.
Frame number 11, Ross Fernie to break, leading 8 frames to 2. Time running.
Meanwhile, on the main table, Ross Fernie gets frame 11 underway. He's just broken off. He's potted a ball, so he's at the table. And like I say, we'll get back to that if a result looks imminent. But I'm sure you can understand we want to stay with this Boyle Davey 8-8 Hill thriller. Clint Ayenson there, you see in the table beforehand. He's just going to pop this black and he's going to tie things up 5-all against Tom Barley. So great battle they're having.
Yeah, Dan in escaping from that snooker. I suppose the positives you can take from it is that he's blocked the red and he is somewhere near that corner, so he has put pressure on his opponent. This needs a really good cue ball.
Yeah, it looks like Boyle's having a good think about that, so we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that frame if we get chance. It looks like it's got a few more, bit more legs in it. What do you think, Andy?
I don't know.
Do you want to make the call?
The drama. It's drama. I think it's all on this next shot. Let's see this next shot.
Well, I think we'll stay with it because we've just seen Ross Fernie miss a medium length shot into the corner. So the chance for Dean Shields to claw a frame back. So I think you're right. We'll stay with this this match on table 12. Marc Boyle certainly giving it plenty of thought. He's not going to give it anything away. He's fought his way back from 8-6 down.
Yeah, I suppose he could play the ball into the middle, but if he leaves them there, it's a good obstacle if he goes up table. So I don't know if that's what he's thinking. He doesn't really want to take that ball first. Needs to be precise.
Yeah, he just wants to leave that white ball near the centre pocket. He doesn't want to leave the one cushion escape from this side cushion. And stop the one cushion escape. Has he left a clip? Does that yellow clip in? What has he left? He's certainly left the yellow. Can he? Has he got a double into the left, into the centre of the red? What can he conjure up?
Well,
see there, Tom Barley, he's rattled off another frame. He edges back ahead 6-5. What a ding-dong battle they're having. The thing now for Dan, this could be his last chance, because Marc's reds are all like they're sitting pretty, so he's got to pull something out. I think he can maybe some sort of double into either centre pocket off either red, or a yellow double into the top left-hand corner. Oh, the pressure. Meanwhile, Dean Shields claws another frame back. He trails 8 frames to 3. So, Dan Fairway, what can you pull out of the bag? Dan Fairway?
Dan Davey.
Fairway. Dan Davey. Here we go.
This will be moving, you would think. What an attempt that was. So close.
It hit the knuckle. That was so close. That must have looked almost in from where he was at. And that could be the difference between being in the commentary box and being in the final.
Yeah. That was a great effort. Has he killed that red next to the middle pocket? Very difficult to tell from here. But yeah, I think he'd be going here for certain.
Well, he's going for it straight away. That could be a little bit tricky, you know. These can sometimes drift across the face of the centre pocket.
Well, he couldn't get any better behind it, could he? Has to be said, but I know what you say.
The problem is, close.
Yeah, I agree. The problem is he can't really take the cue ball away, can he? If he's going to make it, we can't tell from here. We have the same view.
This is a shot. Oh, it was a lot easier than it looked. So now this is just about holding your nerve. This is where the experience and the years and years of practice come in.
Yeah, Marc Boyle's trademark, to be fair, holding his nerve up under extreme duress. Dan Davies so close. So close.
I think that was Marc Boyle's best shot he's played there. I don't think he should have been anywhere near the knuckles. Meanwhile, Tom Barley rattles off another frame. This man is on fire. He's 7-5 up against the world champ. So I still don't think Marc Boyle is perfect.
Does he need to run into this other red? If he draws the cue ball out, it needs to be the right side of it. So he's, well,
I'm not sure that's worked. I'm not sure that has worked at all. So, big shot now from Marc Boyle. There's a lot of tension and pressure out there. Both players feeling it.
So, doesn't go to the corner. Middle pocket.
Yeah, I think middle pocket, white, up and down.
Does he check? Does he have to check it in?
Maybe just a touch of right-hand side.
Yeah.
The red's on its way. Where's the white ball?
Yeah, it's perfect.
It's an excellent white ball.
Well,
he's got just a little bit of angle, but a little bit of awkward cueing.
Yeah, it's not perfect. He's hampered. He's just a little high. But he's a fantastic shot maker, as we all know.
Meanwhile, Dean Shields has missed an inexplicable black to pull another frame back. will just stay with this Marc Boyle black for a place in the semi-finals. And in it goes. What a match. Marc Boyle wins the last 3 frames to squeeze home 9-8 against Dan Davey, and he will be in the semi-finals where he will take on his fellow Scotsman Liam Dunster. That match will be coming up after the ladies' final. So let's get back to the main arena. Currently 8 frames to 3, and we'll show a couple of highlights at the end of this frame. But this is a chance for Ross Fernie. I don't think there's any holding back here from Ross. I think he's going to go for the double. He's going to go for the double and leave the white over this top right hand side. Not quite got the best angle. I mean, if he wanted to attack, he can still go for these. He could use the one, leave the one up the rail till the end. He'll want to put this match to bed though. Dean's won the last 2. He's gone for the double. That was an edgy shot, that, Andy, don't you think?
Yeah, it was. And he smashed it in the middle. Yeah, after Dean missed that black, Ross played, it wasn't really a great shot he played, and left himself under the cushion. So he sort of put pressure on himself. This is game ball, really.
Well, again, I don't think he hits it as sweet as what he'd like, but it should be good enough.
So, 2 yellows and the black to get Ross Fernie to the semi-final of this professional event here in Coventry. And he elected to top that through. Running side, 2 cushions for prime position on the yellow. So, this black for a 9-3 victory. 9-3 it is. Bit of a grueler at times. Error strewn. Certainly Dean Shields not at his best in this match. And we're just showing our replay of some of the action we missed while we were looking at the other table. Good shot to middle there. Great shot. Well, bit of a mistake there. So yeah, pretty much the pattern of some of the frames in this game. Scrappy. That was a good shot. And there we see one of his better finishes. Presume that he gets this black. So that was to get back to 8-2. Ross Fernie breaking again. There you see another unforced error. This time from Ross Fernie. So not the most fluent of matches. So 8-2 behind at this moment. Kept himself alive. Yeah, this was to go 8-3 behind. Still a mountain to climb. Better break again. Cue ball okay. That was a good shot. Little bit unfortunate there. Red off the red and killed the other one. Yeah, great little shot that. One for the highlight reel. This needs to be cued well. Well, there you see, Mr. Black, and in the end it was 9-3. And we'll hand you over to the studio now with Kevin Barton, speaking to our victor.
Thanks, Danny, and here with Ross. Obviously, you're in the semi-finals. What did you make of that performance? Because it looked like a strange game to us.
Yeah, delighted to get through to the semis, obviously, but I'm not too sure about the performance. There was a few dodgy shots in there, and I think Dean was at his best. He got a wee bit bad luck in that as well, but no, delighted to get through to the semis.
Yeah, I mean, we expected a real close tussle there, but there seemed to be some real strange shot selections and some strange shots. Weird things in that match. I'm not sure I can quite explain it, but how does it feel from your perspective watching your opponent, make all these errors? I mean, you must have been, absolutely delighted.
No, we've had a lot of good battles in the past, and it's like every time we've played before, it's been like a really high standard match, expecting the same, but obviously just things were just happening out there the day that were a bit dodgy. But I think Dean was unlucky. Like, obviously he was going in off the break and stuff, but if you're not playing your best, I mean, like, these things happen quite a lot. So
yeah, his first three breaks were all straighting off into the break, which obviously in a match like this against two great players is not what you want to be doing to give your opponent all those early opportunities.
Yeah, anything but straighting off really. But it wasn't just that. There was a few during the frame and that as well. Just I think the table caught me out a wee bit. Like, it was a lot more slidey than the outside ones. Played really nice, but yeah, we'll just try to get to grips with that. But hopefully I can step it up a bit in the semis.
Yeah, so that was your first match on the stream. Did you find it, as you said, different conditions, the lighting, etc., to the other tables that are exactly the same? They've all been recovered, the pro tables, but still the conditions are slightly different.
Yeah, slightly different. The cushions are playing a bit softer, and the surface is playing really nice, and it just feels a bit hotter out there and that as well. But no, I really enjoyed it. It's just a couple of bad positional shots, but hopefully I can get it together for the next match.
Do you feel your game's in a good place in general? Do you feel like you're playing well?
Yeah, I've been like sort of the start of every match. Felt like I've just been finding my feet a bit, but starting to play sort of quite well towards the end of it. So I just hopefully I can kick on a bit now.
You've had a pretty good 12 months, plenty of silverware, some big titles that you've picked up and really put yourself in that elite group now. Last couple of events been a little bit quiet. The semis now, do you feel like this is your time to step it up again?
Yeah, I'm trying to sort of make amends for the last couple of tournaments I've played. They've not been great, so hopefully I can just go on and play my best and win it.
Right, okay, Ross, well played. You're in the semis, and we'll see you later on. Well done, mate. So the Riot, Ross Fernie, takes his place in the semi-finals, and he'll be playing the winner of Tom Barley and Clint Ianson, and currently it's 7-5 to Tom Barley, and that looks like going to be a very close match. Marc Pickworth, what did you make of that one?
Yeah, it was a bit one-sided, wasn't it, with the Ross Fernie and Dean shows, but it was all about the start, and if Dean wanted to keep up with Ross, because you just know how many times he can just quick fire like some frames together, and that's what happened. He had a bit of a mini comeback towards the end there, but it didn't last for very long, and Ross Fernie's over the line, he's into the semi-finals. Yeah,
first three breaks from Dean, all straighting off, which is the cardinal sin, the must not do. And then it seemed like he was trying to rush his shots, trying to get some rhythm going. But it never really got going for him, like you say, apart from the couple of frames at the end when it was too late anyway.
Yeah, I think we mentioned earlier about he never got too much momentum going, so he was near enough trying to force something to happen, whether you play a big shot or something a bit, extraordinary around the cushions, just to try and get you, get a different gear going. And he didn't find that gear today, I'll have to wait until another time now to try and get some revenge on Ross, but he didn't see the best of Dean Shields this weekend, but Ross Fernie into the semi-finals.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's about the win. He's in the semis. I don't think he'll play any worse than that.
No, I don't think he will, definitely not. And if you are struggling, you just want to try and get over the line somehow. And he's gone a little bit unnoticed, a little bit off the radar, where, the top half of the draw, that's what's been the major focus of this tournament so far, because there's been a lot of big names up there. Obviously still quite a few big names up there as well, which we're obviously going to mention very soon. But Ross Fernie, he's one of them players, and he's just never rule him out. And here he is again in another semi-final professional event. So he's more than capable of picking up this title.
And just a word about Marc Boyle on one of the outer tables. We saw the closing stages of that match against Dan Davey. Dan was 8-6 up, but Marc Boyle prevailed 9-8 in an absolute thriller.
Yeah, I've been keeping a very close eye on that one. Obviously, I had a little bit of a break in throughout that last match, and it was very nip and tuck, that match. And I know you guys kept going back towards it and all that, trying to keep everybody up to date. But yeah, 8-6 up, Dan. I think he'll be a bit, he had a really good chance of getting to another semi-final, beating one of the big names in Marc Boyle. Didn't quite get over the line. Did he have some good chances? More than likely. But he hasn't made it, and Marc Boyle, he's into the semi-finals as well.
Okay, well, the Marc Boyle-Liam Dunster semi-final is coming up after our next match, but next we have got the final of the Elite Ladies, Deb Burchell against Ashley Bird. And Deb Burchell, we had a few words with her earlier today, and this is what she had to say.
You are the European Elite Ladies Champion. How does that feel?
It feels wonderful, considering the fact that we were so exhausted after being in another tournament practically the day before, to then come in and then beat all the other elite ladies who were pretty much equally as tired. But it was still a great achievement. I was really thrilled about it.
It's something that you've mentioned before, that you enjoy doing things for the first time, and this was the first ever Elite Ladies tournament.
Yeah.
Did that make it extra special?
It did. I think I swear I can talk myself into winning something. I don't know how, There's several firsts that I've done over the years. It does make it more special for me to be that first name on anything that's new and up and coming. I do enjoy that. I like to be a bit of a trailblazer. So it's something I really enjoy.
You certainly achieved that. Let's talk about your run to the final. You started with a win over Ashbird. Mm-hmm. How did that game go?
It was kind of a little bit scrappy for both of us. I think we were both a bit washed out from the tournament we just played on the same team as in the Nations Cup, and it was a bit messy. But just played a bit sensibly. When you're not playing 100%, you play a bit more sensibly and be a bit safer. And then I just crept in front at the end and got on top. So, yeah.
So you safely negotiated the first round.
Yeah, I mean, Ash is difficult. Ash is a very difficult opponent. She always has been. Obviously, England teammate. Cracking, won the World Championships in the EBA. So brilliant achievements. So yeah, she's always difficult to play.
Moving on, then you played Kelly Egan, and that was a final frame decider.
Oh.
It looked tense from where I was standing. I watched a bit of it.
You have no idea. I don't know how I didn't go to sleep on the table. I was so tired that day. And I just could not get going. She went 4-0 up against me. And then I just flicked a switch somewhere and I started going forward then. Towards the end, I think Kelly was flagging a little bit and I was just determined to get over that line. Again, that first was pushing me, I think, and just driving me. I hate losing, so I'm always driven to get over that line. But yeah, managed to scrape it right at the end. It literally was like a couple of balls left, so I was quite happy to get through that. Unfortunately, Kelly just couldn't get over that line, bless her. But she, we had a really good game, and she was, very disappointed with that, and I appreciate that. And it's difficult 'cause she's a county teammate of mine as well and also plays in our England squad. So it's a difficult game to play, but she tried a real heart out, and it was a real good match, and I just managed to nudge it at the end.
And then finally, of course, literally, we get on to the final with Rhiannon Graham. Probably her biggest achievement in pool so far, getting to that final. What was it like playing against someone who, I mean, I know you've played her a few times, but you must have met her less in big stages than anyone else in the competition. Probably.
Yes, I have, and I didn't actually know what to expect from Rhiannon. Obviously, she's quality. I mean, she knows she's a great player. I've always said that to her. I played her in a tournament a while back and, scraped over the line against her. So, I know that quality is there within her. So playing her, I was thinking, I've just got to be a bit careful. Don't go too gung-ho. And see what happens and just go with it. The game was patchy and it wasn't my best pool, but I think my experience and the desire to win that first got me over that line. I thought the stream and sort of being in the arena might affect Rhiannon a little bit more than it did. So when she started so strongly, I was like, okay, I need to just sort of go. So I then kicked in a bit in the middle, and sort of that got me over really the middle hump, and then it sort of broke it, and I went through to win.
And of course you did win. You lifted the title, the inaugural Elite Ladies title, as we said. Do you see yourself as the favourite among that group going forward into the rest of the season?
What a question. I think other people possibly do. But I see myself as a good standard player who's, very good experience, great qualities, I'd like to be more consistent, and we can all have a good and bad day, but I think my experience will generally get me over the line more than not, whatever I'm playing like. If I'm playing my A game, I think I could probably pretty much beat everybody, yeah. And anybody, it doesn't matter who it is. Have
you given yourself any sort of target for this season now that you've got that title? You've got the first title, but have you got a target to go on and achieve more? Is there a specific number in mind, or is it just?
I'd like to win all of them. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
I'd like to win every event going. I'd like to win the whole thing, and just keep doing it. And I love it. I love playing on the IPA, and I love getting those achievements. So I'd love a bit more of a clean sweep of events and just one here, one there. I'd like the lot, to be honest.
So some words there from Deb Burchell. She wants to win everything. She wants to do the clean sweep this year. She won the first event in Gosforth. Can she win the second one here in Coventry? We're about to find out. Let's get over to the commentary box and Marc Pickworth.
Thanks, Kevin. And here we are, live in Coventry for the Elite Ladies final. Deb Burchell already won the first event in Gosforth, as Kevin just said. Beat Rhiannon Graham 7 frames to 3 in that final. Terrific final it was. Rhiannon just reaching her first ever IPA final. And Deb continues that form against her. She ousted in the semi-final stage by 7 frames to 3 as well. The start, this is by Deb Burchell. Ashley Bird, she came through a bit of a tougher section with Jenny Lawson. A tougher match, should I say, by 7 frames to 6. Deb Burchell, first opportunity. Good break. Yeah, didn't have too much angle on that red down along the cushion, so I couldn't get too close to the work down at the bottom half of this table now, but one good shot, it's not quite there, just a little bit off there. Ashley Bird, She's been to an IPA final before. Very attacking player. Ashley is. Really tried to just get a tough yellow out of the side cushion there, but didn't quite get it. Nice shot though. Nice recovery from Ashley. Still got work to do. The yellow in the bottom half of the table, the one just above the bottom cushion. That's going to take a bit of navigation to get on. Feel if she gets on that plant on the left hand side. Another good pot here from Ashley. Going about her work very nicely indeed. Pot again, but what does she do now? I think she wanted that just to hang over that pocket. I think the thing is she just played that at pocket weight, and when you do that, there is a good chance of that dropping. That's what's happened. This was this plant I was on about. I mean, if she just connect this nice, this will go close. She put that yellow in enough of its way to stop that from being potted. I don't think she has. Can she get through to it now, that red? I think so. What a positional shot that is from Deb Burchell. Yeah, remember, this is a race to 7. See who's going to be picking up this Elite Ladies title, the second one of the tour. Second one ever, really. We only just started them, this one. Result in the top left-hand corner of the quarter-final, the final quarter-final of the men's professional event. Tom Boyle 9, Clint Ianson 6. Tom Boyle continuing his runner form. He's into the semi-finals where he's going to be playing Ross Fernie. He won this professional event in Gosforth, so that is his first time he's lost in this pro event this season, and that's to Tom Boyle. Continues to protect the scalps. Deb Burchell, what a performance this has been in this opening frame. A woman on a mission, and an easy black into the bottom left hand corner to take an early lead. 1-0 to Deb Burchell. Diamond Deb Burchell, should I say. Very good opening frame there from Deb. Very confident. I don't think she'll be phased too much. Showed some brilliant signs of her potting ability in that opening frame. She went to cover a pocket, but didn't quite cover it. It just dropped in. There's Rhiannon Graham. We played Deb in the first elite final, first ever elite final. Just remember that. Back in Gosforth, end of March. Seems a few moons ago. So, first look at the Ashley Bird break. Connection, it's got a ball. First glance, Probably reds, only because that red's over this bottom left-hand corner, top left-hand corner on your overhead. Yeah, quite like that shot. I've got to say that's a bit unfortunate to pot both. Played it with power just so she was getting out that red as well. Just making sure she was definitely on the reds by making sure the plant. Just got to try and drop this into the centre. It's not an easy shot. Just drifted in it wide. Steps back to the table. So, yellow balls, not evening, not easy. So the yellow on the left-hand side cushion. So that's the yellow. I think she's just punched it out enough. She left Ashley a chance here. I think so. Just trying a little containing shot. It's not a bad effort. Just tied up that yellow again. Yep, that was red first. So, chance now for Ashley to level this match up. One free shot, one visit. It's on its way to the pocket. So, what's she going to do to get these two out on this left-hand side? She got up her sleeve. Is this red pass? Sure. I think it does. Yeah, just containing shot now, covers the pocket. Bit of insurance, especially with the black in that area as well. Great shot, great combination shot that was. Completely meant that. put the yellow into the corner. And then cleared the pocket. Clever. Another great pot that is as well. Brilliant shot. And the black for a 2-frame-to-0 lead. Actually, really should have took that one with that advantage of that 1 free shot. 1 visit. But what a double that was. Combination shot to clear the top off his pocket. Just look at this again. Great double. Great combination shot to clear the pocket. She looks in devastating mode. Not a lot that Ashley can do when she's pulling out shots like that. The referee, Ryan Moss. Sure, that pack tightly connected. Another look at the Burchell break. Successful last one. Another good contact. Is she going to get any reward with a ball? The answer is no. It's dry. As I said, great potter, Ashley Bird. Ashley Dunn just needs to be careful now, making sure she takes these in the right order. I need to take this one in the top half of the table. At some point, just correct that one in. Didn't think she had all the pocket there. What a shot this is. Just got into that a bit too much. Can she clip this in? Or is it a bit too thin? It looks a bit too thin to me. Is there anything else on? She has tried to thin clip it. If anything, over clipped it. A little bit of cover there in that top right hand corner. But Ebbs, all these reds on the table. 7 against the 1. Definitely put her favourite for this frame. She's got plenty of places to be hiding this cue ball. Straight away, hitting it well. First glance at this doesn't look like it's easy to hit. Shit, there's definitely 2 cushions. This is. Gonna have to play this with running side off that side cushion. Maybe a bit of swerve as well. Just clip the red. There's a mistake there from Ashley. So Deb using her 1-3 shot. If that red goes, it's a clever shot, but if it doesn't, it's an error. I'm not sure. Debs will know. I think that face tells me it doesn't go. We will see, obviously, the way that she plays these. Maybe she'll just start going for them. Or is she just going to play a containing shot at some point? Probably get a few balls off and then just see how it goes. Yeah, containing shot, she knew exactly where that cue ball was going to be landing. So that red definitely doesn't go then. Bit careless there from Debs. Expect Ashley to be hitting this, and hit it she does. And with that yellow not moving too far, that red is still tied up by that yellow. Purposely missed, just developing a ball a little bit easier. Oh, that red definitely clearly goes now. Not in the corner that she's aiming at now, but the one in the top right. Is this where she now pulls the trigger? Needs to have to slow down a touch. Even the 2 balls just on the baulk line are close to each other. Is there enough room to be putting one of them into the top left-hand corner? Overdone that a little bit, but she is on the red into the corner. Little shake of the head though. Yep, nicely controlled cannon. And 3-0 it is to Deb Burchell. She's in a mean mood tonight, the way that she's going about these finishes. Can Ashley Bird get back into this match? So Ashley Bird to break in frame number 4. Moving the white to the other side. Cue ball. A bit unfortunate to go round all the 2 angles there and go straight into the middle pocket. Just glanced off the pack. Just have a look at this again. Glanced off the pack and then got a kick off the bottom cushion and into the middle. Sometimes can't help stuff like that going off. One free shot. She gets. Not sure she'll be too disappointed that it's not been potted. Nice positional shot here from Deb. Coming up next is semi-final number 1, the Battle of the Scots. Marc Boyle against Liam Dunster. That'll be coming up straight after this final, and the presentation that will be happening after this match. Good shot here from Deb. I feel like she's going to have a good chance to go 4-0 ahead in this final. Definitely not her best, but she's got away with it a little bit there. Not left Ashley any easy outs from here. Another good cue ball there from Deb. Not giving Ashley any opportunities really. Just got no choice. She's going to have to clear this pocket and drift the cue ball back down. But the way that Debs has got that cue ball over this corner, she's in full control. Again, it wasn't easy for Ashley to get back down here. Containing shot from Ashley. It's not too bad. Debs though full control of this frame. Yeah. Just try and just glance the black or try to glance the yellows. Not sure. It's not, whatever she tried, it's not come off. Another good cue ball there from Deb. She knew it would be going close to that corner. That's why she played it at a controlled pace. Where Deb Burchell, she was in huge control of this frame. That is just swapped completely around. Oh, good effort. So now, Ashley, this is a great chance. Getting your first frame on the board. Get yourself off and running in this final. These are the chances you have to take. Just have a bit of hampered cueing. Just trying to get that yellow out of the way. That's okay. There's she on the red. She on the red. Feel like she takes the one in the centre first. Just drop this in. Dropping it in. She does that very well indeed. I think the black only goes to the obvious pocket, like the left centre. I don't think it goes bottom left. So she's going to have to take this one down table first, then drift up table, and then she's going to have to control the cue ball back down the table. Want that on the cushion though. Oof. There's a chance now that this could just slide a little bit on this new cloth. Oh, she played it well. Where's the cue ball though? It's going to rattle. She got a shot at the black. Can she cut it into the right centre? If she can, the cue ball will be travelling around. Can she control it? I feel like she needs to go for this. Just trying a bit of a containing shot. She missed the jaw there. She would have got Deb in a little bit more trouble than what she's in now. Oh, Deb's has missed that one. But she's left it awkward for Ashley. Can she hold herself together? Just pull out a big pot from here. Great pot under pressure from Ashley Bird. Brilliant black ball. She knew it was a must have to get. She's got it. Great shot. 3-1. Yeah, weren't an easy black that. She'll take that. So frame number 5. Have a look at the Deb Burchell break. Try last time. Connection again. Lost the cue ball, been kicked in off. Things that are starting to turn against Deb Burchell here. Looking like she was going to really take a 4-0 lead at one time. Again, a little bit unlucky, that's been kicked in off. Oh, it was near that middle pocket. Anything can happen. One free shot, one visit for Ashley, just trying to develop a ball. Not sure that's gone to plan. It's got work to do now. Yeah, I'm not sure the clock was reset there. The operator error. It's definitely nothing to do with the system. Ashley's just going about these, just potting them. How's she going to get on this one on the bottom cushion? It goes. So she's going to need to get on it. Don't think she can get on it with this shot though. I think she's going to have to come through. I mean, there's a lot of traffic in the way to drift down there. She's going to try and draw it back now. Makes sense to draw it back now, but just didn't think she had the right angle to do that. How's she going to get on this final red? Trying a bit too much there, I think, Ashley was. But this isn't straightforward here for Debbie. That ball on the right-hand cushion that she's just looked at, that's causing her a bit of concern. I think it doubles, so she'll either needs to drop on it or try and develop it. She's not happy with it. It looks like she's going to be planning to just drop on it then. Trying to develop it now. It's not bad. But she's going to have to get back up table to pot that. It's more potable now than what it was. Nice shot. She got a bit of an angle that she obviously wants to draw this back, but can she avoid the red? That's the question. I think she's a little bit straight. There's a cue ball, it's okay. She's knocked the red safe, so it's a little bit of insurance, but there's a thin old snip on this yellow. Cue ball, looking like it's going to come off 3 cushions, maybe 4 to get onto the black. If he cues this well, it'll be some shot. Oh, just hit it a bit on the thin side. Got the pot. She needed to hit it a bit thicker than that, so it come round the top cushion first, and then it could have swung round the angles. All she's got on now is a double. Hold your hats. Onto the reverse double. Don't think that's going to make it down to this corner. So Ashley Bird with a chance. Black's in a relatively safe position. Containing shot here from Ashley. Just trying to cover it with that red. Very good shot. Should be an easy up and down for Deb Burchell here. Can she make it, push it towards this corner pocket? Could he even pot it? The priority is just make sure you hit it. Referee Brian Moss, he's called the total snooker, so that means she doesn't have to hit a cushion after contact. Don't want to hit the jaw. She has hit the jaw. An error from Deb Burchell has let Ashley Bird back in. Doesn't want to pot this, just needs to hang it over the pocket, exactly like that. Great shot. Now, just needs to be dropping these in. Don't want to be doing too much with the cue ball. Just keeping it under a nice close control. Drifted a little bit, that's okay. It's enough to be the other angle, lower part of the red. Play this one or two ways. She's playing it with the one inside, is she? Yeah, nicely done. So this black to go within 1, make it 3 frames to 2. Hold yourself together, Ashley. Hold together she does. 3-2 it is now to Deb Burchell, and it will be Ashley Bird to break in the 6th frame. Mistake there from Deb Burchell. We're starting to see a couple of mistakes from her. At the very start, I really didn't know what was going to stop her. 3-2. Ashley Bird is right back in this match. Let's have a look at the Ashley Marie Bird break off again. Cup break. So, the yellows. Well, there's an open table, of course it is. The yellows look better, there's no doubt about that. So these two yellows in this left-hand side, that's what's making the difference at the moment. But what can Deb use any of them to open it up? Yep, she's trying to open it up there, but look where that yellow's gone now. Very close to that black ball. Yeah, not sure about the selection of reds there for Debs. See this match levelled up. Nice developing shot that is from Ashley. Got both of the yellows out now. Well, potted one and then developed the other one. Great shot. I think she's got a shot on here. Can she get through to this in the top right hand corner? Bit of awkward queuing. Not quite there, Ashley. Not far away. Hampered queuing just made all the difference to it. Cleanly potted from Deb. Edgy one, very close to her work she was. Just hit the cushion, so I think a mistake made. The mistake probably is she's let Ashley back to the table. Careful with this if she does play this off the yellow, yeah, like that. Just keeps that black in there, covered up by that yellow. Needs to have a think about this. All these yellows are easy. Just needs to make sure she takes them out in the right order. I feel she plays yellow into yellow. One that's near the black. I think she's overdone this a little bit. Over screwed shot. It means she's going to have to play a containing shot. Chance gone begging. So another chance for Ashley to level this match up. One good pot here. It's not there. It's not there. She's still in control of this frame, especially where that black is. Unless Debs can conjure up something to get it out. So hard to see what Debs can do at the moment with these 3 balls in the bottom half of the table. That's gone in, that is. What's she got left now? Definitely got a plant on here. Red onto red. I mean, there is a bit of distance in between these balls, so it's not guaranteed. It's going to drop. Look where the red ball stopped. Does she play this off the cushion first, or does she go directly at it? Is off the cushion first and played it very well indeed. Great shot from Deb. Control. You feel like though if Ashley does hit this, the pressure's on Deb's. So big target in that top left hand corner, top right on your screen. She's not going around these, is she? No, just clipped that, I think. Brian was right on top of the ball there. A little feather of the yellow. You just saw it move as it glanced past it. Well, I'm assuming it did. I thought it did anyway. I might be wrong. No, I'm not.
Extension, please.
Yeah, I didn't hear the. Debs is just working out where she can get the cue ball. What's she going to be leaving herself on this black? Just trying to keep it over there, keep the pressure on Ashley, but I mean, does she just play the yellow? There's another look at that look. Yeah, definitely just touched that yellow at the glance. Eagle-eyed Brian right on top of the action. Ashley just happy to watch Debbie have a go at this black. I mean, it's going to be hard for her to keep this red out, so you feel that she needs to be trying to make something happen in this. Cue ball. Now then, what can she do with a black? Try to put the yellow ball safe, and she has done that. So it's a little bit more tricky, a little bit more pressure now on Ashley. You know, the balls are all there for the taking, but this is a must pot. Must pot. It's nicely done indeed. Very steady cue in there from Ashley Bird. Just didn't stun it enough to come round the back of it. She's now got a tricky long-range pot. I feel like she's got to play this into the bottom left-hand corner. Shouldn't have to. She can drift it into the centre if she wants. 2 minds here. Time though is ticking down. Yeah, this is the right shot in the corner. Not quite there. Looking like this is another chance gone begging. Deb Burchell 4-2 ahead now. Bit of a scrappy frame, that one. Had a bit of everything. She was in control of it, then she lost it, and then give it back, and to and from. It's 4-2 to Deb Burchell. Chance there for Ashley, could have levelled the match up. Deb Burchell to break in frame number 7. Dry break from Deb. Ashley back to the table. Yellows. Good shot indeed, Ashley. Looks like she's snookered herself now. I don't think there's any gaps there, is there? Asking Brian if it's a total snooker. And total snooker, you hear being called. Going about a routine here now. Trying to just get that red off the cushion, didn't quite manage it. Just as Deb's trying to work out which red she's going to go for next. Been joined in the comms box by Kevin Barton. Just had to have a look over his shoulder, see if it was.
Good evening.
Kevin. Ask you to join us here in this luxury comms box.
Yeah, this is
the director's suite in here.
Very similar what I'm sure I can only imagine at you know, the Etihad or the Emirates Stadium, somewhere like that. What luxury they're used to.
Yeah, right up there.
It's just the tiles that are off the wall, the slight difference, and a bit of the roof that's missing, and the fact that we've got a couple of sets of ladders on the next to us. But apart from that, very, very similar.
Yeah, using all the space possible here at the Hilton Hotel. Hilton Doubletree, should I say.
So it's good to see that Ashley's, you know, making a good fist of this, not just letting Deb run away with it. Still early days yet, race to 7. And I was just chatting earlier with Jenny Lawson, who unfortunately lost 7-6 to Ashley Bird after a good victory against Beck Sweeney, but you know, she's done fantastic, and that's what this elite ladies section is doing. It's allowing the ladies to flourish and develop, and it's you know, great to see.
Yeah, it certainly is. And as you said, Deb Burchell isn't having it all her own way. I mean, really, this should be a 3-all level scoreline now. Ashley did let her off in that last frame, but you could also look at the other way that Deb let her off. Great effort at the treble there from Deb's.
That would have been a contender for shot of the day, definitely, if that had gone in. Just slid a little bit off that second cushion. But yeah, good chance for Ashley. So after the presentation for the winner of the Ladies Elite, we're going to be taking a 15-minute break just to give our production team just a chance to have a little comfort break and powder their noses. And then we'll be back with the semi-final blockbuster between Marc Boyle and Liam Dunster. And then after that, it will be the final. The other second semi-final will be taking place on one of the outer tables. That'll be between Tom Barley and Ross Fernie. It's a nice shot from Ashley.
Great shot.
Oh, superbly held on the red. Fantastic shot. And then the final to follow. So a great conclusion to a fantastic 2 days play. And we've got more to bring you tomorrow. We're on air slightly earlier time, 12 o'clock tomorrow. And we'll be bringing you the action from the Open event, which is traditionally a bit of a bloodbath for the professionals, where the amateurs and the professionals go head to head. Believe me, there is some very, very good amateur players.
Will the amateur players final be the first match on at 12?
Yes.
It was in Gosforth.
Yes, the amateur final will be on. They're down to the quarter-final stage. We do have our first semi-finalist, Keir Monaghan. He's taking his place in the semi-finals. World champion, of course, Keir Monaghan. The doubles, Jason Hill. That's not going to be in. Is it going to cover the bag? It has done. So we're going to have a little bit of nip and tuck. But this needs to be a good shot from Ashley.
Quite like that shot. It'd have been better if she'd have stuck to the bottom of the red, but it's a chance. Is it a chance?
It is a chance, and I think, well, Eb could play a containing shot, but I think she's going to go for this. Yep, she's lining it up. Where's the white?
The red dropped as well.
The white was always tracking to that corner pocket from the moment it left contact with the red. Now this is a great chance for Ashley just to drop this black in, which she does very, very comfortably, and just trails by the odd frame, 4-3.
Yep, 4-3 it is now, and it will be Ashley Bird to break in frame number 8. Have a look at some of them latest scores in the amateur quarterfinals. And as you said, Keir Monaghan beat Rob Wilson 7 frames to 4. Connor Tracy, the local favourite, getting beat by 4 frames to 0 by Mike Larkins. Jake Dillon Newlove 2-2 with Jamie Clark, and Greg Davis and Nathan Wilbur. They've just started, so it's all happening, and that will be played down to the final, which will be live at 12 p.m. tomorrow.
It will indeed, indeed. And that's to look forward to tomorrow. Tonight, we've got 2 more fantastic matches after this. As you can see there, Boyle v Dunster. Wow, does it get any bigger than that in the sport of pool? I'm not so sure it does.
Well, I'm sure all of Scotland will be tuning in for that one. It's one they can't wait to be watching.
3 Scots in the semi-finals. 3 Scots and an Englishman. I'm sure there's a joke there somewhere. But yeah, Scottish strength in depth. World renowned. World renowned. It's a nice break, but nothing really threatened the pocket. So first chance to Deb.
Yeah, and it just seems that the other balls are just clustered in the middle there, so probably they're all in each other's way. It's going to be a tricky little frame, this one. Got potentials of being one, anyway.
Do you think, obviously, you know, we've done a little interview with Deb that we showed prior to the start. Where's the white ball? Wow. She can't stop that white ball going in off at the moment. Do you think, you know, with Deb saying, I don't know, you know, it was fairly light-hearted, but she did say, you know, I want to win the lot, I want to do the clean sweep. Do you think that's putting a little bit of extra pressure on her?
Well, when she first started off in this match, she looked so full of confidence. The way she was playing, 3-0 ahead, everything was going nice. Hunky-dory, should have been 4-0 ahead, and she's not looked the same player since. So maybe all of a sudden she's overthinking a bit of everything, all the things that she said possibly. And yeah, it's probably added a bit more pressure. And Ashley is piling on the pressure by coming back at her as well. She's not having it all her own way, Deb Burchell. She's going to have to work harder if she wants to be winning this title.
Yeah, well, Ashley's not here to make the numbers up. She wants to take her first elite crown, that is for certain. Ooh, just tried to pinch a bit of the pocket there. Yeah. But she's in a good spot in the frame. So still all to play for. You feel this is a big frame in the match. 5-3 to Deb. You know, she could just race away and win 7-3. But 4-all, Ashley's going to have the bit between her teeth. It could be all to play for me. I think the ref's just checking the monitor.
VAR.
VAR has come to the IPA. Have we got about 12 people in a box in another part of the country having a look at this one?
Got some pundits and that, is it?
All seems to be okay.
Yeah, it looked okay.
Yeah. If you've got the technology, you might as well use it just to make sure that we get the right decision.
Yeah, sometimes the right thing to do. Just if you're not sure, just pause the game, go and have a look. Deb's just trying to put a bit of a blocker in place. Sure, she's done it exactly how she wanted it. It looks like it's doing a job anyway. Ashley's just so attacking.
Sure what she's planning here, but I think that was a little bit short of pace. I think it'd just be a tactical safety.
Just,
I think it touched.
Yeah, definitely touched it.
No, his referee's called a foul. I think he's made an error there. Definitely touched.
We got another VAR incident. He does need to look at that again, because I thought it touched as well. It's not conclusive, but
I think it might be better in real time.
Yeah, he was right, Kev. Better in real time. You saw the yellow move. That is a no foul. So no penalty.
Maybe using all that experience, just trying to develop her reds whilst leaving Ashley not a lot to go at. Sending the white at the top end of the table. No. That was a bit of a strange one. Not sure she got a kick on that one.
Yeah, I don't know what she was playing there, but just developed it out of the way. It's all about this bottom right hand corner though. Hebbs is just going to be looking at hiding the cue ball somewhere.
Well, she might be tempted to have a go at these, Mark, because you know she can pop the one into the bottom right corner and try and disturb the red. It's just above the yellow. It's got options. Might not have the right angle on this shot, so it might be another container.
That's a mistake.
That is a careless one there from Deb. Again, a little bit short of pace there.
He felt like that she should have played into them two balls on the right hand side. It's an easy enough cannon. Not going to see a ball potted for the next few shots.
It's a nice shot from Deb, just not leaving Ashley very much. Wow, super attacking. That could have split a little bit better.
Yeah, it seemed to kill the cue ball, didn't it?
Yeah, it was full in the face. Table technician.
Good shot. Good cue ball as well.
Yep, nice shot there from Ashley.
You feel like she's going to get a shot here at getting this yellow out.
Yeah, she's put the pressure on Deb. I think Deb's got to go for this pot into the corner.
Great pot indeed.
Yeah, that was sweetly struck. She's still got something to work out here. She'll be using all that experience. Two-time world champion, of course, two-time IPA world champion. She's pushing the boat out. Here we go. So now,
what's next? think she only got this one on the side cushion, on and off.
A little bit of tactical play now. So what Ashley doesn't want to do now is to pop this yellow. When she comes off the side cushion, she needs to be careful of the slide. Is it good? No, that was the problem.
Yeah, seemed to put a little bit of side on it as of her own. There's no guarantees with this one though, Kev. I mean, there's no guarantees of where these are going to come out. It's not bad though. Not if that goes over that middle pocket.
Well, I think if you're on red, you're quite happy.
Yeah.
That couldn't have come out any better for Deb. And just this easy red and what should be a straightforward black. For a 2-frame cushion. Yeah, well played. This black for 5-3.
Yeah, 5-3 it is. Diamond Deb is back. Leads by the 2 frames now. It was always going to be an awkward frame, the way they broke off at the start. I mean, look at this, how's that turned out like that? Couldn't have come out any better.
I mean, I'm not even sure that was the right shot, to be honest, but anyway, it worked out for her. She had a plan, she executed it perfectly.
I mean, if the ball dropped in the middle, we might have seen a little bit of drama because the cue ball would have to do a bit of travelling to get on the black. Oh, it's history now.
So Ashley Bird, she needs to try somehow to win this frame. She doesn't want to let Deb get on the hill. And it will be first chance to Ashley after that dry break.
Yeah, never dry break from Deb. Just continuing to be dry. I mean, they split well enough. Needs to be careful here. I think she's only got a choice to do one red into the bottom right hand corner. One below the black spot.
Yeah, and that yellow over the right centre might
Nice shot.
prove to be a bit of a stumbling block. So we'll see how she goes about the finish. Certainly doesn't waste any time. Oh, well, that's come out lovely.
Yeah, lovely shot.
She's going to have a possible problem of the red that is just at the top side of the table. No obvious pocket for it to go in apart from the left hand middle, actually both bottom corners, but she needs to work out how she can get position on it.
Like that.
That looks like a nice angle to screw the white back. Could use the yellow over the centre pocket as a guide.
Yeah, because I think that red does pass to the left centre.
Yeah, I think it does. So this is the big shot of the frame. You want to hear that? Doesn't want to hit the near knuckle. She's got into that too well.
Does she have to play the skill shot here?
The skill shot, she's absolutely perfect on it.
Down straight away. Great shot, great skill shot. Is she on the black?
She's definitely on the black. In it goes. In it goes. Clearance from Ashley Bird. Reverse dish from the dead Burchell break. She's fighting for her life here.
Yeah, she's not going away, is she? She really isn't. Good clearance. So that the yellow that you thought might have caused her a bit of problem over the middle helped her.
You did. What do I know?
5-4. Can she level this match up again?
So, important break for Ashley. Needs to try and get a bit more movement on this pack. So he doesn't want to lose the white, send it off the table. So that is, unlucky, the black's gone in. Great split, I mean, look at that split, Marc.
Yeah, it was a split really well. Probably our best break of the match so far, to be honest. It's the first time we've seen the black going off the break, the ones that I've commentated on.
Yeah, well, I've been watching very closely, Marc, all the matches, and that is definitely the first one that has gone in.
Well, pleased that you just backed me up on that comment. The Burchell, wonder what's going through that mind of hers. Ashley Bird's gave us something to think about, but looks pretty relaxed there. I know her fingers going up and down, but looks like it's on fire. It's got like lasers coming out of it.
Ashley there with I think Gareth Hibbott looking over her shoulder. Gareth Hibbott, who is like 9'7".
It must be next to Simon Ward.
So take two.
Didn't connect as much as the first one.
Quite, as you said, Marc, didn't quite get hold of them, and it's disappointing. It's usually the case, isn't it? Pot one in the black, and then the next break, pool gods determine that you go dry. So work to do with reds, no obvious yellow, so it looks like she'll have to go for red. We were talking yesterday about cake, Marc. One of our refs, Rick Lloyd, had brought some sample cakes in.
Yep, still not seen them yet.
Yeah, it was very, very good cake. Victoria sponge. And we were just having the debate, is carrot cake technically cake?
Yeah, well, we decided this last night. Carrot cake is not cake. Even though it's got cake in its name, it's not cake.
Well, is a Jaffa cake a cake
I
or
didn't,
a biscuit?
I didn't obviously create the outcome of that conclusion, but that's what was said.
Yeah, and obviously you'll remember, Marc, back in the day, you know, the big court case over Jaffa cakes. Were they cakes or were they a biscuit?
Well, we know those cakes, weren't they?
They were classed as a cake, but many don't agree.
Well,
the biscuit contingent are still convinced.
Well, it's been sorted out in a court of law.
Yeah, was there a miscarriage of justice? That is the question on everyone's lips.
Well, close. Oof. I think she thought she got it as well. Like you say, Kev, important frame this.
Yeah, I think Ashley's got to do something with this red that's this bottom left-hand corner near the yellow. It's not serving any purpose. It doubles back into this right-hand corner. I think if I'd have been there, I'd have been looking to do something with that.
She's done enough. Has she covered the pocket? I don't think she has.
Yeah. I think Deb's maybe got one more development shot up her sleeve, and then it's she'll be looking at an opportunity to go for game. Slightly tied that yellow up a little bit too much. She's edging closer to that point.
Should love that to be over that pocket. Give Deb a chance now, just to try and get hold of that top right hand corner pocket. I think she'll have to come off the cushion to make that happen. She doesn't seem too happy with that. Is she on this one in the top left? Looks tight.
I think she can see an edge. Can she see enough of an edge?
I feel like it's a bit of a natural angle to come down into this bottom right hand corner, is it?
Here we go. Is this going to develop that yellow? Oh! The double kiss.
Incredible how that's come out. Deserved though. You know, when you do go for your shots, this is a good chance now to go one frame away from the title. Still a bit of work to do though, Kev.
Yeah, she's got to fully commit to this shot. Oh, she did. Yeah, well played.
Yeah, them shots, they can be a bit nervy at times. Held herself together well. Yeah, like it. Very clever shot that, just to make sure she didn't get the hampered cue in.
Yeah, just small screw back on this one. Just like that. And nice, easy black to put a one frame away for a second consecutive title. And her hopes of the Grand Slam are still on.
Yeah, this was the key shot. Key shot coming up.
Watch this, it's come around, two cushions, bump. There.
Yeah, couldn't have flicked it out any better for her. She will be breaking this one. Screaming going off. Was she screaming about Debs, are they, or?
So Ashley just looking around, soaking up the atmosphere. Absolutely electric out there, Mark. Atmosphere is fantastic. It's so busy.
Yeah. Every table being played on. We're going to be playing to the early hours again, I think. Not, it won't be too late, but.
No, I don't think it'll be too bad.
No, it won't be too bad tonight. I think the last match is scheduled 10:15 tonight, I think. 10 o'clock, one of the two.
Yeah, we're maybe 45 minutes behind, maybe an hour. So, but I think the players appreciate it's a busy week. It's another great break from Deb.
Oh, it's dry again. That's a fourth on the bounce now for Deb. Just can't buy a ball off the break. But when you're 6-4 up, do you sometimes mind? Well, it's going to give a chance to Ashley Bird. You feel if she clears these up, it won't be the first time she's cleared off Deb's break. And she clears up off her own. All of a sudden, we're going hill, decider. See who's going to win the second Ladies Elite final.
She's got a tricky shot here, back cut into the top right corner.
She's more than capable of getting this. Is it there? I don't think it is. Just wide. It's just wide. But look where the cue ball is. Deb's something to think about. This finish of Deb's isn't going to be easy. Great shot, great reverse double.
Yeah, she was under a bit of pressure there, because if she'd have missed that, then would be a pretty good opportunity for Ashley. So just the one problem area for Deb. Can she attack it on this shot? No, not quite. Got the right angle. She got an angle off this one into the middle. Can she hit it hard enough to get the white over? She got enough angle. Just hard to tell. What is she thinking about with that troublesome red?
Does it treble? Is that what she's seen? I don't know. It's definitely not a double. Treble looks tight.
Yeah, I think she's scratching her head a little bit. I'm not sure there is anything obvious here at all. There's going to be a lot of disappointed people in Coventry tonight after they just failed on penalties to get through their playoff decider against Luton.
Yeah, 6-5, went to sudden death. Great achievement for Luton, especially where they were.
Yeah, Ashley Burchell should be hoping she can get it back to 6-5.
She might have a chance in a minute.
What can Deb pull out of the bag here?
Oh, I just thought they might have just sneaked in the far corner, but held it up nicely. Now, what does Ashley Bird do here? Very attacking minded, she is very attack. Okay, it's not the worst result in the world.
No, she's still in control in this frame. I think Deb's going to have to maybe throw the kitchen sink at this one. She gonna just come behind it. There she does. Whoa, almost a back double skill shot.
Yeah, you don't have to say that too many times, do you?
I had to think what kind of shot it was. But close, but not close enough. And now a great chance for Ashley to get her 5th frame on the board. We can't afford any mistakes now.
Pull her right into that one.
Bit of adrenaline behind that one, Mark.
Yeah, there certainly was.
It's good to make sure she hits this hard enough. Doesn't want to be dead weight. And that was the danger with hitting it soft. Needed to be a lot more pace on that. She's put herself under pressure with this pot now. Looks good.
Cue ball is getting away from her though.
Yeah, although she's got a nice natural angle. Just knock this into the centre pocket, white up and down. Just make sure of the pot. Oh, she's missed the pot.
So is this it now for Deb Burchell? And yes, it is. She's had chances there, really has. Deb Burchell, she has gone on to win the Elite Final number 2. Is there any stopping her? Ashley Bird has some great chances there to try and get a lot closer to her. She's played a part in another great final herself. It's Deb Burchell who's triumphant. That is a great shot. Right, we're going to go over and do the presentation now. And, so just give us a few moments and we'll be right back with you.
So welcome down to the arena for the presentation after the final of the Elite Ladies Championships. What a final it was. Unfortunately, there has to be a loser. This time it's Ashley Bird. Ashley, great performance to get to the final. Came through a really tough semi-final against Jenny, but Deb was just straight too far.
Yeah, to be fair, I've won both my group games 7-6 and on deciding frames, and I had to pull out a break and dish against Rachel in the first round, and then a break and dish on my last frame to get to 6-all with Jenny. So yeah, probably run my luck a little bit too far this weekend.
Well, that sounds like skill to me, not luck. But the Elite Ladies section is really taking off now. It's giving players like yourself a chance to show what they can do. So you must be delighted with your performance to get to the final, to play in this arena. Yeah, and it's totally different playing in this arena as well. You know, there's a lot more pressure. The table plays slightly different, I would say. It's a bit because it's hot. It's very hot under here. But I mean, full credit to Deb. She played really well and took her chances. So. And this gives you a great platform for the rest of the season. Hopefully, go one step further at the next event. Yeah. Might be time for me to actually maybe start taking some time out and actually get some table time in, because I've not really been practicing much. Just been working hard and. Yeah, not really had much practice time. So, but yeah, I'm delighted with how I've got played and got how far I've got on. So. Well, look at everybody else if you do put some practice in. Ashley, congratulations on a great tournament. Well Cheers, played. Thank you. Well played. But our winner, it's the second title of the year. The Grand Slam is still on. It's Deb Burchell. Deb, I just wondered if you put yourself under a little bit of pressure saying you want to do the clean sweep.
I think it made it better. Like I say, I love it. I've got a back-to-back now, so that's, yeah, something massive. I'm really happy with that, to be fair. And Ashley pushed you all the way, never let you get away. You know, strong start, but you know, she came right back at you. Yeah, I did have a strong start. I was really happy. I was stomping all over the place, so everyone knows me would know. Like I got into a bit of a rhythm, and then I just made a couple of little mistakes, and then Ash took some great clearances out, as I knew she would, and I knew it was going to be a tight match. Quality Ashes. So yeah, just took as many chances as I could when I got them and took them out well. I was really pleased with how I played, to be honest. Yeah. Well, you know, I think what we're seeing now is the strength in the Elite Ladies. Everyone is urging each other on. You know, there's some great spirit and camaraderie, and you know, it's providing great opportunities. Rhiannon at the last event and Ashley at this one, and it's just really great to see and going from strength to strength. Yeah, absolutely loving the Elite section this year. It's absolutely brilliant. Everyone's getting a good buzz from it, wants to do well. I'm just happy I could go over the line again, you know, and, you know, I feel I played a lot better this time. I was very tired last time at the last event, and I felt quite lucky to win that in my head, but this time I feel like I've really earned it, properly earned it. So yeah, I'm thrilled with that, to be fair. And obviously the next event, going for number 3, and but you know, the girls are going to be pushing you harder and harder each event. Oh yeah, I'll probably draw Rach next. That'd be fun. But yeah, the quality is through and through. You know, again, I played Rhiannon, and you know, just the quality's coming on and on and on every tournament, and it's just it's brilliant to see, and that we get a good platform like this on the IPA.
Well, Deb, well played. It gives us great pleasure for Marc to present you with the trophy and announce you as the 2023 Ladies Elite UK Champion. Congratulations. Well done. Well, Marc Pickworth, Deb Burchell does it yet again.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's going to stop her, to be honest. I mean, if she keeps playing like that, she seems to have the all-round game, which is really, really encouraging. But, you know, Ashley Bird played a part in another tremendous final. It just proves that, you know, it's not always about the same old players getting to the final all the time. I know Debbie's won it twice, but sooner or later somebody's going to come along and beat Deb. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, it's a fantastic place, the Ladies Elite section. Right, well, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We're going to be back at 8:15 with the men's semi-final between Marc Boyle and Liam Dunster. What a match that is going to be. Charge your glasses, get your popcorn ready, whatever you need to do. But join us again at 8:15.
Corey, great to see you. You are the European Open champion. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels sweet, to be honest.
Let's talk about, the tournament itself, your route to the final. You started in the early rounds fairly confidently by the looks of the score lines. You seemed to sort of float through the first 2 or 3 rounds. And then you came up against Matt Steeper. And that was an interesting match, to say the least. So just to get this right, you were 7-1 down?
Yeah.
And you won the last 7 frames to win at 8-7.
Yeah.
What was your mindset from 7-1 down?
Well, my head was in the shed at 7-1, so I was playing terrible. Like, bad. He played well. I mean, it wasn't just me playing bad, he played well too. Like, he deserved his 7-1 lead. It wasn't any fluke. And then he had a chance to win 8-1. And it wasn't really a tough chance. I think he was more focused on the white, missed an easy pot. Sort of just get a 7-2 and then you just take it for what it is. It's a different challenge then, isn't it? Because if you somehow did manage to win, you're surely going to take a hell of a lot of momentum into your next games. And I think he had another chance early to win 8-3 maybe. But then after that, he didn't really have a chance to it got me going, and the last 4 frames didn't really have a shot, really.
So it was just a momentum shift then. I guess you were just running on empty and then trying to scrape your way back into it, and you managed to do it.
Yeah, because as I say, he played well, but oh my God, some of the chances I was missing early in that match was just so frustrating. But then shows how quickly it can turn around.
Having come through that experience then and come from so far behind, did you then feel like almost your name was on the trophy at that point?
Obviously, a lot of people do say that, but I never did, just because I've never been, like, after a big win from 7-1 behind, people sometimes can get too high, and then after a bad result they get too low. You just try to stay as close to neutral as possible. But I obviously knew then I had some sort of momentum going into it. And then the next, against Dean, the next match, I started really well. But then I played poor in the middle part, and it was all of a sudden, I think I was 5-4, 6-4 behind. So it could have so easily lost the next game too. But I definitely played obviously a lot better after the 7-1 prior to it, obviously.
Yeah. So what do you credit for that kind of mental strength? Like, where did you dig that out from? Because, you came back from behind in 2 massive games before the semi-final stage and still carried on as well. It was such a long day. Where did you dig that out from?
I don't know. I think I've always had it. I mean, I've done it since I was young. I've never seemed to wilt. Like, obviously, you can easily lose matches by big scorelines, and sometimes you can lose your head and down to yourself, but you just never give in, do you, really? It's just like you practice hard for these events, so then you're close to losing, but it doesn't mean you've lost. You see, the amount of times you see people do it, like, they're close to losing, they sort of just not give in, but throw the towel into a degree, then it's just no point. You're to win, innit? And also, if you win from a big deficit behind, it's such a good, it's a massive feeling. And, if you ever play that opponent again, they know that they've lost you from 7-1 behind. 6-1, you know what I mean? They've always thought, if I say the next time we play them, they're 4-0 up, they think, he could come back to me and beat me. It's a mental game as well, isn't it? For them, not just for me.
Yeah, absolutely. So you beat Matt, came back against him, beat Dean, came back against him, played really well in the semi-final against JJ. And then you came up against Gareth Hibbott in the final, who was in form himself, and you blew him away. I mean, where did that one come from? You just seemed to be absolutely in the zone, so late on in the day, having played all day. Is that a stamina thing? Do you think that your stamina was better than Gaz's on the day?
I don't know, but it's. I think it was just one of those. Like, 'cause I know Gaz can obviously easily do it to me. It's just one of those games where I got off to a really good start, had a couple of easy chances early. He missed 1 or 2 maybe that he wouldn't, and all of a sudden the lead's 4-0, 5-1, and he's obviously facing an uphill. Like, from 5-1, unless he plays out of his skin and I don't get balls from break, I've got to miss chances really to lose. But from there I continued playing as well as I was, and he didn't really have enough chances even to get into the match, so the scoreline was just, obviously it's a win's a win, so it makes no difference to the scoreline, but obviously it is good winning.
It's a nice one.
Of course it is, yeah, of course it is.
It was the perfect start to the season then, an open victory in the very first tour. What are your ambitions, having started the season so well? What are your ambitions for the rest of the season now?
I've never been one to set targets. Just because, say if you say at the start of the year, I want to win at least one event. But if you win the first event of the year, you've already met your goal, so you're sort of limiting yourself. I've always been a case of just win your next, I know it sounds so cliche, but just win your next match and just keep going for me. Because every match is different. Every match has its own challenges. If you're a favourite, if you're an underdog, if you're behind, if you're in front. So just try to win it. You try to win every comp, don't you? It's otherwise you turn up and think, if I've won that event, semis will do. It's just not. It's not what we do, is it? You turn up and you try to win everything.
We're good to go. Okay, let's take two. We can edit that out anyway. So welcome back to the conclusion of day 2 here at the IPA UK Championships, and what a match we have got coming up for our audience now. It's an absolute blockbuster. People will pay good money to watch these two, Marc Boyle and Liam Dunster. What a match.
Yeah, first of all, they'd have to pay good money because it's free on our YouTube channel, which is obviously an extra bonus. But yeah, this is a match that everyone, when all the players start out, if these two are playing together, it is probably one of the most watched matches that everyone's going to be watching. Obviously, all of Scotland, they're all tuned into this one. They cannot wait for this one to start. And it's just how do you actually split these up to who's going to win this match? It's going to be a really difficult one to choose.
Could it be the battle of the cup breakers? Because they're both masters of the cup break, which we'll definitely no doubt see in operation in this match. Marc Boyle is regarded as the best in the business. Could that just give him that extra 0.5% advantage in this match?
Yeah, the actual cup break that Marc possesses is an absolute weapon. It really is. But what we've seen from Liam Dunster, he's put on a bit more power into this cup break, so he seems to be getting a lot more action out the ball. So maybe that could be a bit of the difference of the outcome of this match. But it is going to be very intriguing to see which cup break does come out on top.
Well, absolutely perfectly set up, Marc. Thanks a lot for your insights and your comments. Well, we are ready to go for this first semi-final, and just to remind you that coming up after this we will have the final of the UK Professional Championships. The second semi-final has just commenced on one of the outer tables, and no doubt we'll be bringing you updates from that throughout this next match. So without further ado, let's get over to the commentary box with Andy Richardson.
UK Pro semi-final, frame number 1, Marc Boyle frame. Time running.
So, here we go. Semi-final of the professional event. Second tour, IPA Professional. And it's Marc Boyle against Liam Dunster. Well, first break, ball down, and I'm joined in the commentary box by Dan Davey. Dan, how are you feeling, mate?
Yeah. Don't really want to be here, to be honest with you. No. I've had an hour. I've had an hour and a bit to. I'm not really a sulker. Obviously, I just lost 9-8 to Marc Boyle. I was 8-6 up. Missed a chance in the decider, and yeah, it's a bit of a sickener. I was 8-6 up. He cleared off his break. I broke. He cleared up to go 8-all, but he went dry in the decider, and I did get first chance. And didn't manage to get him, so a bit sick to be honest. But I'm not a sulker. I'm normally over it after about 10 minutes. This one's took me about an hour.
Yeah.
But yeah, worse things can happen in life.
Yeah, we're watching, spurring you on, so close.
Yeah, it is what it is, isn't it? It's yeah, that's the difference, isn't it? You know, you need to those one or two sort of clinical shots at the right times in matches, and I had my chance and didn't take it, so you get what you deserve. So Boyle in first here. Dunster. So obviously he's just had a tough match. Our game was nearly 3 hours. Me and Marc and Liam won 9-3. Is that right? I don't know if that was on stream or not, but obviously it was against Gaz Hibbott as well. So he's obviously played really well.
Yeah, he did play really well. Yeah.
Did he? Yeah. So do you probably make Liam slight favourite?
Yeah, I think that it's a big factor is the length of the last match for Marc Boyle. Definitely, you'll have taken a lot out of him there. Got over the line by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, it works both ways sometimes, doesn't it? I mean, he could feel a bit drained, but he could also feel like he's got away with one, and sometimes that just you kick on from there, don't you? It gives you a little spring in your step, and you know sometimes you can. Adrenaline just gets you through, and you start to feel really good after you win a close one. It's the key shot to this fight. I don't think that red goes, does it? So he's played the catch, played that really well. It's a very good shot.
Yeah, great cannon.
These two all know each other so well. They've probably played each other in tournaments 30-40 times minimum. I mean, if you count all the times they obviously so regularly in the business end of tournaments in Scotland, I wouldn't be surprised if they played each other 50+ times already. They know each other inside out. They're actually really good friends as well off the table.
Yeah, both players got the utmost respect for each other. And I have no idea what the head-to-head is, but I can imagine it being very close.
Yeah, me neither. But yeah, I can imagine it's fairly close. I wouldn't be surprised if it was sort of 60-40 either way. I'd be very surprised if one of them sort of dominant over the other, because I've seen I've seen a lot of their results, and it seems to be quite 50-50 from the ones that I remember when they played each other. Just squeezing his shoulder there, Marc.
Well, did the business first frame. First frame on the board. It's Liam Dunster to break.
So we've seen Marc cut break with success. Going to see Liam do the same, second ball down.
Yeah, different style of cut break though we've noticed. I think Marc Boyle, well, we keep saying it, nobody hits the ball as hard as he does, certainly breaking from the side. But I think that Liam, it's more of a timed break is this. I'm sure he could put a little bit more onto it, but he gets the sweet spot.
He does. I mean, he hasn't hit them hard, has he?
No.
Although he hasn't made a ball.
He normally, yeah, obviously.
It was a hell of a connection.
Great connection,
he's hit
good
really
split.
hard.
It's a totally different type of cut break.
Yeah, I said he's hit them hard. He hasn't hit them hard. It just looks like he's hit them hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, nothing down, and he's hit them exactly as he wanted to. First chance, Marc Boyle then. So tricky areas for both.
Yeah, two reds at the bottom of the table. awkward. Yellow, difficult behind the black. Looking at yellows or reds, is he? Let's have a look. So, he's elected to take reds.
Is he going to screw straight into these two? Okay. Thought he may have screwed straight into those two. Looked like he had the perfect angle to come straight up table, but I think maybe the bottom of these two reds goes into the left corner pocket. If it does, you see with a lot of these top players, they don't like to play any cannons unless they're absolutely necessary. Just overrun that a little bit.
Yeah, just a slight overrun.
So we've done a poll for our YouTube channel. Who's going to the final? Who's going to win this match? And 57% have gone with Liam Dunster. This is 42% Marc Boyle. So, well, the other 1% I think it's a draw. Do they add up? There. He's got away with that a little bit. He's just grazed the yellow on the way past. I know obviously the yellow was quite close to the corner and he's played it fairly soft, but he certainly didn't play it off the yellow. He just put his hand up there to apologise. So I think we're going to be seeing Marc leave the red closest to the black until last. It's all going to be about how he's just coming around now. He's really standing on the line of where he wants the cue ball to be for his last red. What's going to be his last red? Really important he gets the right angle now.
Yeah, just wants to be low.
Yeah,
he's low.
So you can overdo this a little bit. Just don't underhit it and leave yourself behind the yellow. That's perfect. Might see him use the yellow to bump it out of the way. It depends how straight he is. He'll know better than us because he's obviously right behind it. If he can kill the cue ball, he's had to use the yellow, but it's pretty good. Slightly hampered cueing, makes it missable.
Yeah, he's bridging over. He's got to watch these yellows. Corner pocket.
Lucky he's quite a slim guy. Yeah, no mistake. 2-0. Liam's not had his hand on the table yet.
Yeah, great start this from Marc Boyle. Just what he needed. So we were saying he may be fatigued. Not showing any signs at present.
No, he looks fresh. Works both ways, like I say, you know, sometimes you get for a tight match or come from, he was 8-6 down against me, come from behind and it gives you maybe you just feel like, oh, it's my day, you know, and maybe it just gives you that little bit of, like I say, a little bit of spring in your step, positive thinking. Couldn't have started any better, 2-0.
Liam, as always, emotionless. So once again, it's Marc Boyle to break. Let's see what he does here.
See from the break, he places the cue ball 3 or 4 inches further up and basically on the balk line, a lot closer than Liam. Does hit him hard, doesn't he?
He does.
Black off the break, so re-rack.
Yeah, he also doesn't play the same line, does he, from that break? Liam noticeably puts his hand over the pocket and bridges off his hand, which I find not strange, but certainly difficult because he's striking down on the ball.
Yeah, just in other people, I mean, well, both of them, really, you could say the way they break. I've dabbled with it. Rarely, I mean, I sort of refuse really, but It's easy to put the white off the table.
Very easy.
Yeah, especially the way Marc hits it, because he really does hit it hard. If anyone else tried to sort of replicate what Marc does, you probably find they put the white off the table pretty much straight away. You know, one of the first 2 or 3 times, especially when you don't make a ball, sometimes you subconsciously give it a little bit more. But I don't think I've ever seen Marc put the white off the table.
Yeah, it's precision. He strikes this with such force but accuracy.
Yeah, and obviously timing as well.
Massively timing, yeah.
And he definitely hits it harder than Liam, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Dry though. Liam's back in.
Yeah, a lot of movement there. Ball's going all over the place. But nothing threatened a pocket.
Not the worst leave either.
Extension, please.
I mean, yellows won't be bad, but where's your first yellow coming from? You've got a long one, full length for the table, which is horrible. Reds, okay, you've got a fairly easy starter on reds, but you've got the red on the right hand side of the table that's tied up. Interesting to see what Liam does here.
Yeah, yet to trouble the scoreboard, so this is the last thing you want for a first visit.
Looks like he's eyeing up the long yellow. I like this. It's very positive, very eggs in one basket. Some people at 2-0. That's a great shot.
Yeah, really is.
That is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. A lot of people at 2-0 down would just maybe take the red and play back themselves to play a developing shot just so they could get their hand on the table. They'd shy away from that brave shot. Not Liam. Cueing off the cushion, just cued it in like a dream.
Yeah, elected to just release that ball that was hampered by the red. He does have a ball to the middle. Again, not easy.
No, across the table with the probably doesn't do it justice. This is sort of fairly acute angle.
Yeah, we have the overhead. It's a more difficult shot than it looks.
Yeah, cueing over the ridge as well. He's played that really well. Is he hampered cueing? I think he is just. He can just about get to it, I think. If he can't, he needs to get the what would probably be the spider out quite quickly because he's used his extension.
Good point, Dan. The clock is running.
Right, can just about reach.
He's good here. Just drop this red to middle. Just nudges the other one. Just wants to drop this in.
Yeah, wants to play this very soft. Doesn't want to
That's
push that other yellow towards the 2 reds. He's played that well, and again, this can go wrong. You just want to leave yourself sort of straight as a worst case scenario. You want to leave yourself on a line where you can just screw directly between the black and the right middle pocket. Quite straight. I think if he screws back directly, he's maybe going over towards the right middle pocket. He should be fine still.
Yeah, it does look like he'd be close to that middle. So maybe elect to not draw the ball quite as far as he would have liked. Leave some sort of angle, which he has done.
Yeah,
and he's great there anyway.
Yeah, just about got into it enough. Pinched the pocket a little bit. Nicely done.
great finish. He's opened his account in this semi-final. Fantastic first ball, the long yellow. Brave.
Exhibition so far, 3 breaks, 3 first visit finishes.
Race to 9 again, semi-final.
And the other semi-final, just to keep you updated, is between Ross Fernie and Tom Barley. It's going on table 6, and Ross Fernie's currently 4-1 up. Looking to make it an all-Scottish final. Ross Fernie really has been, I mean, he's 4-1 up at the moment. 9-3 in the quarters against Dean Shields. 8-1 in the last 16 against David Admiral. 8-4 in his first match, so he's flying, Ross Fernie. He's not even been close to having a close match so far. Could argue he's the form player of the tournament.
Well, broke dry again there.
Extension, please.
Yeah, I think the black does just about go. If you get the white roughly kind of centre of the table, he'll be able to see enough of the black. So he doesn't need to develop that. He definitely would if he was on yellows. So it's going to be reds, obviously. It's just about how he gets around this little section at the bottom right. Ideally he wants to pot this and just slide past the one furthest right.
Yeah, he'd like to be on the ball, just up higher than the yellow, which he is.
Yeah, that shot was all about the pace, and he's played that perfectly.
Position on the 8 ball going to be the issue, if anything. So that was his problem ball.
I think they're the little shots a lot of people don't appreciate. The difficulty, just how well he's controlled the pace of the cue ball on the previous shot, just to land perfect on his bad ball. So easy to underhit and overhit those, and before you know it, you're then taking out what looks like a tricky or a difficult clearance. Just made it look very easy. He's actually come a little bit far there. He wanted to be straight on this red.
Yeah, he's offline.
To the point where he's actually changed the red that he's going to take. It's a lovely shot. He's kind of played that, hasn't he? He's played that into the knuckle. I know he's close to his work, so you could argue a top player should be able to do that, but that's a brave shot. Psychologically, to play a shot into the knuckle. He needed to be straight on this. He didn't want to be running down table. It's a very good shot.
Just leaves a slight angle on the last red. There is a line there to position himself on this 8 ball. Yeah, he's just showing you where it is. But again, need a good touch here.
perfect. No mistake. Still yet to see a mistake from either of these two. 3-1 Marc Boyle, 4 frames, 4 first visit finishes. It's now 5-1 Ross Fernie in the other semi-final. Wasted no time, 6 frames in half an hour. Ross Fernie and Tom Barley. Tom Barley just taken up the world champion. Clint Ianson in the quarterfinals.
So, previous rack, Liam hit them well, but came up dry. With a 3-1 lead, he can make a ball here.
He's hit them so well. Hit those really well. Aside from this red in the bottom right hand side of the table, this bottom right hand corner of the table, this would be a very easy finish, but he's got that one problem. That's what Liam's got to cling on to. As expected, Marc's used his extension. We don't really know what his plan is yet, but we saw him just waving and poking his cue around like pool players do, trying to figure out what order he's going to take these balls in, which one he's going to leave an angle on to break into his problem area at the bottom of the table. I think we've got the answer. Stun into this right, red into the right middle, and leaves himself the angle on the one in the middle of the table.
Yeah, perfect angle. So does he go bottom rail, back out to try and move the red, or does he try and hit it directly?
Yeah, interesting to see. I mean, I'd say maybe direct.
Yeah, well, I think he's tried to, but
I think he did. Yeah,
yeah.
That's gone wrong. That's I've got flashbacks there to the deciding frame. That's exactly what I did when I played back in the quarters. I kind of tried to. I felt like I tried to play it a little bit too cleverly and didn't just make sure of the cannon. I think he was trying to go straight into it there. Probably would have been mindful of gluing to the yellow, playing it at that pace, but either way, it hasn't gone right. Ooh. Well, look, the cut's on, but is it on? I think the cut's on. And the whites, he's going to flick the other yellow and go over towards that area. These are your bits where Liam sat there thinking, right, I've got my chance. I should be getting back to the table now.
Yeah, if he checks this up, left-hand side, and runs off this yellow, he's a chance. And there you are.
He's got it, and I think he's on it. Yeah, he's on it into the corner pocket.
Yeah, we called it.
Yeah, needed to trust to luck. you need a bit of luck. He's got some.
Yeah, that spin just helped him, didn't it? Off the side of that yellow. He was heading in the right direction. And yeah, needed some luck.
This is no gimme though.
No.
Needs to force this. Oh, he's cued that. He's cued that like a dream. But, oh, I think he's just about all right, you know. I think the right-hand side, you see it just sort of drifted a little bit with the right-hand side towards the end. It looked like he was going to stick on it, and it's just about come away. Just about pulled up in time, so he has got a thin snick on this.
Yeah, this ball is on.
These are horrible ones for your opponent. Liam sat there having to go through this. Ouch. But well played, Marc Boyle. 4-1, perfect pull. Absolute masterclass so far.
Yeah, he's in trouble there at one point, but managed to dig himself out. Second to last ball that he played. Great shot. Cut into the middle. Spun off the side of the yellow. Managed to promote the red. Yep, you could say he was fortunate to get red to corner. But he played a great shot from it. Stunned all the way up. Just stopped in time. A fine cut to the corner for a 4-1 lead.
Yep, talking of leads, you just saw there, Ross Fernie now 6-2 up on Tom Barley. Literally played 8 frames in just over half an hour. No messing about.
Yeah, that's some going.
Well, you got the banger Barley, who is as quick as they come, and Ross Fernie's ultra attacking. And it's hard to say. He's won 3 pro events, Ross Fernie, and never won an open event, I think. I'm 95% sure on that, so apologies if I'm wrong, but he's one of these players, Ross, he seems to either, once he gets going, he's hard to stop. You know, his conversion rate from, say, like a quarter-final onwards is probably really, really high. Can lose first round to sort of anybody, but once he gets going, he's fearless. Liam needs a ball, he's got one. He's got one, he's got a fairly good split. So, reds, is a bit of a messy area, sort of just below the black. That's about all he's got to worry about. Could go into that now. Either off 1 cushion or 2. Just having his usual study at the tables, used as extension, as most players do after the break.
Could go 2 cushions, definitely. I like the line if he goes 2 rails.
Yeah, it feels like you've got a bigger margin of error if you play 2 cushions.
That was the shot.
Yeah, he's played that, that's come out well. He'd take that if he was offered that before that shot. He would take that all day long. So finds himself 4-1 down. He's done nothing wrong aside from a dry break. That's what tests you. These are sort of situations that test your mental strength.
Nice shot there. Spun off the side cushion table.
Yeah, thinking clearly. A lot of people get a little bit too fixed on it's a balance, you know, but you always try and clear the balls in areas if you can. If you've got a couple in one section, you don't want to be going back and forth, but sometimes it is the right thing to do. fine. He's gone a little bit too far. Should still be fine. He can just roll this in and rest on the yellow if he wants to. Just leave himself a little bit more distance on this final red. Wanted to be dead straight on this one into the left corner, but minor issues for Liam.
Play corner here, looks like he is. The side cushion, just a little bit side on there. He doesn't want to be hampered. Now I think this 8 ball does go into the other middle. It's not quite the right angle here. Bridging over. Easy to slide away here if he makes this ball.
Yeah, and he definitely hasn't got a full pocket for the black into the middle, but he's played that very well, so this will be easy enough.
Yeah, he's straight behind him. So, quality continues.
You're not wrong. 4-2, 6 frames. 6 first visit clearances, yet to be a mistake in open play from either of these two players.
Number 7, Marc, Boyle to break, leading 4-2.
So 4-2 the lead. Breaking. And as things are going, you need a ball down. Because so far in this match, everybody that comes to the table in open play clears.
Well, there's I'd have big money on this this being 7 from 7. I mean, look, he'd probably clear yellows if he had to, but I think reds are the colour. Assuming the red next to the black isn't sort of hampered by the black. If so, he may well take yellows and just play a slightly more difficult first yellow. So he has gone reds. He's just going to graze past the black here, so he just needs to make sure he gets away from that yellow. He's just about made that. That's perfect. Wants to get as close to this ball on the cushion as he can. Just wants to leave a tiny bit of angle. Doesn't want to be dead straight. It wouldn't be the end of the world, but... So he is straight. You see from his body language, he's not over the moon with it, but it's not too bad. Just you want to leave this quite natural so you can float between the gap of the two yellows. Maybe rest on the yellow that's closest to the red near the middle.
I think with him being straight, I think that's what he'll do. Just maybe run through a little bit further than he might have done. Just a touch. The natural path of the cue ball here. be taking him either into that yellow. I think he's got to take him into the yellow, but he's guaranteed position into the other middle with the 8.
Yeah,
Just doesn't want to slide off the yellow. That's the only thing I can see.
Yeah, it's just all about the pace. As long as he's got the angle he needs, yeah, that's perfect. 5-2 incoming. The perfect pull continues.
Yeah, another great break and run out from Marc Boyle. Certainly a contender for Smart Rack. Break of the day, that one. Fantastic break and a brilliant leave at the end of it there. Reds had that tricky ball near the black. Second ball in. Here we see this break again. Smashes into them. It was just a case of the second red in there. The one near the black. There you see it from a different perspective. Tough skull, trailing 5-3, and you've done nothing wrong.
5-2.
5-2. I'm sorry. I thought I had 5-3.
Hasn't put a foot wrong.
Yeah, done nothing wrong at all.
Done nothing wrong there either. He's absolutely nailed that break, hit them exactly as he wanted to, made a couple of balls. Got his hand on the table again.
This calls for his extension. Just wants a little bit of extra time to map out which way he's going. Initially looked at this red over this bottom corner. Just looked where he may contact that yellow just above it if he was to take the red. So here, underneath this yellow, there you see.
Yeah. I mean, not perfect, but not too bad. He's got the red over the bottom left corner. Played it deliberately at a decent pace to get the yellow out of the way, but also needed to bring the white back out as well. Didn't want the white stuck too deep into the bottom right hand corner of the table.
So, thin cut to middle.
That keeps running. That's perfect. Clever little shot there. Not sure if it was the plan, but he saw an opportunity to, without much fuss, take his trickiest red off the cushion. Still a lot of work to do here. Yellow's on the right hand side of the table and making the one that he's taking now a bit tricky to get to. He's missed it.
Well,
they are human, these two.
Only just, but first mistake. It was a toughie, that. But the way these two have been playing, expected him to get it.
See a little shake of the head from Liam. You don't often get that. Normally sits there stone-faced. Gives nothing away. The yellow that's causing Marc the most problem is the one he's on now. But the other yellow in the right corner pocket stopping it from going. He doesn't want to play a plant that's too risky, too difficult. He's looking at playing the yellow into the right middle and trying to leave himself an angle on the one closest to it to do something with this red, this yellow on the left-hand side of the table. He's got the angle. This is, every frame's important, but 5-2, we've just had our first mistake of the match, and this is what you'd call really a half chance for Marc. It's a tricky clearance. How this comes out, the difference between 6-2 and 5-3 is massive at this level. This is, can't help but feel this is the most important shot of the match so far. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It's a great shot. Played it with pace, really positive. Gave himself every chance of that coming out good. He's got what he deserved.
So needs a good angle on this second last yellow. Looks good. So would ideally like to be low on his last yellow.
Played that really well. In your mind, you need to catch it just below that middle pocket. You don't want to flirt with the knuckle. That's about all that could have gone wrong there, but he quite literally has not put a foot wrong, Marc Boyle, in this match. Barring some sort of kick, he's going to find himself 6-2 up here and in complete control of this match.
A joy to watch. Really is. So Liam Dunster, first mistake of the match. Not the easiest of pots. He knew if he made that red, worked his way across the table, he'd have had an easy layout. Backed himself to make it.
Yeah, I think he definitely did the right thing.
Yeah, it's the right shot.
It was the right shot. He just, he's human.
Only just?
Yeah, just about. He misses now and again. You sort of got a feel if you're Marc Boyle though that you've earned that mistake. You know, you've played perfect. You've broke slightly better of the two. You're 5-2 up because you've put pressure on. Would Liam have missed that if he was 5-2 up himself rather than 5-2 down? You never know. Even the greatest at every single sport miss under pressure now and again. You know, your Tiger Woods, Djokovic. You can't name an all-time great. Phil Taylor at darts, he misses doubles under. It happens. Just these elite players, they just miss less than the others under pressure, but it does happen. What a break that is as well from Marc. But I think has he had a dry break yet? I don't think he has he?
I think Liam's had a couple, hasn't he?
Liam's had a couple, which is. I think Marc might have had one. Yeah, I think Marc's had one dry break, but he's definitely broke the better of the two. Look at this layout. I mean, reds or yellows. Yellows are slightly more difficult, but you'd still fancy him to get them. This for 7-2, and I mean, look, we've seen Liam Dunster come back from I think 6-2 down in a 6 or 7-2 down in an Open final or a Pro final before, and win the last 6 on the bounce. But it's tough. If anyone can do it, Liam can do it. But if this goes 7-2, even Liam Dunster's a massive underdog in this match.
Especially with the way that Marc's breaking.
Yeah, and I think there's always a bit of a feeling until you make your first mistake, you do feel a little bit invincible. And Marc is yet to make a mistake in this match, so he's just he's just completely in the zone at the moment. That's not perfect. He'd have loved a little bit more angle so that he could bring the white up table here, but it's a minor issue for him, I'm sure. he's got away with that. Confident as he was, he's actually topped that through with top and right hand side to try and come through off 2 cushions, but just got into it a little bit too much. Flick the knuckle.
Yeah.
Just needs to control the cue ball on this.
Difficult to control in the jaws though.
Yeah, they're horrible. Wants to cut it thin. Wants to play this thin into the corner.
Try and catch the bump.
Yeah.
That'll do him.
Oh, that will do him. It's about as well as he could have hoped for.
Relentless.
Machine-like.
Yeah, I think our theory of you maybe having tied him out has gone out the window.
I don't know if this makes me feel better about myself, the fact that I was somehow 8-6 up against this.
You should do. You should be proud.
No, I'm annoyed because I should be sat there now, but yeah, no, it's how it goes, isn't it? You know, you can sort of battle your way through one match and all of a sudden it just clicks and you just feel $1 million, and he really does look as good as he can possibly look out there at the moment. Yet to put a foot wrong.
We've had one dry break. That's it. No other errors.
Right. And the all Scottish finals looking pretty nailed on. Ross Fernie 7-3 up against Tom Barley in the other semi-final. Looking like going 7-4 from the other cameras that we've got in the arena at the moment. So Liam Dunster clinging on in this match. Made his only mistake in the frame before the last one. Could have gone 5-3, ended up 6-2, and Marc Boyle punished him with a break and finish. He won't be, I mean, he's never going to give up, Liam, but you always feel if you can keep your opponent off of 8, then you always feel a little bit more like the comeback's a realistic thing that can happen. But he's going to need to make a ball off the break. That's another dry one from Liam. I think that's his 3rd of the match. Not the easiest table though for Marc.
Yeah, you'd struggle at the best of times with 3 dry breaks in a race to 9, but when your opponent hasn't made any mistakes at all when he's at the table, it's a massive difference.
Yeah, and could we be seeing that? I mean, this is probably the most difficult clearance Marc's had to go at so far. So if he can get these, I mean, you might as well just hand him the match now, because he's got 2 bad balls now. So he's going into this red. It's just hard to see how it's. You look at him sometimes and think, well, if he crashed into this 10 times, it's probably going to come out good 8 or 9 times out of 10. I'm probably more towards 50-50 with this one. Well, there you go. When it's your day, it's your day. Yeah. Trusted to luck. He trusted to luck, but he couldn't have played it any better. He caught that red full ball at pace. You know, and there was a lot of distance between the cue ball and that red, so there wasn't an easy cannon. He's played that to absolute perfection and got exactly what he deserved. Not out of the woods yet, but
just didn't want to nudge that red too far. That would have been the only problem he could have had, but it still goes.
Yeah, interesting to see as well. We said this earlier with Liam. You see a lot of players there would have taken these 2 at the bottom of the table first, and then played up table for the other 3. But Marc's seen a clear pattern where if he can take the one in the middle now, then the one next to it, then the one next to the cue ball, he can come back down table for this one at the bottom of the table, and then the black's got a ball, got a pocket into the top right. So he just no cannons, and he just now and again, you know, these top players, they just see things quicker and clearer than most. Just ran slightly out of position there though. Just doesn't look like missing, does he?
No, he does not.
Just in complete control of what he's doing. Doesn't look like missing the pot, doesn't look like running out of position. Cue ball is on a string.
To be careful here, slightly hampered by the 8. So, plays into the corner, checks the cue ball, not quite checked up as he would have liked. This is still, well, it's a 10 out of 10 as a rule, this for Marc. And the way he's playing, I have no doubt.
That's about the only thing that can stop him now, as a commentator's curse.
And I've put a few in today.
Not this time.
Bang in the middle.
8-2. Absolute masterclass from Marc Boyle. Hasn't put a foot wrong and doesn't look like putting a foot wrong. He's broke well. He's broke very well. He's taken out the clearances he should take out. He's taken out a couple that he probably shouldn't be taking out as well. And I mean, Liam's made one mistake, but it's not really been much he can do. The best he could have possibly hoped for is to be 7-3 down here. He literally has barely had his hand on the table.
Yeah, just run out of position in that last game there. Retrieved it, cut back into the corner. As you were saying in that clearance, a lot of people would have cleared one end of the table to move up to the other. I think that's the way the game was played back in my day. But, yep, it's the pattern he liked.
That's the word, isn't it? Pattern play.
Yep.
You know, he just saw things slightly. He saw it straight away, and he thought, no, this is going to make my life slightly easier if I go about it this way. Talk about making your life easy. I mean, I don't want to. This is over, isn't it? How? I mean, these yellows could they be any easier? It's what he deserves, though, right?
Yeah, he's played fantastic.
You know, you control the cue ball like you know, the cue ball's on a piece of string. You break great. You deserve an easy finish to get yourself into the final.
Yeah, would have liked to have been on this yellow. He just looked at. Don't know if it passes that red or not.
No, yeah, so he has actually slightly overrun that. Wanted to take the 2 on the right hand side next. He's going to have to reroute slightly.
Yeah, he can play it after this shot if he chooses. Take this ball on the rail into the corner. Can come back out for one of those 2. The one that he was trying to just get on there, if he chooses. There's really so many options here.
Yeah, and the black's so the black's so close to that middle pocket that he can use any of these yellows as his last ball to get onto it. This is possibly the last thing that can go wrong. Is he playing on one in the middle, or is he going off 2 cushions? Well, a little bit of luck needed. I think he's got it. Just a little puff of the cheeks.
Yeah, tried to get past that.
Yeah, he's okay though. He's fine. Left of the 2 goes into this bottom left corner, so he's pretty much there. I've done a fair bit of commentary now, and I'm not sure I've ever commentated on a match where somebody's played of this length, you know, a longer race, where somebody has actually played perfect pool. But Marc Boyle was 2 shots away from the perfect match.
Well, I have no words. What a performance that was from Marc Boyle. Awesome.
Yeah, unbelievable performance. You can see from Liam's sort of reaction there. Now and again, when somebody does that to you, you can't really be that disappointed. You've just got to say, look, this is going to happen to me once a season. I'm going to come up against somebody where everything goes their way and they execute everything and they play out of their skin. That's exactly what's happened there. Obviously, these two are great mates anyway, so they probably would have a chat more than most people after they've just played a semi-final. But yeah, what a performance. He's going to take some stopping if he does that again in the final. Well played.
Magnificent performance.
Absolute pleasure to watch.
It was a joy to commentate on. I think that's got to be, as you were saying, I don't think I've ever commentated on a match that's run perfect like that as over this distance, race to 9.
I mean, he tried to run out of position a couple of times and recovered it. Absolute masterclass. And I'm going to get a couple of words now with our winner, Marc Boyle.
Thanks, guys, and I'm here with our first pro finalist, Mr. Magic. That was a bit of a masterclass, Marc.
Can't remember what happened. It was all a blur. My break, at the end of the day, it was the way the balls finished after the break. My gran could have potted them, you know. So I had a couple of shots that I had to play, you know. But anything that I played to nudge a ball out of that just landed for me, you know. So, but that kind of happens when you're playing well or breaking well. But just a blur.
Well, believe me, it wasn't a blur. That was an absolute clinic that you've put on there, and you knew you had to play well because Liam is the toughest challenge in the game.
Yeah, of course. You've got to play like a PlayStation against Liam, you know. So, because he would do the same to me. But maybe that brings out the best in you, because you know you've got to be at your best to even compete with these guys. But I can't complain.
Yeah, and the key to that performance, as you've alluded to, was the break. You were breaking so well, giving yourself opportunities, and like you say, you were just leaving yourself routine finishes. But at the end of the day, you've still got to get them. You've still got to get the concentration, and you looked completely in the zone in that match. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, just you've got to be focused all times, because you could be 6-1 up, and before you know it, a couple of dry breaks, you're 6-5. You know, so you can't switch off. You learn that as you play this game. Every shot, you could miss one ball and that can turn a match. So you've got to be focused all the time. And if you're not focused, the wee errors will creep in. You know, and Liam's prime example how focused he is. So you kind of try and he's an example. He sets the example. Do you know what I mean? So if you act like him and be focused all the time, the wee silly mistakes will not happen.
Well, there was certainly no silly mistakes in that match, Marc. It's looking like you're going to be playing your fellow countryman, another Scotsman, Ross Fernie. Nearly want to call him Ryan then. It's been a long day. I think he was 8-4 up. Yeah, so that final will be coming up in 15 minutes, so you've got time to maybe have a shave.
Go for a shower and a shave, yeah. I'm not mentioning another race.
So, I mean, obviously not much time. What will you do in the next few minutes just to prepare for the final?
A shower, I'll not say another one, a shave. No, just go up to my room, freshen up a wee bit, and just get a drink or something, like a can of juice or something. Just try and stay focused.
And what would it mean to you to win the title, this field? I mean, you've come through a pretty tough. That quarter-final against Dan Davey that we showed on the stream. I know it was on one of the outer tables, but we showed all that last frame, and that was a titanic tussle. So, are you still feeling fresh and ready to go for the final?
Yeah, still feel fresh. Yeah, as a long day, as a long day because. Well, mind you, I started a wee bit later. I started at 1, but it still is a long day because you've got to concentrate all day. So it's mentally draining more than physically. So I feel normal just now. An hour's time I might be knackered, but I feel okay just now.
Brilliant. Well, we'll let you get off and have that drink and whatever else you need to do in the next 15 minutes. And good luck in the final. So, Marc Boyle. That looked like a masterclass to me, Mark Pickworth from Marc Boyle. But I think what impressed me most was the focus that he showed in that match. He just was not blinking whatsoever.
No, it's quite robotic, weren't it? The way that he went about, and that cup break of his is a phenomenal weapon. It really is. I know we keep saying it, but the way it's worked for him on this table, it's been phenomenal throughout. We saw him earlier, we've seen him again today, and it's just the same old thing all the time. They're just absolutely splitting. These conditions for him are suiting Marc Boyle right down to the T.
So he's in the final. We have still to have our second finalist confirmed. It's looking like Ross Fernie. That match is taking place on one of the outer tables. He was 8-4 up last time I checked. We are now going to take a 15-minute break, and when we come back, we will bring you the professional final. And before that, we'll pay our tribute to the late, great Jason Twist. We'll see you in 15 minutes. And welcome back to Coventry for the conclusion of the UK professional event, which is going to be contested shortly between two of the best players in the world, Marc Boyle and Ross Fernie. But before we look ahead to that final, the IPA would like to pay its tributes to one of the greatest players ever to grace our sport, Jason Twist, who sadly passed away recently. And we're going to commemorate him now with a minute's applause. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Marc, that was pretty moving and just testament to the guy and the character that Jason Twist was.
Yeah, absolutely. A fitting tribute there, and a great guy on and off the table, and a truly great character that we're truly very missed.
Yeah, multiple world title holder, which everyone on the table will have seen. He graced the table and his skills were sublime. Up there with one of the greatest players ever, an IPA Hall of Famer as well. And but off the table, if anyone had ever met him, always put a smile on everyone's face.
Oh, absolutely did. A truly great character. Always had a story to tell, and like we've already said, a truly great character on and off the table. Truly missed.
Yeah, and we'll have another tribute tomorrow for Jason, where some of the top IPA players who are a bit closer to Jason talk about some of the great times that they shared with him. So look out for that on our social media channels. But looking ahead now to the final, Marc, we've got Marc Boyle against Ross Fernie. It's an all-Scottish battle. What can we expect in this one?
It's going to be quick fire, I think. If the brakes start working for both these players, this could be over very, very quickly. Race to 10. It's going to be a little bit different the way that Marc's been breaking on this table. It's going to be a surprise if Ross can stop that. He's going to have to keep up with him, neck and neck all the way. He cannot afford to be giving him any leads from the very off.
We saw Ross on the table earlier. I think it's fair to say he struggled a little bit, but a really convincing semi-final win against Tom Barley in one of the outer tables. And we've just seen pretty much a clinic there from Marc Boyle. Do you think going into this final, Marc Boyle is the slight favourite?
Yeah, you would say that, especially with what you've seen on this table that Marc Boyle's produced. But momentum's with both of these players, especially Ross beating Tom Barley by 9 frames to 4, I think it was the final score. He's obviously shown his own momentum. So if he can continue with some of that straight away in this final, who knows? This could go all the way to the wire. We haven't had something that goes hill. Don't be surprised if this is the one.
Yeah, this is the one we've all been looking forward to. It's the final. It's Scotland v Scotland. It's Boyle v Fernie. Let's get over to the comms box and Andy Richardson.
Thank you, Kevin. Well, we finally got there. The grand final of the IPA Tour, live from Coventry, Tour 2. An all-Scottish affair. Marc Boyle against Ross Fernie. Both convincing wins in the semi-finals. This could be an absolute stormer of a match. So, the players just coming to the table, lagging for break. And as Kevin was saying there, Ross Fernie's last match out on this match table, not at his best. And Marc Boyle, well, he's just played an absolute perfect match against Liam Dunster. But Ross Fernie, he's just beaten Tom Barley in the semi-final there, 9-4. By all accounts, played really well. So they're both at the top of the game, both on form. Race to 10 in the final. And I'm joined in Coventry, once again, by Kevin Barton What a final this could be, Kevin.
What a matchup this is, and really it's been the story since we went live yesterday at 3 o'clock. Big match after big match, and they don't get much bigger than this. Two of Scotland's finest, two of the world's finest, and yeah, I absolutely can't wait to see the outcome of this.
So let's see, Ross Fernie. Can he move up a couple of gears on this table? He'll need to. Well, not the start he would like. It's a dry break. He struck them well.
Yeah, good strike, but nothing really worrying a bag at all. And I think Mark Pickford, you know, summed it up. He can't let Mark Pickford. Oh dear, it's been a long day. He can't let Marc Boyle get a fast start in this final, because I think it will be just too big a mountain to climb. I think he can, if he can stay with him within touching distance, then I think it's anyone's match. But he can't be going 4-0, 5-1, 6-2 down, because I don't see any way back for him from that position.
No, totally agree. But there's a slight error there early on from Marc Boyle. Didn't intend hitting that yellow. Trying to move the red. And you could say he's unlucky to kick it over the pocket like he has.
I think he kissed the wrong ball, Andy. I think he meant to kiss onto the red.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, definitely. So it has to go down as an error. And there have been very few of late from Marc Boyle. I think he may have played one positional error in his last match. Didn't miss anything. Just a single dry break. That was it. One positional error, almost flawless. So what can he do here?
Well, he's got to either play some sort of skill shot, or he's going to play a double. That's his choices. I'm not sure he can. He's just got a tiny bit of angle there, Andy, just to try and create a bit of disturbance.
Or does he take the ball into the corner, leave an angle on the one over the middle maybe? So can he arc into this maybe and try and move it? That's what he's done.
Will he get the kiss?
No.
No. Life for Ross Fernie. Look at that white spinning round. We might need to recover the table. Let's just check. There's still 6 spots on that white ball. I have to say, Andy, just on that minute's tribute for Jason Twist, that was absolutely incredible. And well done to everyone who took part in that. You could hear a pin drop before we started, and it just shows what a great character he was, and great tribute to him.
Yeah, fantastic guy, phenomenal player, but a great guy on and off the table, as everybody said. I had the pleasure of playing against him many times back in the day, in the early days of the IPA and before. And we always had a good laugh, as well as competing. So a very sad day. Great loss to the game.
Yep, certainly is. He'll certainly be fondly remembered by all those who were lucky enough to meet him and play him. I remember when we met him in Jersey, Andy, when we used to go to Jersey in 1990. He had me in absolute hysterics.
Yeah, great laugh. He was. Lovely guy. So Ross Fernie back at the table.
Yeah, and I think in the context of this match, and I know it's early days, it's a best of 19. I think these are the frames he has to win. He's in control. He's just got to make sure he takes all these chances. And that very clever shot is the kind of thing he's going to need to produce over the next hour or so to lift the title.
Yeah, lovely little cannon. Just leaves this yellow to middle. Just run through, that's the way. Just wants an angle. Stun away from this cushion now. Stun over to leave the yellow to middle if he chooses. Just run it through.
I think we're already seeing a completely different Ross Fernie to what we saw in his quarter-final match.
Yeah, I think the semi-final that followed has done him a lot of good. Certainly looks like he's moved up through the gears. Well,
it didn't quite go to plan. He meant to hit that a little bit thinner for the black into the right centre. Will he take it into the top corner?
He is straight on it to the top corner.
I think it's right centre.
It's as he sees it. He should get both. There you are. So, great start for Ross Fernie.
Yeah, that is exactly what he needed. Capitalising on a Marc Boyle error, which are like hen's teeth, and have been this weekend. But the good news for all our listeners, Andy, is that we've got the main man coming back into comms, and we can get rid of the substitute.
Right, see you later.
No, Andy, that's me.
Oh, right. Oh, are you sure?
That's me, yeah. Let's get the main man in, and hope everybody enjoys this final. It's going to be a great one.
So, Kevin just changing over now. Dan Fairway coming in.
Yeah, bad luck, everyone.
Dan the man's back in.
Yep, I've had time to, well, just about time to inhale a burger and back to work for the final Boyle versus Fernie mouth-watering clash. Although perhaps not as mouth-watering as the burger, because it was exceptional, I have to say. As is that break from Marc Boyle.
Yeah, and they've been like that throughout this this evening.
Yeah, I've kept an eye on the stream table today, although I've been away from it quite a lot. It's nice because you can watch it on your phone, believe it or not.
That's what I've been doing.
Yeah, fantastic technology. And Boyle's break, when it's like this, it's really hard to stop him. And as Kev said just before he left the commentary box, Ross has got to take every single chance in this match.
He has.
Yeah, for those of you watching on YouTube, which is all of you thinking about it, there's a poll on who you think is going to win this final. And at the moment, Marc Boyle is winning quite considerably with 83% of the vote. Having said that, that shot hasn't gone entirely to plan.
Yeah, not quite as he planned, and that's a couple of shots already where he's just not quite executed as he would have liked. But we're nitpicking at that because his standard of play in the previous match was absolutely phenomenal.
Don't think he's come quite as far as he'd like here. Although he's straight down on it, so is he going to try and move the red? Or just hold it with tons of side? Excellent shot. I thought it was a bit thinner than that, Andy.
Yeah, he's okay there.
Now, if he screws out of here, I think he's going to have to screw into the red, which is a bit dangerous. He might almost have to screw it and leave it down the rail.
I think he'd like to pinch and just screw past the red if he can. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think that was possible, to be honest.
Yeah, well, obviously that's why he's gone into the red, but
this is tough. There's not a lot of angle here. Can he top it through? And
I think he's looking at holding it and cutting back. There you can see.
Oh wow, that's leaving it thin.
It is, and that white will be running. First things first. It's red. Needs to make this red down the cushion. He can't afford to run through here. Well, he's missed that completely. A little bit of a nervy start this from Marc Boyle.
Yeah, it's almost like he was trying so hard to hold it that he just got it wrong. And what an opportunity for Ross Fernie. And I don't think I'm alone in suspecting that Ross won't have expected to come back to the table. And I don't think many viewers will have expected Ross to come to the table after that break, to be honest.
No, I'm sure he'll be highly delighted. Ross broke in the first frame, he broke dry, and Marc Boyle didn't manage to clear. And in this frame, once again, I mean, he could have easily been 2-0 down here, and he's looking like being 2-0 up. So, dream start as things are going for Ross Fernie. It's all about the concentration levels. It's been a long, long day. Got to focus on every ball, no matter how easy the layout. This is what all the hours of practice are about. Pool at this level, you can't afford to make any silly mistakes. He's a different man here from the last match he had on this table. Fair to say he struggled.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, so far, I don't know that he's had too much to do, and I think it'll be interesting to see what happens when the finishes get a little bit trickier than this for Ross. Because he struggled on this table earlier. I think when they're like this, you know, he's just not missing them. But if he comes to a table that's a bit tougher, I think then we'll see what the lay of the land is for him. But these couple of frames are such a nice settler.
Yeah, and the great thing about coming to the table following Marc Boyle is that majority of the time the breaks are so good you very rarely see balls clustered. There's usually a fairly good layout at your mercy, but he's done what he's got to do.
I'm not the only one enjoying a late night burger. Yvonne Ewing there, giving it, looked like she was enjoying that one. Are we allowed to bring snacks into the arena? Are we allowed to bring snacks into the commentary box?
Don't know.
Oh.
Have we got any?
Hang on.
Pint of water, I think that's all I've got.
I'm being told we're banned, but I'm going to get on Uber Eats. Other meal delivery services are available.
So, Ross Fernie to break. He's breaking from the centre. Most players today have been breaking from the side. With great success, it has to be said in general.
No.
He's made a ball.
It was almost very successful until that yellow rolled up to the top cushion. This has made it. Let's take another look. I mean, it's a great break. Catches them lovely. And then just that yellow there on the right hand side of your screen, making life difficult. I mean, every other ball on the table is completely open, Andy, so I guess for Ross here, he's looking at the best colour set to attack that cluster.
Correct, yeah.
And that's not easy to see either, to be honest.
No, so he's looking at yellows now.
Well, I think he was trying to screw back quite a lot straighter than that and actually go round into it, but that was he's had a bit of a result, actually, because the red to the right of the cue ball that he's just moved has opened up the pocket now for the yellow near the baulk line, and that is actually a perfect ball to break out the cluster. So that's a bit of a touch of fortune there for Ross Fernie.
Yeah, and he played that last shot well. Got a good angle here. Play this yellow long. Runs forward, and that angle you were talking about, it's there. He's going to have to break this ball out at some point.
Yeah, I mean, he could take the cut to the middle.
Yeah, he could,
but there's less control with this shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like that one as much. I don't think you did either. And
No.
well, that is exactly why you were never really in full control of the cue ball. He's caught it a bit thick anyway.
Yeah, you needed a lot of things to go right there. And they all went wrong, unfortunately, for Ross Fernie.
So, good opportunity here for Marc, but not perfect. I don't think the red on the left-hand side will go in the middle. I think that might be welded to the rail. It's one of those where, unless you're absolutely dead behind it, you can't really tell. If it doesn't, that's a really difficult ball.
It is. If it goes, it's... Right, so is he going to try and move it here?
This is like a 3-in-1 shot almost, is it? Is he going to double the yellow into the cluster to wedge the yellows together and bring out the red and try and move that red in one shot? This is...
I can see what
there's
you're
a lot
saying.
going on here, but if he pulls this off, then it's frame over.
Yeah.
No, he's just potting it.
Not the best of outcomes.
No, I mean, the fact that he's played it that way suggests to me that he's planning another safety shot. There are options to, of course, break it out. He could play a double here and try and break it out, but...
There's no need, is there?
No, he's got
total
so much
control.
Yeah, Ross needs a Hail Mary of epic proportions to get anything out of this frame.
Obviously an easy straight across to hit the yellow, touching the red, but he wouldn't want to do that. So he doesn't want to push that red forward.
No, you could play that shot and play it absolutely dead weight, but it's risky. It's best not to give up 2 shots if you can help it. This is underdone. That's a great effort.
Yeah, very good effort. Just trying to sit behind the yellow.
The thing for Ross, to be honest, even in that situation, even if he gets that escape, it's such an easy escape for Marc. You know, you're talking sort of Leicester City odds for Ross to have won that frame, I think. Especially now that Marc's opened everything up.
Played a clever little shot there. Off the yellow, just nudges the black up, the black 8. So it's a case of the 2 balls, the side cushion. The higher of the 2, they're going to be his most difficult ball. So straight away going down towards these 2.
I wonder whether he'll try and move the higher of the 2 reds, or whether he'll just come in behind it here. Sort of an argument for both. I think he might have tried to. Because if he was coming back across twice, he wouldn't have played it with that much bottom. So that's gone wrong.
It has gone wrong.
This is tricky now.
Hampered by the 8. If he plays this into the middle, he's drifting across. But he's not drifting where he wants to be.
Taking it long.
Yeah, he's done well there.
It's a brilliant shot, There was a bit of safety in mind there as well. If he misses it, he covers the pocket. But he's either got to go cushion first and pop the one over the pocket, in which case the cue ball probably runs into the yellow and sticks and doesn't come up table, or he's got to take a tricky double on. Is this double? No, this is just a safety. It's a decent safety. But it's allowed Ross back to the table, which is all he could ask for.
So, is it the ultra aggressive option here?
I sort of think it has to be. I don't think there's any value in just rolling up to the yellow and covering the red on the left-hand side, because it's such an easy escape and pot. Oh wow, that's
well,
that's a big miscue from Ross.
Yeah, the first one we've seen today.
He was obviously trying to do a lot there.
Yeah, it was short odds. If he'd have made contact with the yellow, looks like he was trying to bank the yellow, double the yellow long, screw back up table.
I can tell you play a lot of 9-ball.
Well, yeah, that's the plan. That's the trouble. I've played both. I have to keep stopping myself saying rail, bank. Yeah.
It would be easier if there was just one terminology.
It would. Start with English instead of side.
No, I'm not happy with that.
No. Even I don't go with that one, don't worry.
That's the one I'm not having.
Yeah.
That's the one.
I've never used it.
I'm fine with rail.
Yeah.
Bank's alright. I prefer double, but bank's fine. But I'm not having English. It's weird.
English is side spin. To you non-American pool playing viewers.
Yeah. Any idea as to where that comes from? Or?
Absolutely none.
No?
No, I don't know.
Very, very odd. Odd use of the word. By the way, Marc Boyle's back in the game. He still trails, but just by the odd frame in 3. It's 2-1 to Ross Fernie, and I think Ross will be very disappointed with that. Okay, he still leads, but really, he should be 3-0 up. You know, this has not been vintage Marc Boyle so far in this match.
No, it's not the start we expected. But having said that, the level of the last match was incredible. And you can't keep playing like that. Certain things are going to go wrong at some point. And they've only been small errors. I'm sure it's a long match, is this? A long race to 10. Both players still finding their feet somewhat. And at some point in this match, I'm sure that somebody will be running consecutive frames.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, where one of these players may turn it on and find another gear, and the question is how the other one responds. Oh, last ball rolling, drops in. But the Marc Boyle break has let him down slightly there, because this is not an easy table. Red and yellow closest to the cue ball. I reckon he'd prefer that yellow didn't drop, you know, Andy.
It was a great break, wasn't it, that?
It was, but look
deserved better.
Look what he's left with. Nice little containing shot, that.
Yeah, struck those, as he always does, with authority. Great split. But, well, he'd nothing on. And he didn't want to take anything risky on. Nothing was easy.
I think delicate little return for Ross. Try and leave Marc in roughly the same position. That's the one. This is a bit trickier to play the same shot back, because Marc can't just dab into the side rail here. He's going to have to use the top rail. And you don't... Neither colour set is horrendous. You probably favour reds, but there's problems with those as well. So up behind the black, but that's short of pace. And a chance has appeared here for Ross Fernie. Not an easy one. But the red that's most in the middle of the table is a nice ball to attack the sort of cluster on the side from, if should you so choose.
Yeah, could take this red to middle, and he could leave the ball that you're talking about. Leave a slight angle. Almost straight would be good if he chooses.
Yeah, there's two awkward reds there. The two reds in that cluster. I don't think either of them really go anywhere.
Well, he's going for yellows.
That little flick may not have been all that helpful, but the cue ball has held up. He can cut this one into the bottom right and go into those three. Looking at the plant, is that on? I mean, if it is, that opens everything up. Taking it on. Doesn't want to flick the red first. Oh, he did, and he just got away with it. Barely. Skin of his teeth stuff, that.
Yeah. It's now awkward. If that had gone right, he'd have really opened the game up. So spins it round, two cushions.
Doesn't want to be hampered by these two reds, and he is. This is nasty. Can he play the double? I think he might have to. I think he might have to play the double and come around the angles again. It's a really awkward pot, this one, if he's going to take the straight pot. And it's tough to get over to the other side of the table.
Yeah, I think he has to take it, though.
No, that was horrible. And yeah, I mean, he's caught it far too thick. He's got away with that, actually, because he's covered that red down towards the bottom right. He's done the best thing you can when you miss, and that's make a problem.
Yeah. There is an opportunity if Marc chose to play a ball long. He could. The yellow that's hampering the red in the corner there.
Yeah,
he could play off, sort of either cushion first or just catch the yellow thin. That's what he's tried. Well, there you are. Perfect.
Yeah, spot on. Lovely shot, and now it's open.
Ball at left of screen, near the middle. Should be no problem. They'll just be mindful of this ball on the bottom cushion. Yeah. He's electing to go down. Didn't want to leave that till last.
Marc's left himself a beautiful angle here just to drift up table. And that is a bit short of pace.
Yeah, either a bit short or either way really. If he'd have pulled up a little shorter, he'd have been okay. If he'd have run a bit further, he'd have been great.
Yeah. I think he might have to leave the red in the middle of the table down to the bottom right now. Or even it might go bottom left as well. Yeah, here we go. It's very nicely controlled, that, because that was a real thin snick on that red.
Yeah, good reply. Good finish. Taking them well. And there we are, parity, 2 apiece.
Yeah, and another disappointing frame for Ross, I would say. you could make the argument that he should be sat there 4-0 up.
Yeah, he tried that plant into the middle. He got the plant, but not quite as planned. Left himself awkward.
Now, while we wait for our referee, Darren Maidment, to rack up the balls, some news from the outer tables. We have our first amateur finalist of this UK Tour weekend. And it is Cian Monaghan, a 7-1 winner over Connor Treacy. Now, Connor has been in fabulous form, so that is a statement win from Cian. One of the doubles world champions as well this year, along with Jason Hill. And, well, the other semi-final is a titanic tussle. Jake Newlove taking on Greg Davis. That's at 5 apiece in a race to 7. That will be very interesting to see how that one pans out. Back to the action here. And Ross Fernie again makes a ball on the break, but it's not amazing. Saying that, if the red that looks like it's next to the yellow, actually, if that passes to the top left, he can just push through this, get on that one.
Yeah, he's going to do it now.
Yeah.
Just left himself the angle. Into middle.
Was possibly running into the red if he topped through the previous one then.
Yeah. Well played.
Yeah.
And this is a very quick fire frame. Just needs to keep focus though. Yeah, one of the quickest frames we've seen. Certainly in this final, but maybe all day. Motoring through these balls. There you see it. Black to middle.
Yep, when they come out like that, that is how quick a frame can be. I don't know if anyone was timing that, but I reckon under a minute. Beautifully done from Ross Fernie. And re-establishes his lead. That will, again, probably be a nice little settler for him, because might have just been fearing the worst, having missed a couple of good chances in the previous 2 frames.
Yeah, it's a good quick fire visit. 3rd yellow, good shot, he landed on there. Stuck behind the red, but it passed into the corner. And once he got that ball, it took him, what, 30 seconds, a minute maximum, the whole finish.
How can Marc Boyle respond?
So, Marc Boyle to break, as always, from the side. Second ball down. Smashes into this pack, straight off the side rail, and back into the main bulk. What a break. What a break that is.
Yeah, woof. Wow, that's the one. That is the Boyle break in a nutshell. Take another look.
That is as good a break as we've seen all day.
And look at what it's left. Absolutely no problems. Probably red, just because of the red covering the bottom left pocket to a certain extent. But
yeah, I think he will go reds here. But if you told him he had to take yellows, I'd fancy him. So it's just that red. That's bottom end of the table, or top end as he sees it. That's the one he needs to get on. He could play it here if he wants to, or certainly he wants to be going up for it pretty quick.
yeah, just got to be a bit careful taking that red. You know, if you get the wrong angle, it'd be easy to run into the yellows and stick there and not leave yourself a nice shot. So, as you say, we want to take it early. I think this might be the moment. So the real question is, how does he get the cue ball back out? Well, he's not taking it now. Perhaps he didn't come far enough with that previous shot. But I don't necessarily like taking it from here. And I don't really like leaving it any later than this either, to be honest. I think that yellow in the middle of the table on the bottom cushion that's in the way in quite a big way.
Yeah, you don't want to be taking it last. I mean, does he take it second to last ball and maybe draw out, screw across the table to leave the red to middle?
I think that's the plan, yeah. Doesn't want to leave too much angle here. And that's probably okay. Worst case, I think he stuns into the yellow near the corner pocket. But that's a little dangerous.
Just needs this to bite, I feel. Yeah. Well, ooh.
This is awkward. I think he's okay in that the natural angle will take him past the black and then back off the top cushion. So he can just concentrate on the pot, but tricky cueing. Not that you'd know it. Great shot.
Yeah, no problem for Marc Boyle. And there you see it, once again. Level, 3 frames apiece.
Once again, though, Marc making perhaps slightly harder work than was expected out of a finish. Now, whether that's because we expect too much of him, it is a question, but it didn't look like there was any kind of danger in that finish at all, and actually the longer it went on, the more you sort of started to fear for him slightly.
Yeah, I just thought we thought he may have taken that ball second to last earlier. That was always going to be the issue. But he managed to play it well. It's just that he drifted across and left him hampered. But as you said, fortunately, although he was hampered, the natural path of the cue ball meant that he'd just concentrate on the pot. So, you're breaking from the centre again. 2 contrasting styles of break. Up straight back over.
But all the time they are both working. They're not going to change. And they are both working. This is another great chance. Obvious ball of choice would be yellows. But again, you could make an argument for reds, but I think that yellow up to the top left corner means that yellows is a clear favourite.
Yeah, you can take that yellow into corner first. Just checking if it's stuck to that cushion. Just needs to be careful if he does elect to play that ball.
Yeah, probably want to play this with a bit of check side, which, you know, if you get that wrong and it pushes it into the cushion rather than into the pocket, there's a little bit of danger involved with this shot, but
just a little bit left hand side for me. Just floats out, just widens the
angle. Doesn't want to be behind the red. Doesn't want to be behind the red. Wow. I don't think you could put it there if you tried.
That was a gilt-edged opportunity. Anywhere but there.
Yeah.
I say anywhere but there, but
yeah, it was. Like, that's the only way that shot could go wrong, and he's found it. He needs to pot out of this snooker, and he hasn't. And there's no problems on the table for Marc Boyle. How do you see that one, Andy? Do you see that as a bad shot or bad luck?
No, I think he played the right shot. He maybe overhit it, if anything. I think the spin, he had the right spin on it. He was playing into space. It was just the pit. I mean, if he runs too far, he would have had a yellow into the corner. So I've got no argument with the line. It just happened to be that he maybe overhit it slightly and managed to find the exact line to sneak behind the red.
So you're giving him the benefit of the doubt?
Yeah, I would say. I don't think it was careless.
No.
No, do you? Do you think it was careless?
Maybe. I mean, the thing is, it's easy to say in hindsight, but I did think about that just before he took the shot.
Yeah.
But having said that, I think you're right. I think he's played the shot really well, and it's just finished there. It's one of those where, as a player, I think in your heart of hearts, it's happened to everyone, and you think it's unlucky when it happens to you. So yeah, I'll give him the benefit.
Yeah, you see again there, look. It just overran. Just seemed to have like an extra sort of 6 inch it ran on.
I suppose the argument against the argument that it was poor is that really he shouldn't have been anywhere near it. You know, he had a good foot to land in, and he's overdone it by 6 inches at least. So I'm a little bit torn. I'm on the fence. One person who won't care is at the table right now, Marc Boyle.
Most definitely. This is to take the lead.
And that is a really nice shot. That's a really nice piece of cueing.
Yeah, left the perfect angle, just off straight.
That's so well judged, that previous shot.
So just spun off the side cushion. Right hand side, just opens up the angle. Perfectly onto the 8 ball, into the corner. So this is to go 4-3 in front. So shaky start.
There aren't many better to watch than Marc Boyle when he's in full flow. We saw it in the semi. I don't think we've seen it yet in the final. So for people tuning in for just the final, I think they haven't seen Marc at his very, very best just yet, I don't think. But it definitely, you get the feeling that Marc is in the ascendancy. And it's not just because Ross ran out of position on the last shot. It's the fact that Ross was 2-0 up and has had a chance in every frame bar one. And now, I think Ross will look at the scoreline thinking, okay, this could be 5-2, 6-1 even. And actually I'm 4-3 down. And unless the chances keep coming his way, I think Ross is in a bit of trouble. It's early days, but...
Yeah, the big problem that Ross has is that Marc Boyle's break has been so effective. It's a case of every time he goes to the table, or more or less every time to break, he makes a ball. And the percentage of times that he has a table with no clusters and a colour set that he can clear without too many obstacles.
It's depressing.
Oh, well, it is.
If you're playing him. Yeah.
It really must be.
Yeah.
So you know you've got to cut out all the loose errors. Take every chance that you get. The rare occasion that Marc makes an error, he's got to jump on it as Ross Fernie. Because Marc Boyle, if he's any form, anywhere near the form he had in his semi-final, this could be over very quickly. And I say that, it's only 4-3 race to 10. But he played faultlessly in his previous match.
Well, 2 players left the arena for a moment, but they are back. Marc putting the glove back on. Where are you on the glove, Andy?
Well, I used to use one, I must admit, when it was, you know, if it's hot and sticky. I know some players tend to use them all the time, regardless of the conditions. I would use one if I thought, you know, my hands were clammy. I wouldn't use one all the time, and I've tried using one briefly when I still used to play English 8 ball, but I don't know. I didn't like I didn't like using the English pull cue on a glove. I just did not for me.
Okay. Any particular?
It's personal preference. I'd prefer to feel the cue on my hand as opposed to the glove.
But what's the difference between English and American?
I don't know.
In that sense.
Well, I suppose I play more, not always loop bridge, but it's a looser cue action, maybe longer. I don't know. I found it more comfortable on the occasions that I used it with an American pull cue than I did with an English.
Now, here is a development because Marc Boyle has broken off, and there's still 15 balls on the table, or 16 if you include the cue ball. And Ross Fernie has immediately failed to make a dent in that.
Yeah, had a chance there.
This is awkward. There's a really aggressive shot on. If Marc potted, maybe played a plant on two of the ones up to the right, top right corner, you could take the one that's sort of between corner and middle on the right hand side and play it off the black, quite pacey, into the yellows, try and open everything up. But it is a big risk. But it is the sort of frame where you need to play a shot along those lines. So I just don't like where the black is. I think you've got to move it.
Yeah, there was me bigging up the Marc Boyle break. And look at this table.
That's the thing with the cut break, though. If you're millimetres out, one of two things happens. Either you get a really awkward split like this, or the cue ball flies off the table.
Could play a great safe here.
I think that's the plan.
Develops the yellow, sits back in that little gap there between the other two.
Yeah,
very well played. Very well played.
I think Fernie might have to come off the jaws here.
Yeah. It is an option.
I just don't see how else he gets out, really. Oh, I thought he was going to fluke into the other red then, but no such luck for Ross. Marc Boyle comes to a table that, even with a free shot, needs a fair bit of work.
Well, he could play red onto yellow.
Yeah.
He's definitely going to be hitting the other two. So the three problem balls will all be, well, two of them moved.
Trusted to luck slightly there, and to be fair, it's come out pretty nice. He'd love to be on the one down the rail now, but I don't think he is. I think the red's in the way. I think if he was on that, he'd be playing it. It's strange, isn't it, Andy? Because we've got two camera angles here, and from the overhead, it looks like that might go, but from the main camera angle, it looks like there's absolutely no chance.
Yeah, the main camera angle tells you that he's definitely got no chance. But yeah, overhead, it does look possible. And that is the problem ball for Marc Boyle. It's the only problem ball.
Yeah, to be honest, it's such an easy double that I don't even know if I class it as a problem. I think that's the way. I don't think there's any point in trying to... You've got a really small gap to land on it, and moving it is fraught with danger because the black's there. I think he'll just be leaving that till last and playing it as a double. Well, he's played for the gap here, and that is an astonishingly good shot. I think he's played that two ways.
He did play it two ways. That's why it was such a good shot.
Yeah.
Play the gap, but if you don't get the gap, you still have the other ball into the corner. So good thinking.
Now,
clever.
Has he got the gap? Because again, from the overhead, it looks like he has.
No, I don't think he has.
And from the main camera, it doesn't.
But I think he did play a two-way shot there. Very clever.
He's played on it again, and this is much better. That's a great shot.
Fantastic shot.
Yeah.
Really is. Brilliant.
Because there's a lot riding on that shot as well. If that slides off the cushion slightly, you're going dangerously towards that black. The gap was there to lose the frame in that shot.
Yeah, and he just seems to have moved up a gear for me, does Marc Boyle.
Yeah, these are. I alluded to it at the end of the previous frame, but for me, these are really dangerous times for Ross. Particularly as this was actually a dry break for Marc, and they are so rare.
Yeah, Marc played a great safety in this game. Elected to take yellows, came down table, and he sat that cue ball between the two yellows. And as you said, Dan, he came out of the jaws, and I perfectly understand that. But unfortunately, nowhere near.
The thing is, that jaw shot is tough. It was made even tougher by the fact that he was hampered queuing as well. You know, it's a difficult shot when you're freely queuing at it, but when you're hampered as well, it's so tricky. You've got to be really pinpoint with that spot on the jaw that you hit. And any sort of unintentional spin that you put on the cue ball because you're queuing over, that'll just be amplified. 5-3, and we're still a long way away. Make no mistake, Ross Fernie is capable of winning many frames on the trot. You know, he's capable of winning 10-5 from here, but you definitely feel like Marc's in the ascendancy and in the driving seat in this match. And a lot may rest on this next strike of the cue ball. Oh, this isn't dry, is it? Is this dry? It's just not going Ross Fernie's way all of a sudden. Everything is going against him now. Yeah, because this is a beautiful split. It's a lovely table. I think the red on the left-hand side passes to the bottom left. If it does, then reds are nice. If the yellow passes to the top right, then yellows are nice. If neither of those two things is the case, then, you know, there might be a bit of work to do.
Yeah, it was imperative there that Ross Fernie made a ball on that break. So yellow does pass. No problems here, no real problems for Marc Boyle. The yellow that's close to the red side of the table does go, and he's on it now.
Just got to be careful with his order here, I think. And I think it might be the case that he plays the left centre and then plays one of those two into the right centre, unless the one he's closest to goes now, but I'm not sure it does. But the two in the middle of the table, they're a little bit in each other's way. Oh no, they're not. This goes. That was the only vague chance I thought that something could potentially go wrong.
Yeah, I think the only hope here for Ross Fernie is that somehow Marc Boyle overruns position on the ball to middle, but you can't see that happening, not the way he's playing.
A little bit straight, underdone that fraction. Because he'd want to be as straight as possible on the one to the left centre, so he's going to screw on and off the side rail now. Look at that reverse side. Exhibition stuff. Still a bit up under, but he can pinch that left-hand middle pocket, and this is... Well, I say that, it should be okay, but having said that...
He's not quite perfect.
Yeah, it would be fine if the black went to either of the top corner pockets, but it doesn't. So he's coming on and off the rail here, and this needs to travel, and it's going to. That's spot on.
Yeah, just plays down to the... Well, there you are. Didn't even need to. About to say plays down to the bottom cushion, but he'd no need. And once again, clinical finish.
6-3, and Ross will be probably still thinking about his first shot of the previous frame when Marc broke dry, because since then he's owned this in the table to break, really. certainly in terms of opportunities.
Yeah, and it was a good break. Hit them well. Just dry. So 6-3, Marc Boyle. Dangerous times for Ross Fernie. It's Marc Boyle to break. And that's never a good thing when you're the opponent sat in your chair waiting to play.
No, absolutely not. I think I'd make quite a good practice partner for Marc Boyle because I really enjoy sitting down.
Look at that for a strike.
Look at that for a cue ball. No, that's safe. And Marc is still at the table.
Just awkward. Can he play left-handed? I've not seen much of him.
Never seen him try, but I mean, it looked like he was queuing up to, so possibly. He's got to take yellows. Well, definitely the colour set. So
well,
is he going to play? Here we go. Didn't have time to change the glove. He's overscrewed this. And it's fine. If he'd landed right on top of that yellow, that would have been really tough because, you know, hampered queuing, taking that one on the balk line would have been real tricky. It's still not easy. It's getting the cue ball back away from this yellow. That's the slightly awkward part of this job. I don't know whether he can screw it around and arc the cue ball round into towards the yellow that's on the cushion, maybe.
He's going to top this.
Well, this has come out very nicely, but I don't think was how that was played, if I'm honest.
No, he definitely topped the ball through, but that's come out absolutely perfect. Take this ball over the corner. Just needs to be careful with the remaining two balls that he'll have on this side of the table. Look at that for a shot. That's a great shot. Look at that for a shot.
Glorious. And the thing I love about that shot is he's played it so purposefully, but he's actually completely hedging his bets. He's landed completely in open play now. He can take whichever order he wants.
Fantastic shot.
If the top of the two yellows on the right hand side goes, he'll take that now, but it doesn't then.
The only problem I could foresee, as I said earlier, was those two balls. Immediately plays that great shot, gets himself onto the bottom of the two, opens up the top yellow. That was the problem ball, if anything.
It's getting tough to see a way back here for Ross Fernie. The only good thing for him is that we are now in races to 10 in the final and not 8, because, you know, that would be real trouble. But it is now a question for Ross as to whether he actually gets enough chances from this point to win the match. Because the way Marc is playing, I wouldn't bet on it.
No, every break needs to count now for Ross Fernie. Every break, and he just needs to pray that Marc Boyle either struggles with his break or makes some unforced errors at some point, because this lead is comprehensive. And even if Ross Fernie was to break and clear every game, the way Marc's playing, it still wouldn't be enough.
Yeah.
Just look at this.
Yeah, this is...
I mean, that's a superb shot.
It's just clever. You know, it's not even... It's well struck and it's well cued. But it's that kind of shot that is the difference between a good player and a great player. You know, there are very few players in the world that would have played that particular shot like that. They'd have picked their pattern and gone for them. Whereas what Marc did was, this is a slightly awkward table and I can get the cue ball into the best position to work out my route. And he did that. And that's so rare.
Yeah, fantastic use of spin. So, took a little bit of pace off that break. Noticeable.
Hasn't worked.
And it hasn't worked, no, but he didn't hit those as hard. Quite tentative, that, for a break from Ross Fernie.
Sometimes that can work, though, on a fresh cloth. Sometimes I know quite a few players who take, almost take their break down to 50% when you're on a real clean, fresh cloth. Because to get that movement, you don't need the power.
Absolutely. The break is all about timing.
What's Marc got available here? I mean, black is tricky either way. Got a yellow that's very tied up. Two reds that are tied up as well. Has possibly got an angle to break everything out with the yellow in the middle if he tops through into the red. But he might be a bit too much angle.
Could he draw this yellow into the yellow that's bad? That's what he's tried.
It is. Trusting to luck, and not sure he's had any.
Well, he's got a yellow long to the corner. I think those yellows, do they both go to the middle?
If they both go to the middle, then yeah, this is a great chance. If not, it could be awkward.
Yeah, it's going to need a good positional shot at some point.
Yeah. If it's only the bottom one that goes, then it will need a really good positional shot, because the red that's just below that to the right is really in the way of
it's a
ideal
blocker.
Position. Yeah,
agreed.
If they both go, then it's hard to see a huge amount of problems. You've got a big area to land the cue ball in, coming back down table. Possibly after this shot, possibly after the next one, depending on how Marc sees it. Hasn't left a lot of angle there, so I suspect it'll be the next shot where he comes down table. Boyle lining up this shot, the key shot of the frame. He has caught that way too thick and run a long way out of position. Well, that is not the shot we expected to see. And, well, they say there's the curse of the commentator, and we've been playing musical chairs in the comm box as Andy Richardson has left the building and I am joined by Marc Pickworth. Well, have you just put a curse on Marc Boyle, Marc?
Well, who knows? I mean, he's been playing pretty phenomenal most of the day. There's no reason why he can't continue some of that. But yeah, a little bit of a misjudgment there for me.
Well, here is an opportunity that Ross Fernie did not expect. It's been a decent performance so far from Ross, but if he's honest, he will know that he's missed quite a few tricky chances. Hasn't missed any sitters, but has had those opportunities that you need to be taking and hasn't taken them. Well, here is, let's be fair, a table of sitters for a player of his level.
Yeah, he needs to be taking these, especially if he wants to get back in this match. You know, this frame, that makes it 7-4.
That's underdone. That's underdone by a long way.
Is he going to push out the boat? I feel that he should try and hide the cue ball, but it's not going to be too easy to hide it completely.
Yeah, the long red is tough, and there's there's no safe element to this shot, I don't think. I don't think there's a way that he can play this as a shot to nothing unless he really screws it. So he's trusted in his ability, and it is a trust that has been repaid. That is a great shot. Huge, huge pressure on that, because if he misses it, he leaves Marc a really good chance.
Just wobbled in that top left-hand corner. Saw that grimace on your face then, Dan.
I mean, yeah, gravity was very helpful to Ross Fernie there, because, I mean, he missed that, if we're honest. That wasn't a great shot.
No, he played it at that weight though, didn't he? Where any harder, it misses.
That's not a brilliant piece of positional play either. He's got enough angle on this to get up table, but he's really close to the red, and you've got to be really careful of a double kiss here, or a double hit rather, sorry.
Yeah, it's not a natural angle. He's having to create something as well. He has done, but he's missed the pot.
Wow, that is careless. It's so careless. I hate to say it because I like Ross, but that's poor. There is no way that Marc Boyle should have been coming back to the table in this frame. And the difference between 8-3 and 7-4 cannot really be overstated. You know, that 7-4 and taking a frame, stealing a frame that Marc knows he should have won, that might have been the kick that Ross needed to get back in the match. Now, I think you can tell from his body language, he knows the game over. It's game over.
Yeah, it was never in position in that clearance at all, was it? He just couldn't get in the right position.
Oh, that was a great camera angle to see how close that was to gripping a little bit sooner and flying up into the corner pocket. No such luck for Ross, and Marc completes yet another frame. He leads by 8 frames to 3, and he's rather running away with it.
Yeah, it's one-way traffic for Marc Boyle, and Ross just keeps gifting him these chances, and one that he definitely should have took.
Now, here is our new feature. This was the Smart Rack break of the day, and this was Gareth Hibbott earlier on. He hit them so hard he had to move the balls out of the pocket afterwards. Check out that top left pocket from this angle. Everything flying in there, and they all got stuck.
Yeah, they all went down at the same time as well. You don't normally see that, do you?
No.
You see probably a couple go down at the same time, but 3, very different.
One of the biggest breakers in the game with that. I think, is it pear wood break cue he's got? It's an unusual wood, isn't it, for a cue?
Yeah.
His break cue, and you can sort of tell it's got a really strange and distinctive grain about it, but he certainly knows how to use it, and he has been chosen for our Smart Rack break of the day. Talking of breaks of the day.
Yeah. To continue, Marc's been Oh, he must have been on this list pretty much a lot today.
Yeah, I've got the shortlist in front of me, and there's at least 4. And to be honest, that's probably just because people got bored of writing his name down.
Yeah, we might have forgot about another 10 of them. He's been phenomenal throughout. This cup break, he's just timing it absolutely to perfection.
Slightly awkward table, this. Probably red, slight favourite. Because if you go yellows, you've got to move the red next to the black. And that shot is brilliant and has opened up the entire frame, and there are now no problems.
Just like
it's
that.
Just, yeah. It's beautifully done that. Absolutely judged the cannon to perfection.
Yeah, and all them yellows that was in the way just disappeared.
I just wonder if the red that's next to the black passes down to the bottom right. If it does, then absolutely no problems at all. If not, there might be a sort of marginally tricky positional shot to play at some point.
I'm sure he's just working that out now. It goes in there. I think it goes maybe top left, definitely goes top right.
Yeah, it's tough to tell, isn't it, whether that passes or not. As you say, it does go up to the top right, so he can float down past it now and play on it. Anything close to straight and you back him to make it.
Yes, he's one of the best single ball potters.
That's interesting. I don't know whether he was playing into the black there or to play round the back. But now, it looks like the shot that you mentioned will be his last ball. He's got a nice angle just to drift this in and finish straight enough on it. Just wants to finish slightly further right with the cue ball. Or does it go top left? Even better. It must do, surely. He's not taking this in the middle. Unless he's playing a skill shot.
Yeah, 2 in 1.
I mean,
that'll be exhibition, wouldn't
it?
It would.
that is bold. This must go up to the top left.
It's got to. Doesn't look like he's got all the pocket from our camera angle. But pretty much heart of the pocket.
Yeah,
simple.
Clearly doesn't
simple pull from Marc Boyle.
9-3, 1 away from the UK professional title is that man there on your screen, Mr. Magic, Marc Boyle. The title was guaranteed to go back to Scotland by the time we got to the final stage, but it's starting to look like it's guaranteed to go back to the Boyle residence. He has been unbelievable all day and fully deserves to be in the position he's got himself into.
I think unplayable comes to mind. I mean, he has been dragged the distance by our very own Dan Davey, 9-8.
I would argue, I mean, yeah, unplayable at times, but having said that, if Ross takes his chances in this game, then we're in for we're in for the long haul. There's still an argument, in my opinion, that Ross could even be winning this game. It's, what, 3 or 4 frames different. And I can certainly think of 3 frames that Ross probably should have taken under his belt. And 3 frames is the difference between 9-3 and 6-all.
Yeah, exactly.
Take nothing away from Marc, of course. He has been excellent. Well, we're watching a replay, but Ross isn't hanging around. He's already picked yellows. He played his opening shot. And I don't think he's going to be hanging around at all, to be honest. Marc, I think...
Yeah, there's a bit of defeatist in this.
The
way that he went about his first shot.
Yeah, a little bit of a lash. Can he see enough of this yellow to pot it? Has he got to go cushion first? I think he might have to.
Well, it's a strange one. Strange one indeed.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I didn't realise it was still an open table. I was really confused for a minute.
Oh, yeah,
I didn't see the red go in.
You didn't see that? Well, yeah, because we was looking at a replay, weren't
Yeah,
we?
yeah, I saw the yellow, but not the red. So I thought Ross had fouled in that second shot. I thought it was lost of frame, if I'm honest. So yeah, the first shot, after the first shot, it was still an open table. Because I'm sure there will be plenty of viewers at home who were wondering that as well. And then Ross tried to play red onto yellow. How? Well, that was an interesting movement of the cue ball.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, it looked like it was going to drop in for a second. And then...
a bit unlucky if that had dropped in from that angle, wouldn't it?
Oh, massively, yeah. Yeah.
There's contours on this cloth, though. That's what can happen.
Yeah, you see...
It wobbles, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, you do see that sort of weird movement right at the end of a roll. What do we have here for Marc? He can cut the yellow in and run into the red, but there's no guarantee he finishes on the other yellow. Isn't great. Unless he plays it really delicately. If he plays this absolutely dead weight, I screwed across, and that's gone wrong. Or you couldn't find that gap again if you tried.
No, not across that from that side. Definitely not. That must only just fit through there to miss both of them reds or glance both of them reds.
It's moments like this I wish we had Hawkeye.
Yeah.
So you could sort of see, you know,
if it's
the
possible.
bird's eye view, yeah. Well, Marc's going to have to come off the right hand side and try and pop this. And if not, it might be a lifeline for Ross.
Going back the same way he came through.
No pot. And he has left a shot on for his opponent, so can Ross Fernie
stay in it, really?
Yeah, I mean, can he take this particular bite at the cherry? He's had a few. Tough shot to start with. Oh wow, no, that's a defeated shot, I'm afraid. Yeah, that's just not a good shot, and it's handed Marc Boyle what will surely be the final nail in Ross's coffin. A 10-3 victory, a fabulous win, a fabulous day all round for Marc Boyle, and he is the UK Professional Championship. Sorry, the UK Professional Champion of 2023. Brilliant from the Scotsman. Watched by a decent crowd here in our arena in Coventry. There he is. There is the man who will take home the trophy and the cheque for the winners. Marc Boyle, Mr. Magic, pulling yet another rabbit out of the hat and picking up yet another IPA title. One that I'm sure he's worked hard for, and I'm sure he will be willing to tell Kevin Barton all about that as we hand over to him for the trophy presentation.
Thanks guys, and welcome down to the arena for the presentation for the UK Open Professional Championship, and what a match between these two gladiators. First of all, let's introduce our runner-up, Ross Fernie. Ross, great run to the final, but Marc just too good on the day.
Yeah, just disappointed obviously, didn't play that well in the final after having a good tournament, but not the best player won, he thoroughly deserved it, and best player won. So.
I mean, pool's a crazy game, isn't it? You know, you can play great one match and it just not quite happen the next, and I guess that's just what happened in that one.
Yeah, it just wasn't happening for the start, really. Had my chances, and you can't do that against Marc. He just sort of punishes you for it, so Nah, any complaints.
I mean, to get to any final is a fantastic achievement, and obviously, I know at this point you'd be disappointed for losing, but you think you can be able to look back and think, well, what a great performance to get to the final in the first place?
Yeah, the last 2 or 3 tournaments have been disappointing, so good run to get to the final, and hopefully I can just concentrate on the Open and try and get a run in that as well.
Yeah, and you think this sets you up now? You've got starting to get that confidence back. You're back in the final, and only a matter of time, I guess, before you're lifting the next title.
Yeah, hopefully. I was in spells. I felt really good and wasn't missing much. Just need to sort of brush up a wee bit and should be all right.
And overall, enjoyed playing in this venue in front of the crowd.
Yeah, it's always good here. Enjoyed it, and aye.
Well, Ross, well done on a great performance. Well done.
Cheers, Kev.
Ross Fernie, our runner-up. But our winner from Scotland, it's Marc Boyle. Marc Boyle, UK professional champion. How good does that sound?
Amazing. Who would have thought it? It was written in the stars again, because this weekend is basically my wedding anniversary this weekend, so it was written in the stars. She made it happen again.
Yeah, I saw you just at the end as you had the winning black. You looked to the heavens, and obviously lots of emotions going through your mind.
Yeah, of course. She'll always be there. The way she was, she loved pool. It's crazy how these things work out.
Yeah, sure. Well, things happen for a reason. You've played the best of everyone this weekend. What do you put that down to? What's been your inspiration? Has it been, the thoughts of Laura and your wedding anniversary?
Just a wee bit of determination, like to do it, so that, and obviously winging it at times, but I just started to cue a wee bit, sometimes I did feel edgy, but no, I know you play guys like Ross, Marc, Liam, you've got to be on top of your game. The minute you switch off, they'll just punish you. Luckily there, Ross let me in a couple of times because he could have run away at the start, and that gave me a bit of confidence. And once I got level, you could see it turning a wee bit, But
yeah, sure.
No, just can't complain how I played.
You've won so many titles in the game, too many to count. But what does it mean to you to win this title today?
Well, it means everything today. I've got a good team back home. My friends and my family, especially the bomb squad. That's all my really close friends that have got me through everything as well over the past few years. I wouldn't be here this weekend if it wasn't for them, and Kerry as well. Just everybody just puts the wee piece back together for me, And this is. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, and the support, as you say, the support that you get from family, close friends, and even people who distant friends, it must be phenomenal and overwhelming.
The support's been unreal, absolutely unreal, and that's just the pool family for you.
Yeah.
If anything happens in this world, you know that they've got your back.
Well, Marc Boyle, Marc Pickworth is going to present you with the trophy, and it's our pleasure to announce you as the UK professional champion. Congratulations. Well, Marc Pickworth, what a 2 days we have had here with the UK Professional Championship, and what a winner with Marc Boyle.
Yeah, he's been pretty much consistent, definitely throughout to today. Ross hasn't really performed, to the highest level he wanted to at the final. He's had chances there to try and keep up with Marc, but one thing he can't do is give Marc Boyle a lead. Yeah,
the focus and as he referred to, the determination that he's been playing with for these 2 days, it's evident. You can see it's written all over his face, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. He's really grinded hard, and he's had a little bit of run and luck with the break and that, but he's worked hard for months, years, well, decades. I know he's not that old anyway, but you can just see how much work he's put into his game, and now things are paying off and he's picking up titles. I know he seems to pick up titles here in Coventry, which is a credit to him, but it means a lot to him, as you can fairly see, but a worthy winner.
So let's just try and sum up what we've seen over the 2 days in the professional event and the ladies elite event as well. We started off with that fantastic match, Simon Ward, Craig Brown, faultless pool, and we've ended with our champion Marc Boyle. what a fantastic 2 days.
Yeah, I'll look at Marc Boyle, he's beaten Mark Farnsworth, beaten Liam Dunster, the IPA number one, the former number one player, and no doubt Marc Boyle, one day he could become the new IPA's number one player. If he continues to keep winning titles, there's a good way of doing. But yeah, over these last 2 days, I know we've still got another day's play to come tomorrow, and a few more finalists, etc. You know, even Deb Burchell, we saw a performance from her. You know, she's gone on to win both elite titles already this year. And you know, these players are just getting stronger and stronger as the days and months go on.
Absolutely. Well, we hope you've enjoyed the coverage we've brought you for these last 2 days. We all need a little bit of a lie down, but don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow from 12 o'clock with the conclusion of the Open event. Thanks for watching and good night.